worldwide consequences. And as the defense minister said, also for India. But also look at Europe. They are going to run short of jet fuel. In a couple of weeks, they will have to cancel or reduce the number of flights.
There could be another round of talks, or a big war could break out. The problem for the big war breaking out is that the Gulf countries are very, very much afraid of that, because Iran will reciprocate, and if not many, but at least some facilities of the Emiratis, the Qataris, the Kuwait, Saudis would be and could be damaged. And that will be very hurtful for those countries in the longer run. In any case, they've suffered a lot right now and in the future also. So I think there is immense pressure from the Saudis and the Gulf countries.
தேர்தல், ஆட்சி அதிகாரம் இதெல்லாம் எங்களுக்கு இரண்டாம் பட்சம் தான். நாங்கள் சுயமரியாதைக்காரங்க. எங்களுக்கு கொள்கை தான் முக்கியம், மாநில உரிமைகள் தான் முக்கியம்.
ঠিক হয়ে যাবে, চিন্তা করবেন না, কাল থেকে পতন শুরু হয়েছে।
टीएमसी के गुंडों को कहकर जाता हूं, 29 तारीख को निकलना मत, वरना गुंडों को तकलीफ है।
People know your black deeds. You cannot escape your black deeds any longer.
Namaste, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. Good early morning to our voters. Do you feel that there should be the winds of change? Do you just want to let it be? Whatever it is, don't worry, be happy. Go out and vote. That's what we'll tell you, viewers. Voting gets underway from 8 a.m. onwards. In just about under 10 minutes, the vote will get underway at the counting centers. You need to go out and vote. What matters, 9 hours, just about 10 hours left for you to finish your voting in Tamil Nadu and of course the first phase of Bengal. It is critical for every person to go ahead and exercise their franchise. Just under 10 hours that you have, both in the state of Tamil Nadu and also in Bengal, at 152 constituencies, assembly constituencies in Bengal that go to the ballot in the first phase, and all of the 234 seats of Tamil Nadu, which will go to the ballot in one single phase this day, that is the 23rd of April. Good morning, I'm Anand Narasimhan, and most importantly, even as voting is consistently underway, Tamil Nadu generally wakes up early, and in the first half itself, before it becomes really hot on ground, they turn out to vote. It's a crucial day, high stakes in this entire electoral season, high stakes in it for everybody. In both the states, the incumbent faces the challenge of massive anti-incumbency. It is also an existential crisis. On the other hand, the challenger, if they are not able to seat themselves this time around, they may find themselves on the wane, especially the BJP in Bengal. And what happens with the ADMK and Edappadi Palaniswamy's leadership if he is not able to mount a stirring challenge and also dethrone MK Stalin in Tamil Nadu. So, this becomes than ever contest, four-cornered fight in Tamil Nadu, making the outcome far less predictable. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has urged voters to step out in large numbers and take part in this festival of democracy. And on the ground, AIADMK's Edappadi Palaniswamy has exercised his franchise already, apart from senior Congress leader P. Chidambaram, Khushbu Sundar of the BJP, actor Ajit, and others have also cast their ballot early this morning. They're all the early risers, viewers. Visuals from various polling stations suggest a steady turnout with tight security in place as both states begin their decisive political battle, especially in Bengal this time around. Will they have the freedom to exercise their franchise, as some of them claim to have been denied the last many years? We'll have to see. It's also the onus is on the ground forces, the central forces deployed by the Election Commission, and for the Election Commission to ensure that the elections are free and fair. Maximum turnout, record voter turnout, and then a decisive ballot. That's what the beauty of democracy would be if that's how it plays out, viewers. Let's try and understand some of the signposts and also figure key aspects in both these states as we signpost some important elements. All the 234 seats of Tamil Nadu go to the ballot. As you come closer, we'll try and put out some of these signposts for you, our viewers. Amazing numbers. Stalin seeking a second term and to try and repeat what a J. Jayalalitha was able to do in 2016, where she bucked the trend. Will she be able to do that? The NDA banking on massive anti-incumbency on ground. Will Vijay emerge the kingmaker? If he's able to pull more than 15 to 16% votes, many poll pundits believe that he will emerge kingmaker because he will eat into the votes of both the DMK and the ADMK, or both the factions. So emerge as a third player. In West Bengal, in the first phase, 152 seats go to the ballot. Phase 1, border areas, tea gardens, tribal belts, diverse voting blocks can be seen in this phase that will go to the ballot. More importantly, the BJP is defending 55 of its 77 seats that it won in 2021 in this phase. And they did go, in terms of the assembly projections, to 92, but in the Lok Sabha 2024 elections. But this is a key stakes battle for the BJP too. 1,475 candidates in this fray. BJP defending 56 of 77 seats, like I said, from 2021. And it's the big battle for everybody. Every quarter, or perhaps just about 4 to 5 months in Bharat, we end up into the electoral phase, or in this entire electoral cycle. But now, viewers, what we're going to see is a decisive build-up towards UP 2020, UP 2027, and of course Lok Sabha 2029. So we're going to start building up the momentum. Who gets the upper hand in the south? The Indie bloc in Bengal. Will Mamata Banerjee emerge by somebody who's trounced Prime Minister Narendra Modi-led BJP onslaught and campaign juggernaut multiple times? We'll have to see. In Tamil Nadu, let's focus. The X factor. The X factors are Stalin. Stalin, the tallest leader within the DMK, the chief minister. Will he be able to convert welfare delivery into a second straight win? Will he also be able to try and bring the masses out in his support, and somewhere also set the stage for his son Udayanidhi to take on the mantle? Even in Bengal, it looks like after Mamata Banerjee, it will be Bhaipo or Abhishek Banerjee who would perhaps be projected future leader. Will that happen? We have to wait and watch. On the other hand, will the ADMK BJP ride anti-incumbency for a comeback? Will they be able to swing the votes in their favor? Will the BJP add as a force multiplier rather than feeding off the ADMK and the other allies' vote base? We have to wait and watch. Can Vijay's youth appeal actually turn it into a three-way contest? Will he pull off and siphon off a lot of the core DMK votes also? We have to wait and watch. Will DMK's focus be on the Tamil Nadu pride and the Asmita? Will that identity politics actually outweigh BJP's Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat narrative? These are the things. And most importantly, can caste alliances and regional blocs reshape voting patterns? And will the women, like they have done in the past, viewers, will they actually emerge and rise above caste, religion, etc. and all these barriers and vote en masse in one way or the other? Will the women vote actually, the Mahila vote actually, swing it for the victor eventually? We'll keep close tabs on that and we'll watch it with a very, very close lens. First, let's go across to our daring Devis who are out there on ground this morning. Kamalika Sengupta is live from Murshidabad. We have Pallavi Ghosh joining us live from Nandigram. Payal Mehta is in Howrah. But first, we'll go across to Purnima Murli, who's joining us from Chennai. Harish makes up for the 33% male representation in this morning reportage. But we'll go across to Harish in just a bit. But Purnima, whereabouts are you?
Well, we are at the polling booth where DMK President M.K. Stalin and Udayanidhi Stalin will come here at around 8:30 to cast their votes. And this is the polling booth where there's heavy police presence here. Interesting election this time because we have a new debutant, Vijay, who will play a key role as far as this election is concerned. He is the X factor, but whether he will be able to make an impact, all eyes on that. Interesting election this time as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. On the 4th of May, we'll know how much of an influence Vijay has this time.
You sound a little pensive. Is everything all right on ground, or are you equally nervous as everybody else in terms of the political parties as to what is on the voters' mind? Do you believe there is a strong undercurrent which many are not reading, or is the voter being very, very smart this time around, Purnima?
Well, this election is unpredictable because yes, everybody on social media is talking about various factors, but on the ground, I think people are also giving mixed reactions as far as this time elections are concerned. Yes, the NDA is also planning to make inroads this time. The BJP is betting big, especially in the western region, Kanyakumari, and also in Chennai's Mylapore constituency where Tamilisai Soundararajan is contesting. The DMK is also trying hard to make inroads in western region where the AIADMK has always won, and TVK is saying that they are the alternative to the Dravidian parties. All eyes on the 4th of May, but certainly an unpredictable election this time.
Great, Purnima. Continue to do the fantastic job that you've been doing all along. You also had a word with Edappadi Palaniswamy. You also were able to go ahead and speak with M.K. Stalin. So, fantastic work on ground. Harish, before I just come across to you, let's listen into what EPS had to say. Now, a lot at stake. Can he build a cadre? Can he establish himself as a leader within the ADMK and perhaps as a challenger? His approval ratings have really gone up over the last 1.5 years, over the last 18 months on ground. And it could cause a serious headache to M.K. Stalin. This is TTV Dinakaran who's gone out to vote and again he's come back. He will swing a lot of the cast vote in the favor of the NDA this time. He's back in the NDA fold. Let's listen into what EPS had to say.
Sir, வாக்காளர்கள் வாக்குச்சாவடி செல்லும் போது மனதில் எண்ணத்தை நினைத்து ஓட்டு போட வேண்டும் சார். அது அவருடைய விருப்பம். அவர்களுடைய விருப்பம். சார், தேர்தல் நடத்த செயல்பாடு எப்படி இருக்கு? இப்பதான தேர்தலே ஆரம்பமாயிருக்குது. தேர்தல் நாளையில் தான் தேர்தல் ஆரம்பிக்கும். எப்பொழுது வாக்காளர் மக்கள் தமிழகத்தில் பல வாக்குச்சாவடியில் வாக்களித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். நம்முடைய தொலைக்காட்சியில் நாங்கள் இன்று அனைத்து வாக்காளர் பெருமக்களுமே வாக்குச்சாவடிக்கு சென்று தங்களுடைய ஜனநாயக கடமையை ஆற்ற வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் என்னுடைய அன்பான வேண்டுகோள்.
The voter to go ahead and cast their franchise, exercise their franchise to whoever they choose. They have to make the decision, but the voter must come out and exercise their franchise. We have put out our story. You've seen what has happened in the past. You go out and decide, but everybody must go out and exercise their franchise without fear or favor. That's what they have said. That's what Edappadi Palaniswamy coming out and saying that he is confident that him and his team will be able to establish and come victorious. But once again, putting the onus on the voter to go out and cast her ballot. Harish now joins us with more. Harish, Edappadi Palaniswamy has a lot at stake, and you are in a city that entire Congo belt could prove quite decisive for the NDA.
Absolutely, Anand. And remember, the last time around, the AIDMK managed to garner the lion's share of seats here. 68 seats roughly, 46 went to AIDMK and its alliance partners. After that, what has happened is important. The DMK managed to sweep the local body election. They also managed to win quite a number of seats in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, and that's what they're banking on. They are hoping that the work that they've done over the last 5 years will get them more seats. On the other hand, the AIDMK understands that it not just has to match that tally, but perhaps sweep the Congo belt as well. And that's why one thing that we have to highlight here is in the run-up to the election day, in the last few days, we've seen Edappadi Palaniswamy and some of the major leaders of AIDMK focusing more on the Congo belt, camping here and campaigning extensively because they want to consolidate further in this region. Thankfully, we've seen great turnout in the first couple of hours. One thing that's really stood out, Anand, whether it's visuals that have come in from Bengaluru, whether it's visuals that have come in from various towns of Tamil Nadu, we've seen people taking buses, queuing up yesterday, reaching their hometown, their villages to vote. I have with me a young voter who's a techie working in Bengaluru, has taken a day off to come and vote here in her hometown, Coimbatore. Well, this has been a long complaint that youngsters don't come out and vote. That results in the voting percentage going down. But we are looking at a lot of young faces today here.
Yes, so this time there are a lot of anticipations in the political scenario as well, where there are new people coming in. So I think the youngsters are more interested to cast their vote, and they have taken their decisions. And I see a lot of my colleagues and a lot of my surrounding people have traveled back to their hometown to cast their vote because this is actually an important scenario for us. So yeah.
What really resonates with them? If not getting into parties, but issues that really matter to them?
Yeah, so there were a lot of issues that has happened in the last 5 years. So they wanted some change. They're all, going back in introspection, thinking what has happened and what change can be done so that there's a larger difference in the society.
Absolutely. Sir, you voted multiple elections, I'm guessing, but this new trend, new change is a welcome sign.
Of course, sir. Sir, this election, no. This has brought a lot of people. I can see a lot of turnouts in the morning itself. We come earlier, but even then the queue is very big and people are ready to cast their vote. They are much interested to show their democratic freedom to take up the government what they need. So it's a really wonderful scene everywhere in this area. So it's welcoming.
Absolutely. And one aspect to highlight here is the focus that the BJP has put in this region. Vanati Srinivasan moving from Coimbatore South to Coimbatore North, L. Murugan contesting from Avinashi. So the BJP also hoping that the higher number of seats that they've got in the alliance, they just not contest but also win them to improve their tally in the assembly.
Yeah. Harish, in fact, the other day, the BJP spokesperson who was there had said that their aim is to get at least 55 to 60% conversion ratio out of the 25 that they're contesting. Now, if they're able to do that, that means they're in the fray or in the hunt for 12 to 15 seats. That's a tough ask. It's not easy, but that will firmly establish the BJP as a party to reckon with and perhaps give it the steps to build itself going forward into 29 and in the future. Subir Bhaumik is there with us. We will talk Bengal in a bit, Dada, and good morning. But first going across to Manojit Mandal is also there. Good morning. But first going across to Amitabh Tiwari and GVL Narasimha Rao as we turn the focus down towards the south. One former cephalogist, now active leader of the BJP. One current cephalogist who is active with us on Vote Vibe and New Matrix. So let's look at the numbers and the caste considerations. Amitabh Tiwari, this is going to be important. And I'm going to get up as you set up the tone for us. One is the SIR deletions, but more importantly, it is the swing from certain castes in certain regions that plays the game every time there is a power shift. Amitabh.
Yeah, essentially the SIR deletions have been high in Tamil Nadu, but not discussed as much as in West Bengal. And we've seen that the highest deletions have been in the KTCC or the Greater Chennai region, almost as high as 18 to 19%, which is the stronghold of DMK. Now, when we come to the caste alliances, what we see is that the Vaniyar and the Thevar community, which are almost 18 to 20% of the state population, they shift from one party to another in a cycle of 5 years, and that's why we see that the governments have been changing every 5 years. So this time the ADMK BJP alliance hopes that the PMK will be able to consolidate the 1 year vote in the north, which is largely around, I think, 87, 88 seats they have influence on, including North and KTCC. And the return of Dinakaran AMMK to the NDA fold will also help them consolidate the Thevar community vote in the southern part of Tamil Nadu. I think wherein again they have some influence in 35 to 50 seats. Last time they had contested alone, direct damage in 10 seats and indirect damage in roughly 30 to 35 seats was done by the faction of Dinakaran. So these two are very key players in ADMK's, NDA's game plan. And we all know that Tamil Nadu is a game of alliances, and these two parties or leaders will have to deliver. You mentioned about BJP. BJP, incidentally, is facing 25 of its 27, 28 contests against the DMK. And here is where the BJP also will need to contribute significantly, as you mentioned, 12 to 15 seats or 10 to 12 seats.
So let's just show the numbers and a visual representation and take this forward, Amitabh. I just set the tone. Jivyal Narasimha Rao, what we have is the overall 2021 Vidhan Sabha performance, the DMK and the ADMK. It was about a 5.75% vote share that actually separated the two. But if you look at the overall performance of the state of Tamil Nadu, it was a 5.72% vote share difference. Now, where was the spread? For the ADMK, the Congo belt did stand with it, the west part of it, but in South Tamil Nadu and also Central Tamil Nadu, they lost ground. If you look at the filters and if you look at the let's take the castes. You talked about the SC, STs, the Vanyars, the Counters, the Tevars. If you were to add all of these castes, how they have voted, let's try and understand that. We'll try and, 1 second, I'm just going to activate the filters and play this. Let's see, can I take the SC votes? Now, if you look at the SC votes, how did they vote? Let's try and see this. Right, now the scheduled caste votes, if you look at it, 46%, 46.7, about again a 6% differential. The overall differential, the SC votes, again 39 seats out of the, and that too greater than 30%. Seats, 55 out of the 234 seats, 39 of those seats went to the DMK, 16 went to the ADMK plus. Now, if I were to pick up the other filter of the counters, this time, how will the counters, and Edappadi Palaniswamy himself is a counter. So, these, okay, let's put it on the graphic if I can call out the regions there. The wall's not working properly, calling properly. Let's look at the numbers, the caste regions and also how these castes actually break up. Quickly, let's call it. We did this on New Matrix. We'll get those numbers and those graphics out here on the screen. Can you fire it? Yeah, there you go. It's coming. There you go. So the Vanyars in the northern districts, 13% share. That's the Tamil Nadu caste breakup. The next one, if you look at it, okay, if you can move to the next. The Counters are western districts with a breakup of 5%. The Mukhaltors are in the south. These are the Tevars. Okay, south and central districts, and this is 12%. So OBS was a tall Tevar leader who made an important cog in the ADMK, but he's moved out. But does he have that kind of influence within his caste? We've got to wait and watch. And in the southern districts, the Nadars have a 5% influence. Now, which are the most vulnerable or the swings? If you quickly look at it, based on the districts, or that's not the district, these are the caste groupings. Upper caste, OBCs, Dalits, Muslims and Christians, largely the vote share shifted towards the DMK. When this vote shifts, and this remains consistent, the 72%, in numbers in terms of the Dalit vote, the OBC votes, when they swing away from the DMK to the ADMK, then there is a difference, there is a overall collective. Now, if these vote shares have come together, the BJP pulling the upper caste votes and also votes within the ABC or OBCs, if they come together, viewers, that's when they may become a force multiplier. Jivyal Narasimha Rao, as we get the next one in terms of the influential caste, Jivyal Narasimha Rao, this is going to be critical. Will you be able to wield that influence in terms of the seats? If you look at it, in 2016 to 2021, we're putting those numbers again. The Vanyars and also the Tevars, they actually moved away from you.
Yeah, Anand, good morning to you. And the viewers. Also, good morning to Pramod Tiwari. I tell you, this is an election
where... Pramod Tiwari is from the Congress, Jivyal.
Sorry. So, I'll tell you, this is an election which has risen far above the caste. The traditional caste lines are certainly important, and they help you to build long-term electoral loyalties. But this is not an election which is being fought on caste lines. In fact, I was there for 2 weeks in Tamil Nadu, and I have not heard the cost analysis cost being even mentioned in this election. If there is only reference to cost, it is in the context of the new electoral player on the horizon, which is Vijay. Okay, you mentioned there are 55 constituencies which are reserved constituencies, which is likely to have a concentration of Dalit vote, because that's how they become reserved for certain groups. Vijay is certainly threatening the DMK's dominance in that particular region, because the choice of the two assembly constituencies by Vijay also clearly shows that he's banking upon the Dalit Christian vote to really help him win these assembly elections. So I think, except for this particular, the new Vijay factor, which creates a bit of let's say, difficulty for the DMK, the caste is not the real issue in this election. The real issues are crime against women, misgovernance, drug menace, much more than even corruption, because corruption is all pervasive in Tamil Nadu, but drug menace, then crime against women,
but
bad law and order have dominated the entire campaign in this election.
But GVL, in 2016, the same Dalit groups, the same SCs, they actually voted more, but that was just a 2% swing away from the DMK, and the ADMK at that time had 131 seats out of the 55. But if I were to look at 2021, there was a big shift. There was a 6.7% shift towards the DMK. So is there a story within the story in this region? Because those who are being grouped as scheduled castes, is there some other aspect which is not actually captured in the traditional lexicon of or electoral lexicon? Because if I look at the 2024 Lok Sabha elections and the projection, the DMK took all the 55 seats. Look at the vote share gap. It's about 7 to 8% now.
No, that's why possibly the biggest damage to the DMK is likely to be in this class of seats, because that is where the TVK will hurt the DMK the most. But certainly, the more votes that TVK gets in this election, we don't expect it to get anything beyond 5 to 7 or 8%. But the more it gets, the more damaging it will be for the DMK alliance. And if you have seen through the campaign, it is the DMK which has attacked Mr. Vijay. The BJP, we chose to ignore him because we don't see him as a major player. If anything, he's a spoiler for the DMK alliance.
True. But in this case, is there a story within the story? Are these scheduled castes shifting away from the Hindu faith? And is this entire, what the judge back in 2023, January, had mentioned, the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, the judge had said that there is a huge number of crypto-Christians or people who claim to be of a particular caste within the Hindu grouping, but they have actually changed their faith. Is that narrative visible on ground, GVL?
I think that may be a debate for another day, but certainly not only in Tamil Nadu. I think this conversion on a very large scale has happened in many states, including the state of Andhra Pradesh, maybe Telangana, and many other southern states. The recent Supreme Court judgment, let's say people converting to religions other than Hindu, Buddhist, and Sikh will automatically lose their SC status is certainly a very important and a very important judgment. So
well, even as we speak, GVL, I'm interrupting you because we got pictures coming through of Vijay going into vote, and look at the craze and the frenzy. Okay, a lot of it is driven by the media which wants to get the pictures, but there are a huge number of people also, fans, who want to take a picture of Vijay going in to go ahead and cast his ballot. So the Vijay factor, how critical will it be? Amitabh Tiwari, even among the Vanyars, even as we stay with these pictures, there's a little bit of a ruckus, the cops trying to shut down the gates and to also block. His vehicle actually came right up to the gate, and then he walked in because of the security issue. Now he's being mobbed wherever he's going, Amitabh Tiwari, and not just the SCs. Even the Vanyars last time had voted in 2024 in huge numbers. Out of the 69 seats where the Vanyars are greater than 30%, 63 in terms of the projections to the assembly in 2024 went to the DMK. So will he dent the 1 years or largely in the SC areas, Amitabh Tiwari?
Largely, if you see what is the social group of or coalition of voters which is supporting the TVK this time around, it is clearly the minorities, which is both Muslims and Christians. Then it is the scheduled caste, converted Christians, perhaps from this vote block. And then in terms of demographic, it is youth, which is 18 to 30 age group. Roughly 21% of the voting population falls in this zone, which is 18 to 30. And then a section of women voters as well, which is the fan base, you can say, of Vijay. Now, whether this frenzy or this crowds which he is getting in his rallies, whether these convert into votes or not on this D-Day, that is a big question. But the bigger question which everybody has in mind, and we even put it out in our earlier trackers, is who is it damaging more? I think that is clearly DMK, because the social coalition or the vote base is largely complementary or similar to DMK. If it does well in urban areas compared to rural areas, then the DMK could be in trouble, because the DMK had swept the KTCC region, 36 out of 37 seats.
But if you look at North Tamil Nadu, the 1 year has become very interesting. A 2% swing of the 1 year vote is a 23-seat differential. Now, if you were to look at this is 2021 Vidhan Sabha viewers. Now, if you look at the 2024, what happens? Look what happens. A 2% swing. Now, if there is another 1% moving away from the DMK, the differential is more than 60 seats. That's what happens. 63 of 69 seats were won by the DMK when their vote share went up by just 1.5%. Just watch this. This is 45.52 in 2024. Look at the score in 2021. In 2021, they had again 45.58. This ADMK support dropped by 1.5%, and the seat conversions became huge for the DMK. So that 1 year community, is that again going to be an issue even as we queue up the Tevers? GVL Narasimha Rao.
Yeah, Anand, you see, again, I would like to go back to my previous point. Do not look at this. You see, it's unlike even in states like UP and Bihar, the caste divisions and voting along purely caste lines have I think the propensity has reduced tremendously. I think the people have started. That's how you're seeing a massive, unpredictable results. For example, if Bihar were to vote purely on caste lines, could NDA have got the kind of mandate we got? If people were to vote cast on caste lines, would Maharashtra have delivered such a sweeping victory for the NDA? So increasingly, governance is becoming when Tabor versus Mukhalator. This, I think, divisions are not really. None of these individual castes can really swing the election in one way or other.
No, but the numbers don't lie. What I'm saying, see, 2016, the Tevers in the 29 seats in central Tamil Nadu, where they are strong, even in this entire in this region, central Tamil Nadu. Look at this: 44.79 and 19 of the 29 seats. It's an absolute exact flip that happens in 2021. 19 seats to the DMK and 44% votes to the for the DMK. The moment they do that, the ADMK slips down 10 seats. So again, in each of these caste groupings, if there is a 2 to 3% shift or the community decides to go one way or the other, the elections swing, GVL. That's why I'm asking you, is this not going to be a factor this time? Or are you saying that there are factors over and above this which will perhaps make caste swing one way or the other?
Yeah, no, it's not the caste swinging. I repeat, I think for the second or third time, the swings are going to be across all areas, all regions, and across all castes, because the issues in this election are the same. The crime against women is as much an issue in Chennai as it is in Coimbatore or Madurai or Salem. Trichy, doesn't matter which part of the state they are. The governance is the principal issue in this election. Caste has certainly gone to the background. If caste was an important issue, maybe in the last election, it certainly would be a very minimal issue this election. It is purely the governance, misgovernance, not even the candidates. Because typically in assembly elections, MLA candidates have a huge play, and depending on the candidates and local incumbency, people vote in favor or against MLA candidates. But in this election, I see the state level factors and governance being the principal issue, and everything else has receded to the background.
If that's the case, Amitabh Tiwari, if you look at the assembly projections of Lok Sabha 2024, there was a 7% vote share difference between the DMK and ADMK in rural Tamil Nadu. That is 90 of the 234 seats in rural Tamil Nadu. There was a 7% vote share differential. Look at the number of seats. 80 of the 90 seats were taken away by the DMK plus or the ND bloc. And this is spread right across Tamil Nadu. So what would have changed between 2024 and 2026 for this trend to change, where the voter decides and there is a 5 or 6% swing away from the DMK and its alliance?
No, see, essentially, if you see in 2024 Lok Sabha election, the NDA partners, which is AIADMK and the BJP-led alliance, were contesting separately. So if you just add the vote shares, you will see that almost on 13 to 15 Lok Sabha seats, the NDA alliance or the ADMK alliance candidates would have won if that alliance was in place. So that was a strategic blunder, I think, which both the parties realized, and that's why they have regrouped and formed this alliance. Because if there was a three-way fight, or rather a four-way fight with the entry of Vijay, then the DMK would have benefited immensely. So 2024 is perhaps not a benchmark, because it is one Lok Sabha election wherein the people are looking at largely the BJP versus Congress as an option at the national level. 2021 is the correct base, and yes, as you mentioned, even in the rural areas, even in 2021, if you see, the support base of the ADMK or the NDA had declined, and this is what led to a massive mandate for the DMK. This time there is a clear urban-rural divide in Tamil Nadu. If you go to Delta, there is clearly an agriculture crisis. Farmer associations have given a boycott call for the DMK, and because of the fact that the Tamil Nadu is still amongst the top 5 states in terms of farmer suicides. So there's a clear divide in this election this time: urban, rural, young, old, male, female. So all these dynamics is making this election much more complex and very interesting to analyze.
Urban plus rural Tamil Nadu is about 160 seats, and of which 90 seats are in rural Tamil Nadu. If you believe that there are other factors where people will rise above their caste considerations and they will go, the other aspect is gender. The woman vote, how important is that going to be? Given the early turnout, is that an indicator towards perhaps a historic turnout or a record mandate, or are just people doing it before it becomes swelteringly hot down in Tamil Nadu? GVL, you've gone there. It's burning, actually. It's quite hot.
Yeah, Anand, I think the point Mr. Amitabh Tiwari makes is very valid. This has not been actually discussed during this campaign. But the farmer distress, the farmer anger is a very major issue. And this will certainly work for the NDA, not so much for, obviously the anger is against the DMK. The agricultural crisis, the fall in prices of agricultural commodities, state has not really come to the rescue of the farmers. And the sweltering heat, I've traveled across Tamil Nadu last 2-3 weeks, and Chennai is better. I think you feel much cooler in Chennai, but Madurai and places like Coimbatore, they're literally, I think it's difficult to campaign. I don't know how our leaders are campaigning. They're trying to avoid as much as possible the 3-4 hours in between noon and 3 p.m. Otherwise, it's impossible to campaign weather. In fact, that's a consideration that Election Commission must keep in mind in future, because states like Tamil Nadu, Andhra, in April, May, these are very hot months, and maybe in future a consideration must be made to avoid polling in such months. Now, coming to the issues, you see, but this is something that will not dissuade voters, because people value their vote immensely. all over the country, but certainly more so in a state like Tamil Nadu, a very politically conscious state where political battle lines are very clearly drawn. And women vote has traditionally favored the AIDMK more, possibly largely an account of the Madam Jayalalitha factor.
Yes.
And in this election, crime against women has become the single most important issue. And therefore, I certainly expect women to vote against the DMK in this election. And that could power the ADMK alliances, the NDA's victory in Tamil Nadu.
True. Yes, let's ask the Bengalis also in the mix a little bit of their perception of Tamil Nadu before we talk Bengal. They've been patiently listening to what's happening south of the Vindhyas in a very, very critical state, and it's important at multiple levels. Even strategic level, national level discourse will be impacted. What happens in the opposition indie bloc based on the results in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, they will have a bearing. And of course, how the Trinamool Congress performs in Bengal. But Subir Bhaumik, Vijay factor, do you believe you're impressed with his campaign? Do you feel you can make a dent?
Well, there is a Vijay factor, in Tamil Nadu and possibly in Bengal. We'll see something similar in the shape of a left factor, because the left is trying to, recover some of its ground. Its mobilization has been quite heavy. And if you look at it, the two major players as they're perceived in Bengal, the Trinamool Congress and the BJP, both have appealed to the left in roundabout ways. The Shamik Bhattacharjee, the BJP president here, has said that don't waste your vote for us. He has appealed to the left voters. And on the other hand, not Trinamool Congress directly, but groups who are seen close to them, like Bangla Poko, they have actually gone to town and saying that BJP is an anti-Bengali party and, you should not vote for BJP, vote for Trinamool. But if you don't vote for Trinamool, at least vote for the left. So,
but we're not seeing this kind of craze, Subir Bhaumik, that we are seeing for Vijay. Look at the crowd. Look at the people who have come there. He had to muscle his way through, and two of his close associates had to actually push and shove and muscle and protect him from going out. And now again he's jammed there. Cops are trying to give him protection. Media is trying to take pictures. But look at the people. Look at the fandom. Look at the people who are running around trying to say, we'd like to take a picture with you. Now, this cannot be orchestrated. This kind of a fervor for a leader. Are we seeing that in Bengal? Saira Shah Halim.
I tell you what, Mamata Banerjee does have a cult-like status here. However, this time around, it's a very bipolar election. I agree, the past 3 terms, it was built on the cult of Mamata Banerjee, the M factor, the minority vote, and things like that. However, this time, it's about governance. It's about corruption charges. It's about the SIR, the voters that have been deleted, unfortunately, from the electoral roll. And also the welfare schemes, because largely women across West Bengal do support Mamata Banerjee. As my previous panelist was commenting on West Bengal, left will play a very big factor because it is trying to come out of its shadows. It did hold a sway till 2011. However, things changed and it became a bipolar contest for the last couple of years. However, this time it's a very closely watched election, and the other parties that were considered irrelevant a couple of years ago are fighting back not only for the sustenance and the survival, but also for dominance. So we will see the third factor, which is the left, gaining a lot of seats, and that would determine the final outcome of the 2026 West Bengal elections. Right. So it's going to be a very interesting election. We are already seeing large-scale deployment across West Bengal, and there's certain areas, wards, booths that are super sensitive. Right. And it actually reflects the charged environment in which the voting is going to take place. We have seen how there are controversies regarding voter rolls. There have been huge debates about migration, identity, and we've seen trains, people are already alleging that a lot of outsiders are coming into West Bengal in droves, in trains, and they're going to vote. There've been a new set of
So,
voters.
you
So
know,
we don't know who
you,
these
you,
new,
you said a very interesting thing. A lot of outsiders are coming in droves.
it has been
These outsiders who came from outside into Bengal and then went outside of Bengal in droves across all of Bharat who are coming back in? That's another question many people are asking. What was being facilitated over the last many years, even under the left rule, which is today hurting Bharat? Are these the people who are coming back because they believe SIR and their name should not be struck off the voter rolls, and then they will have to be part of it? So that's another conversation of who are these outsiders actually. But GVL, this kind of a frenzy, we'd seen this for DMDK, Captain Vijay Kant. We've seen this in the past for Rajnikant. We've seen this for Kamala Hassan. But they never got beyond 8 to 10% in terms of vote share. And some of them never even fought elections. They all backed out. Will Vijay get more than 15%? And that will be a huge achievement. And if he does that, it will hurt the NDA's cause also.
Anand, see, for a new player, it's always difficult to predict. But then going by how film stars have fared in the recent elections, I think the frenzy certainly is there. He's a very popular superstar, but we have not seen this translate always into votes. There is a lot of stardom, so people come out to see them, but the choice of his constituencies also clearly tells you that he also chose to, he also felt only safer in constituencies where he has a stronger caste appeal. So he himself is confirming that Perambur or Trichy East is where he can possibly swing votes, because a lot of Dalit Christian population which lives there, which is likely to turn in his favor. So rest of the population is not likely to. They will come out to see him, but may not vote for him. Young fans, a section of his young fans may still vote, but I suspect if women who also like him will not vote for him, because women tend to make very rational choices, unlike maybe young voters who might get swayed by the film stardom. So I don't expect him to cross the 10% barrier. But in case he crosses that threshold, then he will hurt the DMK much more. Even at 5%, the difference between the two alliances, the DMK, the TVK itself can bridge that gap. So any vote shift from DMK to ADMK will give us, or to the NDA will give us a much bigger victory than what we would have got had Vijay not been in contest.
Right. Now the other big superstar is out to cast his ballot. We were about to take a break, but we're going to hold that, because you've got to hold everything for when this man comes out to vote. That's the phenomenon that he is. And many wonder why he never took the political plunge. He almost did it via Rajni Makkal Mandram, but then backed off. And Rajnikant decided he would continue to entertain the masses as a superstar. But Rajnikant right now going there to cast his vote, and look at the crowd for him. 50 years in cinema, viewers. 50 years as a superstar. And he continues to enjoy that kind of fandom like nobody else does. And he's just been a normal person, never carried his whole on-screen persona off-screen, tried to be an absolutely normal person. Even now, look at this. He's just come as himself, without any makeup, hair, anything. No this reflection of his persona on screen. And perhaps that's what fans love about him. There he is. Will he speak to the media? We'll have to wait and watch. To the right of your screen, that is Rajnikant. To the left is Vijay. There were some comments that were made during the course of the election by the TVK against Mr. Rajnikant, and that really did not go down well at all. In fact, within 24 hours, they had to issue a correction, an apology, and retract, because it backfired for Vijay. Some missteps from the Vijay team that have happened in the last, through the course of this campaign, through the course of this build-up. Some adversities also that have come to the fore in terms of, or adverse reactions, adverse moments that have pegged their campaign back. But somehow, many believe that he is going to be a headache. The fact that the DMK has attacked him too, and the DMK has tried to stymie his campaign oftentimes, as alleged, is because they believe he is going to hurt their core vote bank. voter base. The NDA, meanwhile, has been guarded. The NDA has not taken him on directly, and they have allowed him to have a go at the DMK. And the DMK has often questioned this, that why is it that only Vijay is attacking only the DMK and nobody else. Meanwhile, to the right of your screen is Rajnikant. There is a lot of pushing, shoving, some amount of distance trying to be maintained to protect Rajni sir. But the media present, fans present, this is inside the voting booth, and look at all of them. Across generations, they've got their mobiles out to take a picture of him. That's the kind of fandom, stardom that Tamil Nadu or Tamil stars enjoy, because the fans really come out there and really adore their stars. Ajit has a similar fan following. So do some of the other stars. When they step out, they will all be coming out to cast their ballot. And also a big message to all the voters. If these superstars can come up and take the effort, make the effort to go out and vote, shouldn't every other person too exercise their franchise? So that's what perhaps the larger message is, whether they are contesting elections or not. That's the larger message. Manojit Mandal, good morning. Are you a Rajni fan, a Vijay fan? And does your fandom, will it translate into vote?
No, to be quite honest, I can't connect with Vijay. But yes, of course, who can't be Rajni's fan? I mean, we have seen him on the screen for the last 40 years in the Bollywood. I say he's been the mega star. But I think you are absolutely spot on. I mean, that kind of stardom, at least in today's world, in this century, is not really translating into vote. So I think Rajnikant, in that sense, his political journey ended quite prematurely. So was the journey of another big star like Kamal Haasan. So I do not think the people of Tamil Nadu will be making that kind of a choice, because ultimately they will go for the tried and tested formula, which obviously these two political parties or the political dispensations like DMK and AIDMK. Obviously, if you go for my take, the swing is definitely in favor of the DMK, especially, I mean, the kind of narrative they could garner because of the last parliamentary session, or regarding the issue of women reservation bill, saying that the Tamil Nadu especially would be completely ignored if this kind of bill is going to be passed. So I think that might have some connect with the people of Tamil Nadu. The southern states are really getting some of the other ignored by the central government. So I do not think really Tamil Nadu is going to go for any major changes. Yes, I'd love to see how BJP is doing out there, because BJP has not done any better in Tamil Nadu, except, as you know, except in the state of Karnataka for the last how many years? It's about 20-25 years since the Vajpayee's era, that the BJP could not really penetrate beyond Karnataka. So this will be quite interesting in terms of what the BJP is doing in Tamil Nadu. From that, I think people of Tamil Nadu, as you rightly pointed out, the caste is a very big factor, which is again the Dravid voters, I think, will again connect with the DMK, because DMK has that kind of the traditional vote bank since the time of the great Karunanidhi. So yeah, that's it. I think Tamil Nadu. If you look at the last major election of 2024, yeah, I think Tamil Nadu DMK, I think, is quite ahead of the other political parties. And still, to be quite honest, I think it's still trying to come out of the shadow of Lalita, the kind of colossal figure that she was. And to be quite frank, initially there was some security within the party that we really need the path. I think that they have come to some kind of settlement. But nonetheless, there could be also undercurrent within that political dispensation that, now myself realize well the fact that they are directly, aligned with Bharatiya Janata Party, which mind you, the Lalita has never done. This is separated from outside. That did not really.
Manojit, there's some distortion in your audio. We'll try and sort that out. You make an important point. And GVL, is this going to be important for the BJP, both the Bengal and Tamil Nadu? Many believe that the BJP will now be on the wane if it does not make a dent in Bengal. And its also relevance in Tamil Nadu perhaps will be questioned after making so much of effort if you are not able to bring in a high conversion ratio of at least 55 to 60% in the 25 seats that you're contesting? Because a lot of them are directly against the DMK.
Please take in live, G. Please take in live.
All right, these are pictures. We'll go across to GVL in a bit. These are pictures of the incumbent, Tamil Nadu's Tamil Nadu's chief minister, the DMK's leader, perhaps the biggest face in the political arena today. That is M.K. Stalin, who is, after casting his vote, he is coming out. Will he speak? We'll have to just wait. Edappadi Palaniswamy did urge the people to go out and vote in large numbers. M.K. Stalin, after casting ballot, he came out quite confident. Udayanidhi is also right behind him. Will there be a passing of the baton from Stalin to Udayanidhi if the DMK is able to once again hold fort and retain power? Buck this entire trend of anti-incumbency like J. Jayalalitha did in 2016. Will Stalin be able to do that and the DMK be able to do that this time around is a question many ask. There is a fair distance that is always maintained. The security quadrant very, very strong as Stalin steps out to vote. This will be a big test because the DMK's relevance, Udayanidhi Stalin's leadership and his own relevance, all of this will be questioned. Also within the family, there are others who have been the political masterminds working behind the scene, trying to orchestrate this or curate this entire campaign of the DMK. Udayanidhi is speaking.
Be a tough election or an easy election?
That we'll know on May 4th. I believe it's going to be a sweep for our alliance, our chief minister. Definitely will win.
Can NDA make inroads this time?
Definitely not. People of Tamil Nadu are very smart. They will take very good decision.
All the best, sir.
Thank you very much.
Conversation in with Udayanidhi Stalin. That's the CNN News 18 exclusive. We'll try and play that out in full in just a bit and also get Purnima to understand what is it was the mood. Because there is a quiet confidence, or is it perhaps a certain level of nervousness that came across? Udayanidhi Stalin largely soft-spoken when he speaks with the media, interacts with people, maintaining that same tenor, or is there a certain nervousness? What do they think about the Vijay factor? We'll get Purnima live and try and understand and also play out that entire conversation with Udayanidhi Stalin again, even as we are standing by for M.K. Stalin's reaction after he casts his franchise, his ballot.
Server 3, sir. Server 3, sir. Server 3.
In these elections. GVL Narasimha Rao with us. GVL, as much as a challenge for the DMK and the Trinamool Congress, the onus is also on the BJP to establish itself.
No, absolutely. I think we are contesting as part of an alliance in Tamil Nadu, and the victory for the NDA, because it's not the Tamil Nadu has always been a state which voted alliances into power. There are very rare occasions where single party can come to power, and this election will certainly see BJP establishing itself as a significant party. You see, and we fought as what is important also is the NDA fought as a united alliance this time. You've seen how DMK and Congress, they despite being a part of the alliance, they never came together. Stalin and Rahul Gandhi never even mentioned each other, never joined any rallies together. On the other hand, on NDA rallies, you've seen, despite this so-called narrative that Stalin tried to build of Chennai, Tamil Nadu versus Delhi, we had a very strong campaigning by both Prime Minister and EPS joining together on stage on multiple occasions. And in Bengal, this is certainly going to be a major push for the BJP, and we are coming to power. 15 years of TMC has such a vast amount of accumulated anti-incumbency. People are looking for breathing out the TMC in Bengal. So certainly it will be a very big victory for the BJP in Bengal, a very surprising victory, something I think will certainly give a road shock to the TMC and its leadership.
Right. Purnima is live with us. Purnima, what was Udayanidhi Stalin's mood, or what did you read from the DMK corner? He seemed very comfortable speaking with you, looked very relaxed. But was that quiet confidence or was that nervousness?
Well, it's a mix of both, because both the DMK and the AIADMK, while they say that they are confident, no one knows the kind of impact Vijay will have this time. Yes, he is the X factor, but political analysts say it may not help TVK win seats, but he will eat into one of the party's votes, and we'll have to wait and see whether his debut will impact the DMK or the AIADMK. So both the Dravidian parties are wary of Vijay, and only on the 4th of May there will be clarity in terms of whether the huge crowds that gather for Vijay, whether it will consolidate into votes, and which party will it impact the most. So all eyes on the 4th of May. But DMK is saying that they are confident, and they say that it's a bipolar contest as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, and the fight is between the DMK and the NDA.
You say about the Vijay factor. We missed that as you were playing that out. We'll play that out again. You asked about EPS and the NDA and he brushed them off. But did he answer the Vijay question?
Well, in fact, we'll try and ask him that question once he comes out. He was on his way to cast his vote. Of course, one of the questions asked was whether it is an unpredictable election, whether it's going to be a tough election. He says only the people have to decide that, and we'll know the answer on the 4th of May. So that's the response to the question on whether it's a tight election this time or is it a predictable election. But on Vijay, we'll have to wait for him to cast his vote and come out, and we'll try and get that reaction from him once again.
What did MK Stalin have to say? There were people who were asking him questions. He walked out with the family. The family has actually gone in together to cast their franchise. What was Mr. Stalin's demeanor?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. After casting his vote, MK Stalin will come and address the media. We'll have to wait and see whether he will take questions. So far, the DMK has not directly responded on Vijay. In fact, they continue to maintain their narrative that this election is a fight between the NDA and Tamil Nadu. So that's the stance that they continue to reiterate and rule out the Vijay factor, or mention his name, saying that the real contest this time is between the NDA and Tamil Nadu. That's been the response so far by all the leaders of the DMK, and they say that Vijay is only a star and people don't look at him as a serious politician. Therefore, they have nothing more to add on the Vijay factor. The AIADMK and NDA, in fact, we just spoke to Tamilisai Soundararajan a short while ago. As you can see on the screen, Tamilisai Soundararajan there, in fact, visiting the poll booth where MK Stalin, in fact, is casting his vote. So we'll have to wait and see. But Tamilisai Soundararajan there saying that yes, there is a Vijay factor, but that will not impact the NDA. It will only impact the DMK. That's the statement coming in from Tamilisai. Interesting visuals here. Tamilisai Soundararajan visiting the booth here, while Chief Minister and his family they are here to cast their votes. You can see the visuals on the screen.
Right. I'm just going to ask who all were there along with Stalin. There you go. MK Stalin, the incumbent chief minister, there just has filled his form, signed there, and now he's going to go towards the ballot box to the right of your screen. That's the big moment. We should also have Edappadi Palaniswamy casting his ballot. It's a three-way fight. Not just Vijay, but EPS and the ADMK are also an important factor in this election. And Stalin, as he walks up to the ballot box to cast his franchise. Let's go full frame to that, if we can go full frame to that picture. Stalin casting his ballot. There you go. The chief minister. There is a lot at stake for the DMK, for Stalin. The passing of the baton, the transfer of power. Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin. Will that happen if the DMK holds fort? Also, the DMK Congress combine along with the DMDK, if they are able to buck the trend of anti-incumbency and the pressures of anti-incumbency and then hold on to power, then will they also become stronger within the Indie bloc, in the alliance? Will then, that will also, one will have to see. Many have said that Stalin should actually take on a greater role nationally, but he has always said that he is happy in Tamil Nadu and he'll do what is required at the right time. Purnima, that is also an important factor. Both in Bengal and in Tamil Nadu, we see the passing of the baton. within the entire ranks of the dynasty or within the family. Udayanidhi Stalin has been the Deputy Chief Minister, patiently waiting in the ranks. Will we see his rise to the Chief Minister's place if the DMK wins handsomely? What happens with the DMK nationally? These are all questions which are important. And 3 years from now will be another test of the Lok Sabha. Okay, we connect with Purnima in a bit. GVL Narasimha.
2026 election
yeah, we hear you now. Go ahead, please. There's a bit of a delay. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes, Purnima, go ahead.
Well, it's an interesting election because the criticism that DMK and the Congress face is that Rahul Gandhi and Stalin did not campaign together. Not all is well between the DMK and Congress, which is why there was no common rally addressed by the DMK and Congress. And that's a criticism that the ADMK and the BJP have reiterated during the narrative, said that the India bloc is not together. And that is evident from the DMK Congress not campaigning together, the leaders not campaigning together. That's a criticism that they face. Whether all eyes on whether the DMK Congress alliance will be able to win, whether that relationship will continue to stay strong till 2029 remains to be seen. All eyes on the 4th of May to know what really happens and the kind of developments that will take place following the results.
You had that conversation with Udayanidhi Stalin. We've got that queued again. Let's play that out and then we go across to our guests.
Your message to the voters.
Please come and vote. This is your right.
Is this going to be a tough election or an easy election?
That we'll know on May 4th. I believe it's going to be a sweep for our alliance, our Chief Minister. Definitely will win.
Can NDA make inroads this time?
Definitely not. People of Tamil Nadu are very smart. They will take a very good decision.
All the best, sir.
Thank you very much.
Short, sharp questions there. The fourth one we would have liked to squeeze. We are journalists. We always want a little more viewers. The question about Vijay. But the person at the center casting his ballot, he also holds the key. Whether or not he can organize the cadre, the ADMK, and perhaps do the work on ground. It's a test of his leadership too. A lot is at stake for EPS, Edappadi Palaniswamy, because it was at his insistence that the BJP have actually sidelined Annamalai, who was trying to gain a lot of traction for the BJP on ground in the 2024 elections. Udayanidhi Stalin now casting his ballot, smiled for the cameras, looking happy, relaxed. He was there at our town hall and he was very confident that the DMK will be able to hold on to its voter base despite the Vijay's onslaught and the attacks at the DMK. They were pushing the Tamil Nadu growth story. Even as there are reports of farmer distress and discontent on ground, there will always be problems in a state. But the mood of the voter, mood of the Janta, is it in favor of whatever is there, let it be, or do they want the winds of change to blow? It's in the mind of the voter. And the Tamil voter historically has had a shift of power every 5 years. That trend was bucked by SLV J. Jayalalitha in 2016. Will that trend be again bucked by the DMK, which returned a huge and a phenomenal return or a performance at the Lok Sabha 2024? Will they be able to hold on to those gains in 2026, or will there be a reversal? That's the big question. It's all upon you, the voter of Tamil Nadu. Stalin, to the left of your screens, viewers, that's Purnima's frame. Our VJ getting those pictures as MK Stalin and family are stepping out of the polling booth. They're coming out. They will walk towards. Whether Thiru Stalin will actually speak to the media, we'll have to wait and watch. The still photographers allowed proximity. They've taken those pictures and they're running towards the camera where our camera is positioned to the left of your screen. There you go. MK Stalin speaking.
நான் எப்படி ஜனநாயக கடமை ஆற்றியிருக்கணும் அதே மாதிரி தமிழ்நாட்டு வாக்காளர்கள் தன்னுடைய ஜனநாயக கடமையை முறையாக
Just like I have come out and exercised my franchise, I would like all of the people of Tamil Nadu to come out and vote, cast what is their right, their ballot.
நல்ல கருத்துன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு. நல்ல கருத்து தான். ஒரே வேலை சொல்றேன், தமிழ்நாடு வெல்லும்.
Say only one thing, Tamil Nadu will win. That's what he's saying. I have only one thing to say, Tamil Nadu will win. That's what he has said, MK Stalin there. Whether or not he offers a comment to Purnima or Udaynidhi speaks a little more to Purnima, we'll have to wait and watch. But the entire family turning out together, coming together to cast their franchise, to cast their ballot. Durga Stalin is also present there. The entire Stalin family is there, right at the center of your screens. We'll see if he speaks again or says anything more. So Vijay casts his vote, Edapadi Palaniswamy casts his vote, Stalin and family cast their vote. Everybody is turning around and telling the people of Tamil Nadu, come out and vote. Let it be a decisive, a mandate that is decided by a record turnout of voters. Purnima is with us. Yes, Purnima.
Well, in fact, we'll try and get a reaction. We'll also try and get a reaction from the Chief Minister. Sir, unga message enna sir? Sir, unga message enna sir viewers? Sir, unga message enna sir? Voters unga message enna sir?
ஜனநாயக கடமை மக்கள் ஆற்ற வேண்டும், வாக்காளர் ஆற்ற வேண்டும். தமிழ்நாடு வெல்லும்.
இந்த முறை வின் பண்ற கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ் இருக்கா சார்? So that's the kind of a statement that in fact we are getting.
I want your frame, your VJ. We will have to ask him to try and bring that frame back down if he can hear you. Yes, Purnima, go ahead. You asked him something. What did he say? What was his response to your question?
Well, he said people should come and democratically vote. So that's the kind of statement that, in fact, we have got from DMK President MK Stalin. That's a very short one, and we'll have to just try and ask him once again.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we are with you. We are with you. Go ahead, Purnima. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, we'll try and connect once again. Okay.
Right, so MK Stalin exiting after a quick chat with Purnima, where he said we'd like people of Tamil Nadu to come out and vote and we want Tamil Nadu to win. That's what he has said. We stay with these pictures as Stalin makes his exit and enters his vehicle. The Chief Minister's cavalcade will be on. Udaynidhi, Stalin should also be following closely. Yeah, go ahead, Purnima, go ahead.
Saravanan sir? Well, the second, we tried asking a second question, but he didn't respond. We'll try and ask him again if possible. Otherwise, we'll also ask Udaynidhi on the Vijay factor, because he's also coming out. We'll have to wait and see how much of an impact. The DMK will have. We'll have to wait and see. We'll try and ask him. We'll.
Right, there he is. That's Udaynidhi getting into the car right behind MK Stalin. Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yes,
sorry,
Purnima.
Anand, we were not able to get closer to them. We did have a short conversation with Udaynidhi before he came to cast his vote, and we also tried getting a short response from MK Stalin. He wasn't able to take questions. Before asking him the second question, he just said enough. So we tried, but just a very short answer that we managed to get from DMK President MK Stalin here.
What did he say? What was his message after he came out to vote? He said towards the end, he said Tamil Nadu will win. What was the intent of that message?
Well, that's the narrative that the DMK says, that this fight or 2026 election is between the NDA and Tamil Nadu, and that Tamil Nadu will win. So that's the narrative that MK Stalin tried saying once again, that this time the fight is between Tamil Nadu and NDA, and that Tamil Nadu will win, and the BJP and NDA cannot make inroads in the state. So that's the pitch that MK Stalin had made while addressing the press here a short while ago, and a very short, quick answer that we managed to get is asking people to come out and cast their vote.
Right, Purnima, great job done. GVL Narasimha Rao, I'm just going to check if he's there. Sumansi Raman is also with us this morning. Abhijit Iyer Mitra with us this morning. Good morning, gentlemen. NDA versus Tamil Nadu, and Tamil Nadu will win. Sumant Raman? Is there a softer message here where NDA has been replaced for India versus Tamil Nadu or Bharat versus Tamil Nadu, and it's made it NDA versus Tamil Nadu, or has it made it that DMK is the only true representative of the state of Tamil Nadu? How would you interpret this?
I think a government that has gone to the people after 5 years in power would have spoken about their programs, what they have done for the people. But finally, it has boiled down to Delhi versus Tamil Nadu. In fact, during the campaign, it was Delhi versus Tamil Nadu. So do you want to be, do you want all decisions to be taken in Chennai, or do you want them to be taken in Delhi for your own welfare or benefit? So that is the kind of narrative that they have, finally been reduced to. So I think they're feeling a little bit of a pressure, of the Vijay factor, of the anti-incumbency on the ground. So I think this is going to be a very, very interesting and a very difficult election to predict, Anand. But clearly, the DMK, at least in the last couple of weeks, has started to feel the heat. Until about a month and a half ago, this was thought of to be a done deal. It was only the margin which was sort of being questioned. But I think what has happened, what we've seen on the ground in the last month, particularly last 2 to 3 weeks, has shown that this election is far from over. And, this may be a very, very difficult battle for the incumbent.
Yeah, difficult battle for the incumbent, but because it's a three-way fight now, will that also make it for the difficult for the challenger or the ADMK? That's another question.
It does make it difficult for the challenger, but the point is, whose vote is Vijay taking, which is $1 million question. How much of vote is he going to take? Whose vote is he going to take? So, in a sense, the TVK decides who is actually going to win this election. Ironically, they're not going to win it, but they're going to decide who's going to win it.
Whose votes they're going to steal or attack, or they're going to cannibalize. That's one big question, and he's largely kept his attack at the DMK. That's what he's done. And there's voter base. There is a lot of overlapping, if you were to do the Venn diagram, with the DMK's core voter base or support base that actually powered them to that kind of a victory. If you were to represent it on assembly constituencies in Lok Sabha 2024, it was far greater than 2021, and it surprised many. Chetan Bhagat is also with us this morning. Abhijit Iyer Mitra with us. Chetan Bhagat, Tamil Nadu, Chennai should bring you some fond memories.
Well, yes, I'm married into the state. This election, like the gentleman just said, normally state elections are about local issues. I'm sure most of the issues here will be local. But in this phase, what will be interesting to see, we can always track the constituencies and data later, that all this stuff on delimitation, these parliament sessions, these prime minister's address to the nation, these were like kind of high visibility kind of events. And whether it's true or not, the perception has been formed that delimitation means more representation of the north, less of the south. It has been clarified by the government that that is not the case, but that is the perception right now. So I think we'll have to see whether that plays a role also. It's the nationalization of a state election. Maybe that will happen this time with this phase, if that's going on. So I don't know if that perception has been created successfully in Tamil Nadu, that listen, you have to make sure, you vote for your own regional party. So we'll see. At the same time, it's like someone said in the narrative earlier commentary that normally there's a switch. It's AIDMK's turn. Musical chairs. But at the same time, is DMK seen as the more Tamil party and AIDMK is seen as more aligned with BJP? That is I think the main issue right now.
But there is also the counter to this is that a lot of people will feel, okay, Udayanidhi Stalin has spoken. No, doesn't look like he has spoken. The only person he's spoken with this morning is with Purnima, and that too when he was walking in to cast his vote. The DMK looks confident, but they have been worried. They have attacked Vijay. They've tried to ensure that stymie his popularity, his wave, and it started with the first rally itself, Abhijit Iyer Mitra. But there is another way of looking at it. There are also those who believe that till the time the state and the center are not aligned, things will not happen for us. There is agrarian distress that we are given to understand in Tamil Nadu, which is seeped right across the length and breadth of Tamil Nadu, and 90 seats get influenced because of that. And a lot of water has flown under the bridge between Lok Sabha 2024 and Assembly 2026.
Look, I think what Sumant Raman said was absolutely correct. They're trying to nationalize the election precisely because they don't have a very good report card to show back home. So I went and voted. My constituency is Malapur, and I went and voted. Morning. Thank you. And see, there are several things that give the DMK a bit of confidence. The first thing is, remember, the DMK is an ideological party. The ADMK is the personality-based party, and when you prop up a personality like Vijay, I suspect, I couldn't be sure, but I suspect he will take away more ADMK votes, or he will at least take away enough ADMK votes to cause damage to ADMK as well. That is to say, the BJP-ADMK alliance, number one. Number two, it's very curious because Vijay had said in his speech that, everybody needs to wear those beige trousers and white shirts and come out and vote early. And his vote bank is considered to be the youth. This morning at the polling booth, I rocked up there at 7:30 and I was out by about 8:30. There were no young people. The average voting age, not average, the minimum voting age of all the voters I saw, it was quite heavy voting, was around 40 plus. Where are the young people? Where are they dressing in? You don't have to dress in beige, but it's meant to be young people. Didn't see that. The third important thing out here was, I don't know how much the rift between the DMK and the Congress is going to work against them. Because this is something the Congress did not get the seats it wanted. It's been given 27 seats, out of which only 3 or 4 are the seats they asked for. They did not get the rest of the seats. The DMK, for their part, is very upset with them because a certain member of the party arranged for Rahul to speak to Vijay and organize some kind of tie-up between them. That has also played out. The issue we need to remember is this is now a 4-way contest. 2 big groups, the DMK and the ADMK. But there are 2 new groups. Vijay, we don't know whose vote he's going to take out, but there is also Seeman. Nobody's talking about Seeman because Seeman has actually, he's fine-tuned his campaign. He used to be very, pro-LTT. A lot of it used to be a separatist language. But he's actually become the most pro-Brahmin kind of a party. This time he's fielded about 6 Brahmin candidates and things like that. So there's clearly something happening out there. Is he trying to pull off what Mayawati did, Brahmin Dalit Alliance kind of thing? Impossible to say. We don't know how it's going to affect the vote. I would just be very careful about anybody's calculus of vote cutters.
You are saying that Seeman's Nam Tamil Kachi could have an impact. Sumant Raman, have you cast your ballot already?
Not yet. I will be going shortly after the show. But I think, Anand, see, the importance of NTK is going to be squeezed out this time. That is the general consensus. The reason is his vote bank overlaps hugely with Vijay's vote bank. Largely, youth, and dare I say, somewhat ignorant, misguided youth, though I'm sure Mr. Seeman will not agree with that. Generally, once they reach a particular age of around 30, they will migrate away from the party because they will sort of wake up at that stage. But that vote largely is being cannibalized by Vijay. So the general consensus seems to be that Seeman's 8.2% that he got last time may drop to around 4% or so this time, with about 3.5-4% shifting to Vijay. The important part is we need to realize there are 4 different sources of votes for Vijay. One is, of course, NTK. The second is those who never voted in 21, those who were below the age of 18 in 2021. Now, there are about 14 lakh voters in that age group of 18 to 19. And there are another about 12 to 14 lakhs in the age group of 2021. These are people who've never voted. So that 29 lakh votes is not really going to take away from the votes of the AIADMK or the DMK, because these people have never voted before. Now we come to the vote between 22 and 30. which is where the core vote of Vijay is expected to be. That is about 1.07 crore of voters. If you remove this 15-20 lakh, it will be around 80-85 lakh. So how much of this vote is likely to go to Vijay? These are the people who actually voted ADMK or DMK or NTK in the previous election. So effectively, I can't see Vijay get a huge chunk of this vote.
You know what? That was not the time for social media, but when DMDK, Captain Vijaykanth, came to the fore in 2006, I remember there were 8-kilometer long, rallies, and people came to the came to the streets like never before, and everybody thought that he's going to bring out a huge wave, but eventually it settled at about 8% vote share. So is that going to continue on 20 years later with someone like Vijay? That's another factor. Just one
quick point. Quick point. I think we have to make a very clear distinction of Vijay's vote, urban vote versus rural vote. Rural vote, he is not going to get a great deal. So that is what gives the AIADMK and the NDA a little bit of hope.
Okay, let's try. I'm going to check if I can get up and quickly walk up to the wall. And Chetan Bhagat, just bringing the urban voter and rural voter. See, in urban Tamil Nadu, and I'm just walking across, in urban Tamil Nadu, there is just this reminder, viewers, go ahead and vote. Just about 8.5 hours left before voting closes. But if you look at urban Tamil Nadu, and this is 2021, there is a 10% vote share difference between the DMK and the ADMK. And so there you go. So there is a 10% vote share difference between the DMK and the ADMK. So out of 69 seats, the DMK walked away with 51 of these seats. But if I were to look at the 2024 Lok Sabha in the urban vote, what happens is the DMK and the ADMK, there is again a 12% shift. And the DMK plus walked away with 65 of these votes. Others actually went 14-15%. This is the BJP vote, 15%. So this will now come back. This will come back to the ADMK because the ADMK and the BJP have now combined. This then becomes 49%, 2% more than the DMK. Will that mean that the urban vote will now swing to the ADMK? Because there is anti-incumbency on ground, and we'll come to the rural numbers in a bit. Would you want to look at it like that, or would you want to look at it from the mood on ground and how perhaps gender votes, the women vote, because that's another trend we are seeing on ground? Chetan?
Yeah, I think it's that old classic line that is maths more important or chemistry. I mean, the mathematics is, is correct. I mean, the mathematics may be correct. And if you look at the mathematics, then Narendra Modi does not get more than 50% vote in this country, but he's very much firmly in power for the 3 terms. So, also the way the math finally works out, I don't think it's like Annamalai tried really hard. You cannot deny that he tried really, really hard. And they reached a certain vote share. I think it was a very impressive vote share. It was not enough to win. It was not enough to even be a big part of the opposition. But I don't know whether those gains would be squandered now, because Annamalai was a brand in himself. And BJP has this style of, I think the preferred style is that there is no face. Apart from a few places in UP and all, they do not like faces which are very prominent local stars, stuff like that. So I think, and there is Vijay now. So I don't think the numbers add up. I think maybe that BJP vote, actually is that BJP vote which is up for grabs, because BJP's strategy is now, let's nationalize this election. It's no longer about let's build the BJP's face, brand in Tamil Nadu. Maybe it doesn't come across like that this time. I don't know if others agree or not. They don't seem to be organically growing the party there. They're let's come up with an alliance, art of the deal, stuff like that. I think that will have an impact. It will not add up. I don't think so.
But here is the other thought. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to ask our panelists to just stay on with us, guests to stay on with us. We'll also shift focus to Bengal and get you the latest from there. But just about 8.5 hours left. Voters in Bengal and in Tamil Nadu, please go out and vote. Ensure that you cast your ballot, make your voice heard, and exercise your franchise, because that's also your duty. Not just your right, it's also your duty. Stay with us. We'll see you after the break.
Tensions are rising again in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, or the IRGC, says that it has seized 2 vessels so far, including one bound for India, accusing them of jeopardizing maritime security. Now, the IRGC identified the ships as the MSC Francesca and Epaminondas are now claiming that they were operating without any proper authorization and had also tampered with navigation systems. Both vessels were reportedly escorted into Iranian territorial waters.
The move comes just days after a ceasefire extension was announced by President Trump, raising fresh concerns about stability in one of the world's most critical shipping lanes. The IRGC has issued what it calls a red line warning, signaling that maritime tensions remain far from resolved.
And now we are shifting our focus once again. Will the dialogue between Iran and United States remain very uncertain? Iran accuses the United States of inconsistency and bad faith in ongoing negotiations. President Masoud Pezeshkian posted on X saying that Tehran welcomes dialogue but sees threats and blockades as obstacles to genuine talks. Now, there is no official position which has been taken by Iran. Parliamentary Speaker Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf added that a ceasefire is meaningless under continued maritime blockades.
Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump said that good news regarding a second round of peace talks with Iran may come as soon as Friday. As per the American media, peace talks could resume within the next 36 to 72 hours.
Though the war is in West Asia, because, attack on Iran by Israel and the United States, and a counter-attack by Iran on the GCC states. So the war is in West Asia, but its consequences are worldwide. So it is not a world war, but it's a war with worldwide consequences. And as the defense minister said, also for India. But also look at Europe. They are going to run short of jet fuel. In a couple of weeks, they will have to cancel or reduce the number of flights.
There could be another round of talks, or a big war could break out. The problem for the big war breaking out is that the Gulf countries are very, very much afraid of that, because Iran will reciprocate, and if not many, but at least some facilities of the Emiratis, the Qataris, the Kuwait, Saudis would be and could be damaged. And that will be very hurtful for those countries in the longer run. In any case, they've suffered a lot right now and in the future also. So I think there is immense pressure from the Saudis and the Gulf countries also to bring this conflict to an end. But the outcome, whatsoever it would be that Iran will emerge stronger from this entire saga.
Tensions are rising again in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, or the IRGC, says that it has seized 2 vessels so far, including one bound for India, accusing them of jeopardizing maritime security. Now, the IRGC identified the ships as the MSC Francesca and Epaminondas are now claiming that they were operating without any proper authorization and had also tampered with navigation systems.
Back live here on our continuing coverage as Tamil Nadu goes to vote in all of the 234 seats, viewers, and Bengal in the first phase goes to the ballot in 152 seats. The BJP is defending 55 of its 77 seats in this phase, the 77 seats that it won back in 2021. There is, many allege, a shift in momentum. The voter is quiet. A silent voter is a far deadlier voter than a very vocal one. That's what many people believe. Pundits are not able to analyze which way is the wind blowing, in favor of the incumbent or in favor of the challenger. Both in Bengal and Tamil Nadu, there remains this suspense. But what's important is that there is a steady voter turnout, and that's been seen across Bengal and in Tamil Nadu, and voting largely has been peaceful. And let's hope that it's peaceful and more voters than ever before are able to step out and exercise their franchise and to do so. Big news coming in from Bengal. Shuvendu Adhikari has spoken with Pallavi Ghosh, and this is soon after casting his vote in Nandigram. Listen in.
2021 এ আপনি জায়ান্ট কিলার ছিলেন, you defeated Mamata Banerjee. Are you missing her in Nandigram this time around? You think she should have contested from here, or she got scared?
I accepted it, but she not come here. She is fighting in Bhavanipur. For that reason, I will go there.
You'll go there. Nana, tell me one thing.
29th, I will see Mamata Banerjee.
You're confident
on the battlefield of Bhavanipur.
So you think Nandigram will be repeated in Bhavanipur? You'll be able to defeat her?
I should.
Suppose the BJP wins, will you be the chief minister?
No, I am not passing any comment regarding this issue. BJP not declared any person as a chief minister before election. We are campaigning under the leadership of the Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi is the guarantor.
Why do you think the BJP?
We are working for change.
SIR, people are talking, you Bohiragoto, you people will march khawa bondo hoye jabe. What do you want to say to the voters?
Because after long 15 years regime Mamata Banerjee, she did not implement her one single assurance given by her party manifesto.
Pallavi Ghosh is with us. Pallavi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Anand.
So you are still with CNN News 18?
Yes, Anand, go ahead. Yes, Anand, I'm right over here in Nandigram, and I'm at one of the booths. And Nandigram, just very quickly to mention the genesis of it, why Nandigram will always be important for Trinamool Congress, because her march to Singur and Nandigram under the guise of fighting for the farmers, because she had accused the left government of taking away the land of the farmers, and that is when the Tata factory had shut down. Since then, it's come a long, long way. And I've been talking about this since morning. Remember how Rahul Gandhi was defeated in his bastion of Amethi? She was defeated in this bastion in 2021 by none other, who was once upon a time her closest aide, Shuvendu Adhikari. And Shuvendu Adhikari has now emerged as a giant killer, but also one of the main strategists. And he's not shied away from taking her on. I think he wanted another fight with her in Nandigram, but she's not come here. But he's definitely taken her on in Bhavanipur. And as he told me, that Bhavanipur may be there'll be Khala Hobe, and she is going to be defeated there. So that is certainly going to become one of the biggest claimants should the BJP come to power over here. As expected, large number of women, just one or two voices. I'll not take too much time.
No, you can take your time.
Didi ke miss karen ekhane Didi ke lora uchit chilo. I'm asking her whether Didi should have contested, but wo ladya hi nahi yahan pe. तो लड़ना चाहिए था। हाँ हाँ लड़ाई करे दीदी के मिस करे। तो दीदी के मिस करे की लाभ तो लड़ चाहिए ना तो एखान। हाँ दीदी मुनी ऐसे नहीं किन्तु टाका बाटा दे शुरू करना। तो आपने ना की चान टाका नून ना है। हमारे दीदी मुनी के चाहिए। अरे आमी जानते चाहिए ना के काके चान। आमी खाली इधर जानते चाहिए जे आपने जब वोट देते जान आपने की चाहिए उन्नयन चाकरी
না গোলা দরকার নেই
দরকার নেই আপনার কি দরকার আপনি বলুন আপনার কি দরকার
আপনার দরকার আমাদের বাচ্চা কাচ্চা ভবিষ্যতে তাদের ভবিষ্যৎ যেন ভালো কাটে আর ভবিষ্যতে মানুষ আমাদের রাজ্য থেকে মানুষ যেন অন্য রাজ্যে না কাজ করতে যায় আমাদের রাজ্যেই যেন কাজ পায়
This is a very important point Anand, and that has been the crux of the BJP's campaign. What she's saying is that I want my children to be here. They are not forced to leave the state and go to another state in search of a job. So we want chakri. Chakri is the big thing. Job is a big factor over here. Chakri,
okay.
Safety.
Bangla bolo.
Safety. Okay. So jobs, safety. That is going to be a big, kind of benchmark as far as.
I'm going to ask you to move away from the voters a bit as they're going to cast their franchise. There is a sentiment that Didi should have continued to contest from Nandigram. There is a sentiment where they believe that we still believe Didi is best for Bengal, and then there is a sentiment which is a real pain, where they say that we want to be in Bengal. We want to continue to ply our wares and want our the next generation not to move out of Bengal but to remain in Bengal. But I was a little worried this morning, Pallavi, I have to ask you this, that last evening, Trinamool Congress, there was a candidate who switched over to the BJP. And this morning, we saw your conversation with Shuvendu Adhikari being reported in some other platforms who are very actively tracking CNN News 18. So I was worried that had you also made the poll switch. So I had to, I had to ask you that.
No, die-hard loyalist over here, Anand.
Okay, so that aside, in Nandigram also, is he not worried, Shuvendu Adhikari, that his right-hand man who enabled that victory against Mamata Bandyopadhyay last time around is the one who's contesting? He switched ranks.
I mean, I think that's the strategy he tried to develop, that to do to Shuvendu Adhikari what was done. But see, Shuvendu Adhikari and the Patra style of working are very, very different, which is why Shuvendu Adhikari is also not giving up. He's been parked here for the last 2 to 3 days, and why he understands that this is a possibility which cannot be ruled out. But, you know, he told me very confidently that I'm not going anywhere. This is going to be a cakewalk for me. Now, suppose for argument's sake, she manages to do it. Shuvendu Adhikari loses from over here. She would feel vindicated. But the question still remains is that why are you doing, say, a KL Sharma was done on Rahul Gandhi? He was sent off to fight against Smriti Irani Amethi, and Rahul Gandhi did not. Similarly, when she calls herself the Tigress, why did she herself not take the bait and contest from here? Nandigram, there was always a speculation that if not her, Abhishek Banerjee could have been fielded from here. That's certainly going to be one. Mixed voices over here. But for now, Nandigram seems to be swaying. I'm not going to hazard a guess because we should not be speculating. But it seems to be very much comfortable in the thoughts of Shuvendu Adhikari.
All right, shifting focus from Bengal to Tamil Nadu, Annamalai. He still has the kind of following and people wanting to speak with him wherever he goes. This time, not a candidate, but a star campaigner standing in queue there. Can we go full frame on those pictures? Standing in queue with the rest of the voters. People saying you can come and come ahead, but he's standing there behind them, shaking hands with everyone, with the various candidates, standing there, going to cast his vote. Many believe that he's the one who pushed up the fortunes of the BJP. Chetan Bhagat?
So I mean, getting to a double-digit vote share in Tamil Nadu is no joke for a party where all the major leaders are like, they don't speak the language. They're far away. And I think he did a good job, but maybe not fast enough. And I don't know what else happened, but some people say he's been sidelined. Some people say he's not been sidelined. I think he's done an impressive job, to be honest. But I think the BJP has to decide, are they going to be a player like on their own? Like in Maharashtra, I think they decided that Shiv Sena is no longer, like, we want to be our own entity here. But of course, Tamil Nadu is a very different story. But just I want to make a comment on the previous Bengal thing also. She said that there is a big hunt for jobs and people should not leave the state. But Anand, tab to bahut acha ho gaya. If you are a unemployed youth, you get 3,000 rupees per month. But you live and then you get a couple that's 6,000 rupees a month, unemployed couple, right? Then get pregnant every year, you get 21,000 more.
Well,
so you can. You can. I mean, the solution is not a great life. You can 6,000 rupees plus some pregnancy. That's another 2,000. 8,000-9,000 rupees you live in your ancestral village in your home.
Yeah.
You can buy your data. You can buy some.
No, but then that is the classic model which continues to keep you in penury and continues to keep you dependent while never guaranteeing you any growth. So that was the situation in East Berlin. That was the situation in hardcore communist areas. And that kind of a model is never going to be a progressive one. That's what many would say.
But in every major state election, that has played a role, right? We can keep discussing issues and faces and personalities and Annamalai and Uddhav Thackeray and all these, Shinde Sena. But at the end of the day, that is a hammer. That is a political hammer. Because that lady said she doesn't want her son to leave or whatever. You're giving 6,000 rupees per couple. pregnancy
No, but
another
this
2,000,
see,
2,500, 9,000
we
rupees.
will talk about this at length, Chetan, because there's so many things happening. We'll open it up to the other panelists also. But the argument is that a state has to have a revenue model to be able to fund this. States that just go ahead and promise it without having a revenue model to be able to fund this is a problem. The other thing is you have to give this dole for them to start up, but after that give them opportunity to continue onward. Empowering women who have largely been made dependents in across families, across huge numbers, and empowering or making the youth lazy. There are two different points of view on this. So we'll open this up. I'm just going to go to Harish, who's in Coimbatore at the same polling station or in that same area where Annamalai cast his vote. Did he speak with the media? Did he say anything, or has he come out yet, Harish?
Anand, in fact, he's standing in the queue at PSG College here in Coimbatore. That's where he has his vote this time around. He'll cast his vote in a short while from now and come out to speak to the media. But let's put out why this is important for the BJP and the AIDMK. Two crucial seats that they're contesting here. The Coimbatore North seat where Vanati Srinivasan is contesting, sitting MLA from Coimbatore South. You also have Union Minister L. Murugan contesting from Avinashi. Both these seats, the BJP hoping that they can win if they really want to cross the double-digit figure here in Tamil Nadu. Not just that, in the last few days, we've seen the BJP and even the AIDMK, including EPS and others, focusing extensively on Western Tamil Nadu to consolidate further in this region. And that's why we've seen several of these leaders hitting ground. Although Vanati Srinivasan was unwell for a few days and was hospitalized, the other leaders from across the country were brought into Coimbatore North and other places to campaign. The BJP saying this time around they're hoping they can do much better than last time and improve their seat share and also vote share here in Western Tamil Nadu. The DMK very confident that their performance in Lok Sabha election and local municipal body polls is something that they can repeat this time around. In fact, they've said that the welfare schemes that were delivered here, that has been improved in the last few weeks and months to ensure that the beneficiaries get all these welfare schemes and they come out and vote for the DMK. So a crucial region for the AIDMK BJP alliance and the DMK as well. Perhaps a significant factor in who forms the next government on the 4th of May.
Absolutely. Harish, we'll swing back to you the moment Annamalai comes out. Interestingly, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, in Hindi they say, ek mayan mein do talware nahi ho sakti. You can't have two swords in the same hilt. And it's the same case with Annamalai and Edappadi Palaniswamy. They went at loggerheads. They have some of the same caste. They have exercised their strength and domain from the same region. And one of the conditions EPS had of coming back into the fold, many say, is that Annamalai should not be at the helm of the BJP. Annamalai believed the BJP can power on its own and it doesn't need the support of the ADMK, but the numbers show that had the two of them could combine forces, they would have done much better. So what happens next? That's a big question. Yeah.
I think it was a fight of vision. Annamalai's vision was that the BJP will never succeed in Tamil Nadu on its own till it stands on its own two legs. That, this constant alliance with either ADMK, DMK, or whatever was not going to serve the party in the long run. And can I just say, in the last election, he actually proved the concept. The issue was because it was a near miss for the BJP at the national level. It was he was essentially made the scapegoat, and they, I won't say scapegoat, but he was punished for it because they prioritize short-term vote getting over long-term growth.
Yeah.
That is what has happened in Tamil Nadu. Can I also point out that if they continue like this, they are always going to play second fiddle to the ADMK. Ultimately, the Annamalai strategy was the long-term sustainable strategy. Let us see what happens, because EPS might also not survive if he doesn't pull through in this particular election. Third point, if you notice Pondicherry, which is a fairly important bellwether, the voting percent, the voter turnout was 91%, right? Mahe, which was the least voting, which is on the Kerala side,
right.
Something like 77% or something. Now, if it has reached 91%, the belief is, I'm not saying it is, but the belief is that it is mostly the Vijay Visalkunjus who have come out and voted out there.
Correct.
Now, how is that going to affect? I don't know. But if this was a personality-based election, the only way to counter a Vijay personality would have been to have a personality like Annamalai heading it up. So exactly what Chetan said. I don't think they've played to their best character.
Yeah, but you know what? Interestingly, I met Annamalai at our town hall, and Annamalai was quite effusive in his praise for Vijay. He didn't want to criticize Vijay openly, and he said that, see, anybody who's taking on and trying to break down this entire bastion of Dravidian politics, I'm with them. I don't have, and they both seem to admire each other. Vijay has, off the record, and sources tell us that he has come out and said that what Annamalai could achieve on ground in 2024 actually encouraged him to say that, listen, I can also take the plunge and I can if I put in the hard yards, we can mobilize. And there is an alternative option or a place for an alternative within the entire Tamil political ecosystem or the Tamil political spectrum. So interesting. I've just got news coming through, so giving that priority to our panelists, and then I'll come back to take this conversation. Vijay's party has actually written, the Tamilnaga Vetri Kazhagam has written a letter to the Election Commission. We've just got that letter. They have sought urgent transport support, extension of poll hours. That's what Vijay has written, and he's written to the Election Commission of India seeking urgent intervention over transport issues affecting voters during the ongoing elections in Tamil Nadu. This is what the letter says, and I'm reading it out aloud. We'll try and see if we can call it out here on our wall. He says, I am writing to you in a state of deep concern and indignation over complete transport paralysis. Thousands of voters are stranded at bus terminals in Chennai and similarly in other metro cities across Tamil Nadu with no buses or alternative public transport available to reach their designated polling booths. This is not a minor inconvenience. It seems an intentional attempt of misplanning by the State Transport Corporation and Administration, which is outright assault on the fundamental right to vote guaranteed under the Constitution of India. The scenes at Chennai's Coimbatore, Kilambakam and Madhavaram bus stands and equivalent terminals elsewhere are unacceptable on election day. Thousands of citizens have travelled from all over the world and from various states from within cities of Tamil Nadu or are attempting to travel to exercise their franchise have been left helpless due to heavy requisitioning of buses and vehicles for poll duty without parallel arrangements for ordinary voters. This systemic failure has the potential to effectively disenfranchise a large section of the electorate, striking at the very heart of free and fair elections that the Election Commission is constitutionally mandated to conduct under Article 324. We'll try and go across to Purnima for more on this. He has further written on the letter, viewers, he says, I therefore request a decisive action on 3 urgent fronts: direct and deploy emergency public transport services forthwith. Can we see it on the wall? I'll just walk up to the letter. And then he said, yeah, there you go. We'll try and open it up. And this is the letter that he has written. And he has said further, saying that forthwith the Election Commission must direct state transport authorities and district election officers in Chennai and all affected cities to immediately press additional government buses. So this is the letter. It's a 2-page letter that's been written to the Election Commission, and this is soon after he's cast his vote. We'll try and also get Purnima and Harish to check if there are complaints that are coming on ground. Harish is also with us. Harish, is this complaint there in Coimbatore also? I remember in 2024, Annamalai had made similar comments where he had said that the voters had been stuck in Chennai and they were not being allowed because buses were not plying. It's a similar comment that he is making, Vijay is making, and he is this time saying from Chennai again, buses are not plying from Coimbatore, etc.
In fact, Anand, this was an issue that we noticed late last night as well. Even here in Coimbatore, we saw a lot of people even late in the night, say at around 10:30, still waiting for buses, and the capacity was, in fact, the capacity wasn't sufficient. The government buses, the State Transport Corporation buses, many of them were already full by the time they reached some of the bus stops here in Coimbatore. Similar scenes in many places. We'll have to wait for an official word from the government on how many buses, extra buses, that they had put transport. Remember, it's not just people from within Tamil Nadu who are going from one district to another. A lot of them are also coming in from neighboring states and cities, for example, from Bengaluru. And what about their last mile connectivity? Was enough buses put in service for this? That's something that the state government, state machinery will now have to explain, considering that this time round, overall, there was a larger anticipation that the voter share or the voting percentage would go up and people would travel. In fact, by afternoon yesterday, we had seen visuals from different parts of Tamil Nadu and neighboring states as well. So there will be questions on whether enough buses were put in service late in the evening and early this morning.
Right, I'm going to check. We'll see if we can get Purnima also on the phone line. And this is the letter. This is dated today, 23rd. And this is what it is saying. Urgent intervention required. It is sent to the Chief Election Commissioner. And they are saying emergency public transport for thousands stranded at bus terminals in Chennai and other cities. Extend polling hours by 2 hours to safeguard democratic rights and ensure smooth queue management. Sumansi Raman, this is... if you remember correctly, my memory, I was on ground on that day when this happened, where they said that they are not allowing buses. This was in 2024. And again, the same thing being said now.
Yes. So I think that there is a problem, Anand, because there have been so many videos put out of, by people in the Kilambakam bus terminus and Pundamalli and various other places, where they are stuck. In fact, there was another video in Singanallur in Coimbatore. So there is a problem. Now, there are, whether it was planned properly and not executed, whether it was no planning, the DMK handlers are already blaming the Election Commission, saying that don't blame the state government, you have to blame the Election Commission for this. Now, who actually is responsible, we need to figure out. But the bottom line on this is, many people are still struggling to reach their native places to cast their votes. As of this moment, there are still hundreds, maybe thousands of people who are stuck, who are, long delayed, and some of the highways are also jammed. So some arrangement, the Election Commission needs to wake up. Something has to be done, whether you're going to extend it by an hour or 2 hours to enable people to go. See, the important thing is whatever decision you make, you need to make it now, because otherwise people are going to start back.
Right.
So people
yes. In fact,
going to vote.
Purnima is also joining us now. Purnima, there are repeated posts that are coming from voters and people from the various bus stands saying that there are no buses they want to reach. This is a similar situation which Annamalai had raised back in Lok Sabha 2024 with the Coimbatore election, saying that buses were not plying and voters could not come from Chennai to Coimbatore, and there was some blockade or stopping. And again, the same similar comment and complaint being raised by TVK this time.
Absolutely. In fact, TVK has written to the Election Commission saying that they should extend the timing of people allowed to vote by 2 hours, because many people are stranded. There are buses that are still not available for them to travel to vote. So that's TVK's complaint as well. DMK continues to maintain that it's the Election Commission that has to that in fact has to ensure that buses ply and voters are allowed to travel. So it has nothing to do with them, because right now it's the responsibility of the ECI, and that they should not be blamed for this, is the statement that's coming from the DMK. We did speak to Mr. Saravanan a short while ago, who said that the Election Commission of India should monitor this, and it's not an administrative failure on behalf of the DMK. That's the word from DMK so far.
Yeah, we'll try and get some of those videos out also, Purnima, and maybe can get a quick check at the status at the local bus stands in Tamil Nadu, Coimbatore and Kavalakam, some of the others which have been mentioned also in some of the other top cities and nodal areas where they're saying buses are not available and they've all been pulled away for poll duty without planning for alternatives for people to be able to go and cast their franchise. And these thousands, viewers, could make or break somebody's election in some constituency or the other, and that could happen. We'll have a very, very short break. We'll stay with the coverage on the other side. Stay with us.
Tensions are rising again in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, or the IRGC, says that it has seized 2 vessels so far, including one bound for India, accusing them of jeopardizing maritime security. Now, the IRGC identified the ships as the MSC Francesca and Epaminondas are now claiming that they were operating without any proper authorization and had also tampered with navigation systems. Both vessels were reportedly escorted into Iranian territorial waters.
The move comes just days after a ceasefire extension was announced by President Trump, raising fresh concerns about stability in one of the world's most critical shipping lanes. The IRGC has issued what it calls a red line warning, signaling that maritime tensions remain far from resolved.
And now we are shifting our focus once again. Well, the dialogue between Iran and United States remain very uncertain. Iran accuses the United States of inconsistency and bad faith in ongoing negotiations. President Masoud Pezeshkian posted on X saying that Tehran welcomes dialogue but sees threats and blockades as obstacles to genuine talks. Now, there is no official position which has been taken by Iran. Parliamentary Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf added that a ceasefire is meaningless under continued maritime blockades.
Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump said that good news regarding a second round of peace talks with Iran may come as soon as Friday. As per the American media, peace talks could resume within the next 36 to 72 hours.
Though the war is in West Asia, because, attack on Iran by Israel and the United States, and a counter-attack by Iran on the GCC states. So the war is in West Asia, but its consequences are worldwide. So it is not a world war, but it's a war with worldwide consequences. And as the defense minister said, also for India. But also look at Europe. They are going to run short of jet fuel. In a couple of weeks, they will have to cancel or reduce the number of flights.
There could be another round of talks, or a big war could break out. The problem for the big war breaking out is that the Gulf countries are very, very much afraid of that, because Iran will reciprocate, and if not many, but at least some facilities of the Emiratis, the Qataris, the Kuwait, Saudis would be and could be damaged. And that will be very hurtful for those countries in the longer run. In any case, they've suffered a lot right now and in the future also. So I think there is immense pressure from the Saudis and the Gulf countries also to bring this conflict to an end. But the outcome, whatsoever it would be that Iran will emerge stronger from this entire saga.
Tensions are rising again in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, or the IRGC, says that it has seized 2 vessels so far, including one bound for India, accusing them of jeopardizing maritime security. Now, the IRGC identified the ships as the MSC Francesca and Epaminondas are now claiming that they were operating without any proper authorization and had also tampered with navigation systems. Both vessels were reportedly escorted into Iranian territorial waters.
The move comes just days after a ceasefire extension was announced by President Trump, raising fresh concerns about stability in one of the world's most critical shipping lanes. The IRGC has issued what it calls a red line warning, signaling that maritime tensions remain far from resolved.
And now we are...
Thanks a lot for staying with us here on CNN News 18. Our rolling coverage on polling day continues. You've got Tamil Nadu and phase 1 in West Bengal. I'm Shivani Gupta. Joining me is Nabila Jamal. Nabila, big day today for both of these states.
Excited. We're seeing a record turnout so far in Tamil Nadu already. West Bengal, people have come. Migrants who've come from all across the country landed in West Bengal to cast their vote. So we're going to see what the turnout would finally be. But if I could tune in to Annamalai. The BJP face, not so much. It appears that he did not get the seat that he desired and he has not contested this election. But still, he seems to be the most favoured BJP face in the state of Tamil Nadu. He's casting his vote, and that's what you see, images there of Annamalai casting his vote. In fact, those are all the stars. On screens right now, you see all the stars of Tamil Nadu currently casting their ballot. Annamalai speaks. Let's hear it.
தமிழ்நாடு ஜென்ரலாகவே பீஸ்ஃபுல் ஸ்டேட் தான். ஒரே ஃபேஸில் நம்ம எலெக்ஷனை கண்டக்ட் பண்ணுறோம். மக்கள் எப்பொழுதுமே அமைதியாக வந்து ஓட்டு போட்டுட்டு போயிடுவாங்க. போல் வயலன்ஸ் நம்மகிட்ட பெருசாக இருக்காது. அதே நேரத்தில் கடந்த 2-3 நாட்களாக நிறைய அந்த கேஷ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 1/2 கிராம் தங்கம்.
No violence is usually reported in Tamil Nadu.
கோயம்புத்தூருக்குள்ள ஏகப்பட்ட
But this time, 1/2 gram gold, a lot of cash distributed in Coimbatore, and that's true. But despite all that, people will vote in a smart way.
நிறைய மெசேஜ் போட்டிருக்கோம் எல்லாமே. சென்னையிலிருந்து குறிப்பாக தென் தமிழகத்துக்கு செல்லக்கூடிய பேருந்து வசதிகள் ரொம்ப குறைவாக இருக்கு. அந்த பேருந்து வந்து ரொம்ப குறைவாக தான் இருக்கு. பிரைவேட்
a lot of them who shared messages about buses not flying from Chennai to other places. We've seen fewer buses from Singanallur to other places.
Transport department கையில் எடுத்துக்கணும், இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன்ஸ் கொடுத்துக்கணும், adequate buses இருக்கான்னு செக் பண்ணிருக்கணும்.
The election commission could have planned it in a way they could have coordinated with the transport department to ensure that more buses operate during this period. There are buses that are traveling to Ramanathapuram that will reach only by 6:30.
இது ஒரு பெரிய கம்ப்ளைண்டா நேற்றிலிருந்து சொல்றாங்க. இதை பத்திரிகை நண்பர்களும் நேற்றிலிருந்து நாங்க பேசிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. அதனால தேர்தல் ஆணையம் இன்னும் நேரம்
We are hearing a lot of such information and inputs, and even media friends are talking about it. The election commission could have coordinated this in a better way to ensure that buses are available for those who want to travel to cast votes.
என்னுடைய ஒரு தனிப்பட்ட கருத்தாக நான் வைக்கின்றேன். காரணம் வீட்டுக்கு 4 பேர்
This is my personal opinion, personal statement.
1/2 கிராம் தங்க காசை ஒரு வாக்காளருக்கு தைரியமா போய் கொடுக்கறாங்க. இதெல்லாம் ஒரே
In
நாள்ல
Karur, 1/2 gram gold was given to each voter.
இந்த பணத்தை கீழ கொண்டு போய் இருக்காங்க.
These are the things that we are hearing.
இன்னைக்கு ஒரு சாதாரண பொதுமக்கள்
Cash was distributed.
50,000 ரூபாய் பணம் இருக்குன்னா எவ்வளவு பெரிய ப்ராசஸ்ல நம்ம மாட்டி வெளியே வர்றோம். தமிழ்நாட்டில் கிட்டத்தட்ட இவ்வளவு பணம் நம்ம பிடிச்சிருக்கோம், இவ்வளவு லிக்கர் பிடிச்சிருக்கோம்னு நேற்று தேர்தல் ஆணையம் வந்து 100 கோடி ரூபாய்க்கு மேலே சீசர் ஆயிருக்கு, இவ்வளவு லிட்டர் நாங்கள் லிக்கர் பிடிச்சிருக்கோம்னு சொன்னாலும் கூட
Commission is saying that more than 100 crores have been seized.
ஒரு சிஸ்டத்தை நம்ம நம்பணும், எலெக்ஷன் கமிஷன் நம்பணும். அதனால
There's no point in
தமிழகத்துல
complaining today.
தேர்தலை பொறுத்தவரை
We have to believe in the election commission.
பயங்கர வீட்டிய டைம். அதுவும் கோயம்புத்தூர்ல நேற்று நம்ம பார்த்தோம். கோயம்புத்தூர் தெற்கு தொகுதியினுடைய சட்டமன்றத்தினுடைய வெற்றி வேட்பாளர் அம்மன் அர்ஜுன் அவர்கள்
We've seen the process, the entire voting process that over the last 2 days.
வாக்காளர்கள் வாக்குச்சாவடிக்கு வரும்பொழுது நியாயமாக நேர்மையாக வாக்களிப்பார்கள் என்று முழுமையாக நம்புகிறேன்.
People and voters are watching these, and I hope they will vote smartly.
ஆனால் எஸ்ஐஆரை பொறுத்தவரை எஸ்ஐஆர் இம்பாக்ட் என்னோட கணக்கு வந்து டோட்டல் போலிங் ப்ராசஸை தமிழகத்தை பொறுத்தவரை ஒரு 2 to 2.5% டோட்டல் போலிங் ப்ராசஸ்னுடைய பர்சன்டேஜ் வந்து எஸ்ஐஆர்னுடைய டெலிஷனால மட்டும் உயரும்.
The total polling process
க்கு மேல வர்ற எக்ஸ்ட்ரா போலிங் பர்சன்டேஜ் தான் அதிகமான போலிங்கா நம்ம கணக்கு எடுத்துக்கணும். எஸ்ஐஆர் டெலிட்டட் வோட்டர்ஸ் நீங்க அக்கவுண்ட் எடுத்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 2.5-3% அது அக்கவுண்ட் பண்ணும். அதுக்கு மேல வரக்கூடிய எக்ஸ்ட்ரா போலிங் பர்சன்டேஜ் வந்து அதிகமான வாக்காளர்கள் வந்திருப்பதாக நமக்கு
it will account to 2.5 to 3%.
எஸ்ஐஆரை பொறுத்தவரை ரொம்ப நேர்மையா தான் நடந்திருக்கு, நாணயமா தான் நடந்திருக்கு. ஏன்னா அந்த கட்சியின் சார்பாக இதை நான் மானிட்டர் பண்ண வேண்டிய ஒரு பணி எனக்கு
By this evening there will be more clarity.
சரியா டெலிஷன் எங்கேயுமே எலெக்ஷன் கமிஷன் பண்ணல.
SIR was done in a fair and transparent
வாய்ப்பு கொடுத்திருக்காங்க.
manner.
எஸ்ஐஆரை பொறுத்தவரை தமிழகத்துல
multiple rounds
சிறப்பாகத்தான் தேர்தல் ஆணையம் செயல்பட்டு இருக்காங்க. இன்க்ரீஸ் போலிங் பர்சன்டேஜ் 7 மணிக்கு மேல நம்ம கணக்கு போட்டு தெரியுங்க. ஆனா இந்த தேர்தல் வந்து வழக்கமான தேர்தல்லாம் தாண்டி அடுத்த கட்டம் போயிருச்சு. நான் எந்த தேர்தலையுமே ஒரு வாக்காளருக்கு 1/2 கிராம் தங்க நாணயத்தை தைரியமா வீட்டில் போய் கொடுக்கறத நான் பார்க்கல. கோயம்புத்தூர் அர்பன் ஏரியால
This election is different at another level. I've never seen
அந்த மாதிரி நான் பார்க்கறேன்.
any party distribute
தேர்தல் ஆணையத்துக்கே ஒரு பாடமாகத்தான் நான் பார்க்கறேன்.
5,000 rupee cash or gold in terms of grams to voters. I've never seen this before.
பேங்க் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் மானிட்டர் பண்ணணும். லார்ஜ் ஸ்கேல் மூவ்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் கேஷ் செக் பண்ணணும். ஏன்னா எல்லா அரசியல்வாதிக்குமே தெரியுது போலிங் டேட் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு முன்னாடி எல்லாருமே செய்ய வேண்டிய வேலையை செஞ்சிடறாங்க. கடைசியில் போய் பதிக்க வேண்டியதை பதுக்கிடுறாங்க. அதனால் தேர்தல் ஆணையத்துக்கு இந்த முறை தமிழகத்தினுடைய தேர்தலை பார்க்கும்பொழுது ஒரு பெரும் பாடமாகத்தான் இது இருக்கும். இதிலிருந்து அவங்க கோர்ஸ் கரெக்ஷன் பண்ணணுங்கிறது ஒரு வாக்காளனாக என்னுடைய எதிர்பார்ப்பு.
This will be a learning lesson for the Election Commission, considering the amount of money given to voters to woo them. This morning itself, DMK is doing something called soft campaigning.
ஆனால் பல இடத்துல சாஃப்ட் கேம்பெயினிங் நடக்குது. இது அன்ஃபார்ச்சுனேட். தேர்தல் ஆணையம் வந்து இதை கண்டிப்பாக வன்மையாக சீரியஸாக எடுத்து ஆக்ஷன் எடுக்கணும். குறிப்பாக
Election Commission to take this into cognizance and take action, especially DMK, especially against DMK. வந்துட்டாரா கார் டிரைவர்?
வரும்பொழுது மக்கள் பல விஷயத்தை பார்ப்பாங்க. வேட்பாளரை, கட்சியை, இந்த கட்சிக்கான தன்மையை, வேட்பாளருக்கான தன்மையை, ஆட்சி அதிகாரத்துக்கு வருவதற்கான பக்குவம், ஆட்சி செய்வதற்கான பக்குவம் எல்லாம் பார்ப்பாங்க. அதனால் நான் உறுதியாக நம்புகின்றேன். நேற்று முன்தினம் வரை நான் என்ன பேசிக்கிட்டு இருந்தனோ கேம்பெயினிங் பீரியடில் அது உறுதியாக நடக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறேன். ஆனால் நான் போலீஸில் இருந்தனால எப்பவும் ப்ரௌன் பேண்ட்டு, ஒயிட் ஷர்ட்டு பாலிடிக்ஸ் வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் அதனால் ப்ரௌன் பேண்ட்டு, ஒயிட் ஷர்ட்
department I've always worn brown pant.
ஜெகன்மோகன் ரெட்டி அவங்க போடுறாங்க இதே ஒரு ட்ரெஸ் கூட
So
போடுறாங்க.
white shirt and brown pant is something that I've always worn.
நான் என்னோட போலீஸ்ல இருந்து வெளிய வந்ததுக்காக அது எப்பவுமே கூட இருக்கும்.
Vijay is also wearing something similar.
பெரும்பாலும் 9 out of 10 times வந்து brown pant தான்.
Because I'm from the police department, I've always worn this brown pant. This cannot be linked to something else.
நீங்க காப்ப கூட கேட்டா எப்படிங்க? எப்பவுமே போட்டிருக்கேன். பூசானி தயவு செஞ்சு இந்த பக்கம் அந்த பக்கம் சேர்த்துறாதீங்க. நான் ஒரே பக்கம் தான் இருக்கேன். சரியான பக்கம் தான் இருக்கேன். நியாயமான பக்கம் தான் இருக்கேன்.
Don't twist these statements. I've always worn this brown pant because I'm from the police department.
கண்டிப்பாக இந்த முறை தேர்தல் ஆணையம் இன்னும் சிறப்பாக செய்திருக்க வேண்டும் என்பது என்னுடைய கருத்து இல்ல, மக்களுடைய கருத்து. கடைசி 2-3 நாட்கள் விரும்பத்தக்க
The Election Commission should have done a better job as far as Tamil Nadu elections are concerned, is my personal opinion.
எல்லாரும் ஓட்டு போறவங்கள ஓட்டு போடணும். மக்கள் இதெல்லாம் அக்கவுண்ட் பண்ணி
point talking about it now. Everybody should go out and cast your votes, and people should take all these into consideration before casting votes.
ஏன்னா அவ்வளோ பணம் கொடுத்து ப்ராசஸ் விடிஏட் ஆனதுக்கப்புறம் அது நியாயமான தேர்தலாக இருக்குமா அப்படிங்கிற சந்தேகம் எனக்கு இருக்கு. ஆனால் தேர்தல் ஆணையம் ஏதோ ஒரு காரணத்திற்காக தமிழ்நாட்டில் எல்லா இடத்திலும் 234 தொகுதி நடத்துறாங்க.
ஒண்ணுதான் வாங்கினீங்களா
நம்புவோம்
சார்? கொடுங்க.
Purnima, if you're with us, that was Annamalai, quite a long bite he's given to reporters. Of course, there was a lot of talk around him missing in action. He's been campaigning, to give due credit to Annamalai, despite being sidelined. One could say very well, critics would observe this as him being sidelined. We're not too sure exactly the reason, but Annamalai wanted to contest a seat. He was not given a ticket. He still campaigned very well for the party, but at this point, it seems like he's appealing to voters to come out and vote, and as always expected, firing at the DMK and the other parties, saying that it's the NDA alliance that will come to power, assuring them. While Purnima is on the ground, Purnima, you see Annamalai's clout that he had once. After not contesting this time, it seems like there's a little bit of a shift in the mood and in his demeanor and body language.
Well, absolutely. In fact, the BJP cadre were also happy under Annamalai's leadership. Yes, he was sidelined. Initially, there were speculations that he may contest this time, but there were reports and sources close to Annamalai saying that they were not given the constituencies where the BJP was betting big on, and therefore he decided not to contest. But he was then a star campaigner. Remember, Piyush Goyal had in fact called him. He took a chopper from Pondicherry to meet Piyush Goyal. and then after that he was made the star campaigner, and he's been campaigning aggressively. And this time also, once again, while coming to cast his vote, Annamalai once again lashing out at the DMK, says that huge amounts of cash for the first time in Tamil Nadu, gold. At least half a gram of gold was given to each of the voters in Coimbatore. These are the allegations that Annamalai has in fact said while addressing the media. He said that it's the DMK that's trying to, in fact trying to distribute cash for the first time, huge amounts of cash, and the Election Commission could have stopped all this, is his personal opinion. However, he's confident that people are smart and people will vote wisely. So that's the statement from Annamalai as he's casting his vote.
Both the TVK and BJP have raised this transport issue. The issue of buses. Now, of course, this is something that ordinarily the Election Commission would be taking care of right now during election. So what's happening on ground? Why are both of these opposition parties worried about the bus situation in the state?
Well, the challenge every time in Tamil Nadu is the voter turnout, which is usually pretty less when it comes to Chennai and other places. So this time, a high voter turnout would mean that people want a change. So that's an indication of which way the electorate go. Therefore, when people are trying to apply via buses, what TVK and the BJP, including Annamalai, says is that not enough private buses are available, and people are not able to find buses. The Election Commission of India should have coordinated this in a better way, because even in 2024 this happened. This time around they should have got the help of the transport department to plan buses for people. There are people who are travelling but may not be able to reach before 6, and therefore the voter turnout will be impacted, and which means that more people may not come out and vote, and this may impact the election results, which is why TVK, the AIADMK and the BJP are sharing videos of people waiting to travel to cast their votes, and how there's not much done to address this issue, and how this may have an impact on the election results is what the NDA and the TVK are saying, which is why they are requesting the Election Commission of India to increase the timing by over 2 hours, so people who are travelling from other places or who are travelling from Chennai to other places will be given time to go and cast their votes.
Right. We also have Harish with us. We understand the TVK, Harish, has sent out a formal letter requesting and appealing for voters to have at least 2 more hours window extended to come and cast their ballot because of logistics issue. But so far, the sentiment on the ground is there have been no first-time voters, hardly any youngsters who come out to cast their ballot. So that whole hype around Vijay, is it just all for the optics?
Well, that'll become clear on the 4th of May when the results come out. But clearly now the TVK claiming that there's a surge in the number of voters, and not enough buses have been put in place to take these voters to their respective villages or hometowns. That's a concern that they've expressed. This is not the first time allegation of this nature has been made. Even in the last election, there were certain allegations made by the BJP that there were not enough buses provided, and that stalled people from going to their villages and going ahead and voting there, and that's a similar allegation now being made by the TVK as well. And we are here in Coimbatore. It's a crucial belt of the AIADMK and the BJP, and they have 2 crucial constituencies here. The Coimbatore North constituency that Vanati Srinivasan is contesting, and we have Mr. Annamalai here. So we are live. I'll just take you 2 questions. Mr. Annamalai, who's just voted, now come out from the polling booth here in Coimbatore. So we've seen allegations of large-scale cash transfer, gold.
All right, we're going to cut across. Stay with us, Harish. We're cutting across to West Bengal. There seems to be some violence that's been reported in Humayunpur. Let's cut to those images. We have it. Hectic development coming in poll-bound state of West Bengal. Shivani, unexpected lines. Hardly see an election in West Bengal without a bout of violence.
Yes, and this looks like there is enough police presence, security presence where this is happening. It looks like there are some, this could be happening, in the presence of some party workers as well. There seem to be clashing with the police there. But remember, on ground, there has been unprecedented preparations this time as far as violence in West Bengal is concerned. presence of security forces, local police plus CAPF, CRPF there, that should not be a concern. And certainly in those visuals it is clear. But even if there has been some attempt by some over some issue to kind of clash with the security forces, they are there in good numbers, and it's not certainly not escalating beyond a point. There seems to be narebazi and all of that going on. Some set of people are very upset with something. We don't quite know what the trigger issue is, but enough security personnel there trying to calm the public. This is the TMC Ejo party clash that has happened. Okay, so interesting. Murshidabad, important district. TMC versus the Ejo party, which is of course Humayun Kabir's new rebel party. After breaking away from the TMC, they have come face to face. They are fighting with each other. But the good thing to notice here is that actually things are not completely out of control. Enough personnel on the ground, even if some party workers seem to be very, very agitated. Kamalika is joining us on the show. Kamalika, tell us more of what has happened.
Let me first tell you that what generally happens in Murshidabad. Murshidabad till now it is 10 o'clock is over. No major violence. What this is happening is Humayun went to a booth, and there they were the supporters of Trinamool Congress in and around. While he was on his way to the booth, there were a lot of supporters of Trinamool and the workers. They protested, and then there was a scuffle type situation, which the police and the central forces were trying to control that situation. But generally what happens in Murshidabad means bombs, Murshidabad means, dome calls means lashe. That's what we have grown up seeing. But this time right now, definitely there is a tension in Nauda, where the Humayun Kabir is there, and he has been surrounded by the Trinamool supporters and workers who are protesting go back slogans, and at that the police is trying to handle that situation, and the CAPF is also there. So situation has not gone out of control, but definitely the tension is there. But if we compare it with the Bengal election, we'll have to give it less number, because Bengal election means violence. From the morning, yesterday night, 2 incidents happened, one in Domkal, where there was a clash between TMC and CPIM workers, and CPIM workers were very much tensed because they were not allowed to vote. Today in the morning, police went there, rescued them, and they were taken to the polling booth. That is what the police and the CAPF have done. On the other thing, in Nauda, in that similar area where the Humayun is a candidate, yesterday night bombs were hurled. Trinamool has stated that Trinamool's candidate, bombs were charged on Trinamool candidate, but we have spoken to the superintendent of police twice, and he said on record that this is not a targeted attempt. There was bombs hurled, 2 people have been arrested in that, and only 1 people was injured, and who has been then left with a minor injury. So right
Kamalika,
now,
just interrupting you for a brief minute, just to let you know, and also to our viewers, that these are interesting visuals now playing out when it comes to battleground West Bengal, because you actually see the police force and all the security forces pushing back. I think these are the agitated TMC workers who have been charging at Humayun Kabir, who is now in conversation with the police there as well. He is himself angry, but he was being protested against. But we saw these visuals of the police and others pushing back that agitated crowd. Humayun Kabir is speaking. Let's try and listen in what he's saying.
वो साला हबीब चोर है, हबीब चोर है। ये लोग की बम्बिंग किया है, ये लोग
saying ye Habib Chor hai. Who is he pointing to? Humayun Kabir himself seems to be very, very upset, given that some TMC workers have started, protesting his presence.
Yes, absolutely. This Habib is a local leader, a local TMC leader, and here we can see that they are saying that Humayun is Chor, and Humayun is saying that they are Chor and Mastan. So you can understand that what type of scuffle is going on there, and they are absolutely, it's a scuffle, and Humayun saying that they are Chor, and the TMC is saying he is Chor. So obviously we have to know that We know that Humayun was a part of Trinamool Congress and then he came out and this Babri Masjid thing happened and then he was expelled. Then he came out, he formed the party. So right now there is that tension is there in Nauda, where the Trinamool workers are pushing, they are protesting and the police is trying to control the situation. They are trying to push the crowd. And Humayun, as you know, that he has also said in the morning that he is going to, if something like this happens, then he is going to sit and go for dharna and all. So that is the reason Humayun is also showing that he also has a might out there. But this is a scuffle, a tension definitely there. But we'll have to say, comparison to what generally happens in Murshidabad, it is still better what happens in Murshidabad, and then it is still better. It's a scuffle, the tension is there. The tension is there, but there is still they're trying to control it.
That, and what an embarrassment. Time and again, West Bengal usually makes headlines for poll day violence, and here you have it as on expected lines. Let me also bring in Pallavi Ghosh, who's also tracking West Bengal very closely. Murshidabad, an area that is sensitive. We're looking at violence that's erupted, and Humayun Kabir is himself on the ground and he says, I'm going to sit in Dharna. So it seems like the TMC member also adding to this chaos.
Well, I mean, Murshidabad, Malda, Dinajpur were really under the watch of the Election Commission because that's where the strain of the SIR was felt the most, and that's where the feeling is that there would be deep-rooted polarization. It's a do-or-die battle for many of the stakeholders there, even ironically the Congress party. The Election Commission more or less has got very, very stringent eye on the ground today. I mean, I'm standing right over here in Nandigram, and you know, if you just get a quick sense, in the heat, the voters are made to stand there. That is because, according to a new EC norms, they have to be 100 meters away from the polling booth. That is the reason why they've been kept away. And even when they come here, to cast their votes, this is where they have to hand over their cell phones. So no one is being allowed to take their mobile phones in. You can see a little bit of a crowd over there. So as of now, Nandigram certainly seems to be extremely peaceful. But yes, those pictures that we're seeing coming out of Murshidabad is just a reflection of how high-strung this election is and how it is a high-stake battle for all the stakeholders, particularly the Trinamool and the BJP.
At this point, West Bengal is looking at a huge influx of people coming in from all different parts of the country to cast their ballot. Are you seeing this as an unusual activity, or is this what West Bengal sees? Because we know scores of people from the state move out, hardly opportunities within the state, so they move out to work in different parts, and then election day they come back to cast their ballot. Is it higher than usual this time? Pallavi, if you can hear me.
Oh yeah, okay. I didn't know it was a question for me. See, I mean, you know, many of us who stay in Delhi and NCR region, all of us have been talking about many of the house helps and the workers not being available for at least a month. And the reason, and in fact, I saw it for myself, and I reported also from the Shalda railway station in Kolkata.
All right, stay with us, Pallavi. We have some big breaking news coming in.
So we've got this breaking update coming in. US President Donald Trump has reposted a letter of sorts on his Truth Social, which is predominantly about the issue of citizenship in America. Let me just break down this full post for you. It's a pretty lengthy one. It's a long letter that he has posted on social media. He says, welcome to the savage nation. Today's brief abbreviated discussion will be about the arguments that I just listened to before the Supreme Court about birthright citizenship. He has gone on to talk about how there have been those who've been bringing the arguments in favor of flooding America with illegal aliens to change the demographics forever. Was a Chinese American who looks to me like the classic ACLU attorney. So he's gone on to, attack certain individuals. He's also gone on to say, interestingly here, about India, a baby here becomes an instant citizen and then they bring the entire family in from China or India or some other hellhole on the planet. You don't have to go too far to see that. English is not spoken here anymore, that there's almost no loyalty to this country amongst the immigrant class today. So they're not like European Americans of today and their ancestors. So just focusing on this a baby here becomes an instant citizen, and then they bring the entire family in from China or India or some other hellhole on the planet. Now, this is the kind of language that the American president has used for countries like China and India, and certainly he's known for something like this. But is this something that a president should be speaking like about entire countries? I also have Anand Narasimhan joining us from our newsroom. Anand, you know, the kind of language here that Donald Trump has used, certainly many countries, including India, should be raising an objection.
Well, what he is saying is from an American point of view, and he is trying to argue, and it is not very unparliamentary language. We'll have to see how the Bharatiya government responds to this, because it's not just on paragraph 4 where he says the constitution was written, and paragraph 3 he's making the argument around birthright citizenship. He is perhaps very incensed with the argument that the American Civil Liberties Union, or ACLU, and the attorney on behalf of the ACLU has made in front of the Supreme Court. He's quite incensed with the arguments, and that's where he is trying to say that earlier the early settlers in America made America their home. He's making that argument, but he's saying a baby here becomes an instant citizen, and then they bring the entire family in from China or India or some other hellhole on the planet. That's what he's saying. You don't have to go too far to see that. English is not spoken here anymore. Then there is almost no loyalty to this country amongst the immigrant class coming in today, which was not always the case. That's what he's saying. No, they are not like European Americans of today or their ancestors. The Irish integrated, the Italians integrated, the Polish integrated, Lithuanians, Romanians and Russians, they all integrated and became Americans in the melting pot. Today, the idea of melting pot is over. It is now just a cash-in pot. Then further down, he says, he comes out and says, they are also abusing it. I used to be a great supporter of Indians in India until I opened my eyes up to what is going on here. White men need not apply to jobs in the state of California, never mind in high-tech. I don't care what your qualifications are. You're not getting a job in high-tech in California. Going on to allege that the Indian, Chinese entities or immigrants and Americans, Indo-Chinese Americans, have now taken control of all of California, and they are denying jobs to the white people. Now, very racist in his tone. He says we've become a savage nation. More importantly, he has bunched India and China as any other hellhole. Clearly, the language used by Donald Trump is not going to go down well with the Indian leadership, nor is it going to go down well with the Indian and Chinese community. But this rant that Trump has gone out also exposes him as a racist, as somebody who's got a mindset which does not want to include, although he's trying to make a point that the immigrants of today don't show their loyalty towards America despite being American citizens. They continue to behave loyalty to the country, nation of their roots. He may say what he wants, but he is also oftentimes using unparliamentary language. And this passage, the 4th paragraph, is where there will be huge objection that will be raised. You can make your point, but to be derogatory about people of a particular country or of origin and to also belittle them is not going to go down well. Let's not forget that the Indian American community in America contributes, is only 4 to 5% of the overall population, but it contributes nearly 20% to the GDP. So they are people who are contributing actively to America's growth, and he is kicking them right where it hurts. He's actually belittling that community, which is contributing positively to the American economy.
You know, Anand, I just want to highlight on our screen that exact portion that you were highlighting as well. He's talking about the system being rigged in favor of Chinese and Indians, particularly when it comes for high-tech jobs in states like California. But is that talent-based, or is there something else going on? But he seems to suggest that your chances, he's talking to the white men, quote-unquote, in America, your chances are nil. You have to be from India or China, because almost all the internal mechanisms are set up to run by Indians and Chinese, and I know it for a fact, and you don't have to argue with it. If you don't know what you're talking about, don't argue with me. So basically, he's now accusing an entire countries or their populations, descendants, naturalized Americans or others who have come to America for opportunities of running a system that only favors them. Now, this is a very serious charge that he's making. Yes, all of this in context of the birthright citizenship case that is ongoing in America, but is it necessary to badmouth other countries? I want to just also highlight this is what he's saying. For example, unbelievable what's going on in my nation and my state, the corrupt state of California, where fraud is so rampant, and even Democrats are screaming about it. Even the Democrats are screaming, that's my piece on birthright citizenship here on the savage nation. So he's certainly trying to, whip up some sentiments, particularly of white America, his own base, the white American man, Anand, in, kind of opening up an entire front against Indians and Chinese.
The United States of America is exhorting via this post open, brazen, racist attacks against non-whites. That's what he is doing by bunching in Indians, Chinese, and also what he calls other hellholes. He's even mentioned some of the other nations and people of other origin. Is he trying to trigger massive racist attacks against these people? Does he even know the import of what he's come out and said? What diplomatic harakiri he's committing? And more importantly, they've just been able to trigger or been able to quiet down a huge amount of violence and unrest in certain parts of the country. He is now trying to instigate mass-scale riots and targeted attacks against Indians and Chinese citizens of America by the white supremacists. This is a very, very white supremacist tone that he has used. He may make an allegation that perhaps the loyalty should be more of those who make America their home. He can make that argument. But in terms of an argument on birthright citizenship, why rant against those who are positively contributing to the American economy? And right. And have very quietly and followed the rule of law and never caused trouble. So that is something which is important. And interestingly, that last paragraph that we read is interesting. He says, I used to be a great supporter of Indians in India until I opened my eyes up to what's going on here. Let's see how the MEA responds to this.
Well, it certainly does reek of racism and hate, and this is Donald Trump on his usual rant, but this time it seems to be a lot more explosive. We will continue tracking that. Thanks very much, Anand. Shifting our focus back to the poll-bound state of West Bengal. Let me take our viewers through. We have the voter turnout so far. As of 9 a.m., we see West Bengal phase 1 voting at 18.76%. And while we're looking at a fairly impressive turnout, we're also seeing violence that pans out in Murshidabad, a place that is known to be sensitive. Murshidabad, that was on the close watch of the Election Commission and those security agencies who have deployed themselves in heavy numbers there, still finding it hard to maintain calm and peace. That's the visual there coming in from Murshidabad. Humayun Kabir of the TMC is also there. He's supposed to be sitting in Dharna now. They seem to be claiming that the TMC workers and leaders are not being, or rather supporters are not being allowed to move towards the polling booth with ease. So here a clash is broken out as expected. The forces, central forces, very much on tow to try and ensure this does not blow out. In fact, for now, West Bengal is seeing about 18.76% is the voter turnout.
So, what happened was that earlier there was a crude bomb hurled in Murshidabad, and we are being told that Humayun Kabir, whose party is giving a fight on the Muslim vote bank in these, heavy Muslim districts of Murshidabad to the TMC, no love lost between the two. He wanted to visit those violence-affected areas. Some people have been injured in the crude bomb attack. And he has been opposed. His presence has been opposed. I also have Tushar Gupta, journalist, and S. Muralidharan, political analyst with us. Tushar, I'll come to you with this one. We've seen obviously much higher scale violence break out in West Bengal during polls and post-poll. But in this case, I found it interesting that actually whoever was trying to rake up some trouble on ground in Murshidabad, there was enough and more security presence, so they could only possibly do only some sloganeering at this point. They were pushed back, which is a good, healthy sign, I think, because otherwise we've seen visuals where people are just running amok and there's not many people to stop them.
On Shivani, and this is an answer to all those people who were questioning just 2 days ago that why are there so many central forces in West Bengal. This is the very reason. Murshidabad is a TMC bastion. Last time they won some seats over there with a margin of 90,000, 100,000 votes. And yes, SIR has updated the roles there, but even then it remains a TMC bastion. And you see that tension between Humayun Kabir, a TMC expel, and the TMC leaders. But again, what is important is that the people there, irrespective of the party they want to vote for, are able to vote and, transparently follow the process. That is what is required. And you want to ensure that what happens in Murshidabad also sets the right example in the rest of the state, that anyone tries to indulge in any messy business, they'll find out through the armed forces.
All right. Yeah. If you look at very closely the migrant population that's flocked back to the state of West Bengal, what signal does it send out, Tushar? We see a large population that's come back, and they've taken a couple of days to visit their hometown and cast their ballot. Who usually does this migrant population stand by?
Well, one sign is that if so many people are now going back to West Bengal to vote, clearly West Bengal has no industry, no job, no economic prospects to offer to these people. Now, between the TMC and the BJP, this migrant vote will be split. It's all about the priorities. Do they want to come back home permanently, find no opportunities there like people have in Assam and in Odisha, or they just want to support the Mamata Banerjee regime, continue the status quo, see things as they are, but they are working outside the state while people in their house, say their wives or their daughters or sisters, are just getting rupees 1,500 per month. So it will be a divided
So the BJP
house.
has doubled it up. The BJP says we're going to give 3,000 rupees a month to women and unemployed youth.
And the BJP also promises to get in a lot of industry as they have in Assam and in Odisha. A decade ago, Assam and Odisha were lagging behind West Bengal in per capita income. Today, both these states are actually at par with West Bengal when it comes to per capita. You go down on the ground and a lot of people from West Bengal are actually going to a state like Odisha for jobs. A state with a lot of legacy problems, a state heavily tribal populated, a state with a lot of natural disasters. So people
Mamata Banerjee claims that this is deliberately cutting off from the central funds because we're an opposition rule state. This is the claim Mamata makes and convinces a vote bank.
Nabila, Tamil Nadu is an opposition rule state. It's a coastal state. Look at where Tamil Nadu is in the larger scheme of things. Karnataka is an opposition rule state. Telangana is an opposition rule state. Look at where these three states are in terms of the economic prowess.
All opposition rule states claim that they don't get the equal share of the pie when it comes to central funds.
And yet you do not see it becoming a polish in Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, the economy is not in question. It's just about the anti-currency versus what the AIDMK has to offer. Look, let's be very clear.
We can't justify violence. Let's be clear on that. We can't justify violence. What I mean to say is that violence in West Bengal is a regular poll affair. And it's not something even central forces are able to stop or calm nerves. And that's what's the shocking part. Whatever be your grouse, West Bengal turns that into a violent act. And that's what's embarrassing for the Mamata Banerjee government. Pallavi, who's also very much tracking that. Pallavi, you're with us. A little more clarity on exactly what the violence, why the violence broke out. What really is the reason for Humayun Kabir to be there and sit in dharna? We see central forces trying to calm nerves, but they're failing to so far.
So Humayun Kabir, of course, has high stakes in Murshidabad because he's promised a revival of the Babri Masjid, and that is where he had footed his political party. And at one point of time, his alliance with Owaisi was very much because of this reason. So it's a high-stake election. What we are picking up by way of preliminary report is that it is believed to be largely a local issue, and the local leaders have got into a scuffle. But of course, Humayun Kabir feels that his voters are being intimidated. This violence is definitely being engineered to ensure that the electoral process does not be carrying out very peacefully. In other words, in other parts of Bengal, Nabila, there have been no such report of a similar violence. But Murshidabad, Malda, Dinajpur, which also has been the areas on the border, which also has seen substantial SIR exercise and also large number of illegal immigrants, as well as a deep polarization, there was always a concern that there would be some elements who are going to try and stoke this kind of a violence so as to stop the voters of a particular community from going out and voting, or it would lead to a polarization. The Election Commission has been very much hands-on on the ground. CCTVs, 100-meter kind of a limit which has been put up. But I'm just taking on that point. You've said that those who think that Bengal elections are not violent are absolutely wrong. We all have grown up over here in Bengal, whether it was the left times, whether it's been the TMC times. There's always been deep-rooted violence because elections are in such a way. It's a do-or-die affair over here, literally. And the same left cadre has switched over to TMC cadre. And on the ground, despite the restrictions, there'll always be some elements who, if they fear that they are not going to be getting the kind of votes they should be getting, and Murshidabad happens to be one of those areas, you will see these kind of violent incidents taking place on the ground.
All right. Right. Pallavi, we'll keep coming back to you for more. Interesting to see that, there's so much tension between TMC and Humayun Kabir's party. That also gives you a sense that maybe there is nervousness of what Humayun Kabir's impact on the Muslim vote bank can be, which is predominantly with the TMC. Rivalry is playing out. We'll wait and see what happens. But our firm focus on both these polls states of Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. We'll slip into a very short break and be right back.
Third point, if you notice Pondicherry, which is a fairly important bellwether, the voting percent, the voter turnout was 91%, right? Mahe, which was the least voting, which is on the Kerala side,
right.
Something like 77% or something. Now, if it has reached 91%, the belief is, I'm not saying it is, but the belief is that it is mostly the Vijay Visil-Kunjus who have come out and voted out there.
Correct.
Now, how is that going to affect? I don't know. But if this was a personality-based election, the only way to counter a Vijay personality would have been to have a personality like Annamalai heading it up. So exactly what Chetan said, I don't think they've played to their best character.
Yeah, but you know what, interestingly, I met Annamalai at our town hall, and Annamalai was quite effusive in his praise for Vijay. He didn't want to criticize Vijay openly. And he said that, see, anybody who's taking on and trying to break down this entire bastion of Dravidian politics, I'm with them, I don't have, and they both seem to admire each other. Vijay has, off the record, and sources tell us that he has come out and said that what Annamalai could achieve on ground in 2024 actually encouraged him to say that, listen, I can also take the plunge and I can if I put in the hard yards, we can mobilize. And there is an alternative option or a place for an alternative within the entire Tamil political ecosystem or the Tamil political spectrum. So interesting. I've just got news coming through, so giving that priority to our panelists, and then I'll come back to take this conversation. Vijay's party has actually written, the Tamalaga Vetri Karagam has written a letter to the Election Commission. We've just got that letter. They have sought urgent transport support, extension of poll hours. That's what Vijay has written, and he's written to the Election Commission of India seeking urgent intervention over transport issues affecting voters during the ongoing elections in Tamil Nadu. This is what the letter says, and I'm reading it out aloud. We'll try and see if we can call it out here on our wall. He says, I am writing to you in a state of deep concern and indignation over complete transport paralysis. Thousands of voters are stranded at bus terminals in Chennai and similarly in other metro cities across Tamil Nadu with no buses or alternative public transport available to reach their designated polling booths. This is not a minor inconvenience. It seems an intentional attempt of misplanning by the State Transport Corporation and Administration, which is outright assault on the fundamental right to vote guaranteed under the Constitution of India. The scenes at Chennai's Coimbatore, Kilambakam and Madavaram bus stands and equivalent terminals elsewhere are unacceptable on election day. Thousands of citizens have traveled from all over the world and from various states from within cities of Tamil Nadu or are attempting to travel to exercise their franchise have been left helpless due to
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Our firm focus continues on these visuals coming in from Murshidabad in West Bengal. Humayun Kabir, who has of course formed his own party after ditching the TMC and has his own interests as far as the Muslim vote bank in West Bengal is concerned. His presence is being opposed there by TMC workers and local leaders on ground, and quite a bit of a scuffle breaking out, even though there are security forces in between the two. So things are not going out of hand. Tushar Gupta, S. Muralidharan continue to be with us even as we connect with our reporters. But Tushar, interesting, could we say that, the TMC is feeling nervous about the Humayun Kabir factor on ground?
Yes, because if the TMC is unable to sweep through Murshidabad and Malda, then they will also be wondering where they really stand in this election. Just like for the BJP, the North Bengal area is paramount. That is where they need to sweep. The TMC also, to up its game, need to sweep this area. And if Humayun Kabir starts playing a spoil spot, that is what will certainly worry them. Though I believe that the Muslim vote in the past few elections across several states, they vote together. They worked as lock, stock, barrel for the party they really want to support. Their voters not divided. They see through these divide and rule strategies. So I don't know how much of an impact it will have right now, because Humayun Kabir is also a new entrant. He promised a lot in the campaign, but it wasn't really gravitating for the voters really. So yes, TMC might be feeling desperate, but not only for the reason of Humayun Kabir, but also because they would want to start strong in these areas so they can capitalize upon it in the second phase and, the other seats.
You know what? From the looks of it, it seems like Humayun Kabir and his supporters are more nervous if anything. And like you rightly said, Tushar, a Muslim vote bank is consolidated. And it's been so since largely because of the BJP. The Muslim vote has managed to vote for one party, deliberately done to keep the BJP out of power. That's their attempt.
Yes.
So in West Bengal, I don't see it to be any different, and Humayun Kabir may not have much of an impact, but yet violence that pans out here is what's really tarnishing the image of polling day in the first phase itself. West Bengal does not. It never so has happened that West Bengal phase of polling goes smoothly without any chaos or scuffle, and this is to its reputation. But a quick look at Muralidharan, if I could bring you in on this. Two opposition states for the BJP, for the centre, I mean, two opposition states, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, going into elections, both have cried foul over the SIR. And how much do you think of that factor playing out?
Nabila, I think it did play out in the West Bengal, and they were like, we even saw Mamata Banerjee going all around up to the Supreme Court. But I don't think that there's so much of complaint from the Tamil Nadu front. Initially there was some resistance, but
Tamil Nadu has complained of delimitation and SIR. They have complained of SIR, but they did a good job in alerting people to go ensure their names are on the rolls. They helped people a lot to ensure their names are on the list. So that way they've done a good job. But delimitation was one aspect that really resonated.
Delimitation was a non-issue. Actually, DMK was running out of issues because the last 2 weeks got solid drubbing from, ADMK. The earlier polls were showing something like 150 plus seats for Congress.
Right.
DMK and allies. It has come down to, almost like neck to neck. Right now, it's neck to neck.
Yeah,
So
Tamil Nadu is
that's
seeing a very close fight. West Bengal, we're not too sure, can't really say. The BJP has a very solid chance, and this possibly is their best bet.
Yes, even as both of these very important battleground states are voting today, phase one of polling in West Bengal, we are getting a big exclusive with the BJP chief speaking to Network 18, his first interview this poll season. Nitin Nabin, exclusively and unfiltered, and that full interview is coming up for you at 11 a.m. So let's be on, standby for that. Nitin Nabin speaking to Network 18 and Rahul Joshi for the very first time this poll season. We've got some snippets also coming up for you as we build up to that full play out at 11 a.m. Listen in.
पांच राज्यों के चुनाव चल रहे हैं, 4 राज्य और पुडुचेरी। मैंने कहा कि थोड़ा सा हम लोग कलकत्ते में बैठे हैं तो इस पर चर्चा की जाए। कैसे देख रहे हैं माहौल को? क्या क्या आपका आकलन है, क्या होगा इन 5 राज्यों में? तो टीएमसी का मानना यह है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी सिर्फ 150-160 सीटों पर चुनाव लड़ रही है, क्योंकि बाकी 90 से ज्यादा सीटों पर माइनॉरिटी जो है तमिलनाडु की बात करते हैं। तमिलनाडु में आपको क्या उम्मीद है अपनी एनडीए से?
That exclusive conversation with Network 18 chief Rahul Joshi coming up at 11 a.m. Nitin Nabin, the new president of BJP, of course, a lot on his shoulders as well, and he was, he was picked for this job. When not many expected his name to come up, there was a long suspense for a very long time of who will lead JP Nadda as the next BJP chief. Nitin Nabin it was, and of course he's been credited as someone who works behind the scenes, who may not be in front, but he's also been credited with working hard ahead of these elections. He talked about how Tamil Nadu, Bengal, and Kerala, he talked about all of these states in one of his addresses continue to be the big focus for BJP, and their aim is to form their governments next in these 3 final frontier kind of states for the BJP. So that full interview is coming up at 11 a.m. with Rahul Joshi, first interview with the BJP chief in this poll season.
Nitin Nabin, who's come right in time, a lot of responsibility on him, Shivani. If you see the 2029 Lok Sabha polls is where Nitin Nabin's role will really play out. His ability to ensure the party is taken to victory for the 4th time will really show his prowess. And at this point, the BJP believes that he is young, he's energetic, seems to be a man with a vision, and they brought him on for this very big role. As you know, the BJP picks surprises, and Nitin Nabin was really a big surprise that the BJP threw up to ensure he leads the party. And he's the man of the moment at a time when multiple states are going into elections. Nitin Nabin speaks to CNN News 18's Rahul Joshi. He's due to be, we're waiting to hear him, what he has to say about prospects of the BJP in these poll-bound states. And it's a difficult one, right? You speak of West Bengal, where the BJP hasn't managed to breach. You speak of Tamil Nadu, where they haven't managed to breach. Kerala, that's also already gone into polls. Also a first time that BJP is looking at to make bigger inroads. So 3 difficult states that's gone into gone into polls this time. Nitin Nabin to shed light on how far the BJP will work its magic. So we've got to wait and watch.
We've got to wait and watch. Stay with us. Also, our rolling continuous coverage on the elections. Polling day continues. We'll get you more updates from on ground as well. We've given you a snippet. We've asked him. Rahul Joshi has posed questions about both West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. So wait to hear what the BJP president says after a very short break.
Elections are won on strategy, but defined by details. I, Manojit Mondal, will connect the dots and decode the bigger picture for you.
Third point, if you notice Pondicherry, which is a fairly important bellwether, the voting percent, the voter turnout was 91%, right? Mahe, which was the least voting, which is on the Kerala side,
right?
Something like 77% or something. Now, if it has reached 91%, the belief is, I'm not saying it is, but the belief is that it is mostly the Vijay Visalkunjus who have come out and voted out there.
Correct.
Now, how is that going to affect? I don't know. But if this was a personality-based election, the only way counter a Vijay personality would have been to have a personality like Annamalai heading it up. So exactly what Chetan said, I don't think they've played to their best character.
Yeah, but you know what? Interestingly, I met Annamalai at our town hall, and Annamalai was quite effusive in his praise for Vijay. He didn't want to criticize Vijay openly, and he said that, see, anybody who's taking on and trying to break down this entire bastion of Dravidian politics, I'm with them. I don't have, and they both seem to admire each other. Vijay has, off the record, and sources tell us that he has come out and said that what Annamalai could achieve on ground in 2024 actually encouraged him to say that, listen, I can also take the plunge and I can put in, if I put in the hard yards, we can mobilize. And there is an alternative option or a place for an alternative within the entire Tamil political ecosystem or the Tamil political spectrum. So interesting. I've just got news coming through, so giving that priority to our panelists, and then I'll come back to take this conversation. Vijay's party has actually written, the Tamilnaga Vetri Karagam has written a letter to the Election Commission. We've just got that letter. They have sought urgent transport support, extension of poll hours. That's what Vijay has written, and he's written to the Election Commission of India seeking urgent intervention over transport issues affecting voters during the ongoing elections in Tamil Nadu. This is what the letter says, and I'm reading it out aloud. We'll try and see if we can call it out here on our wall. He says, I am writing to you in a...
नितिन नवीन जी, आपको न्यूज़ 18 को ये इंटरव्यू देने का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं भी आपको पहली बार इंटरव्यू कर रहा हूं, तो शुरुआत करते हैं कुछ। आपको देखकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष नहीं, आप तो कोई युवा मोर्चा के और कोई युवा पार्टी के अध्यक्ष लगते हैं। तो आप जो है 45 साल की उम्र में भारतीय जनता पार्टी जैसे उसके अध्यक्ष बने, कैसे आपको पता चला, किस तरह की फीलिंग्स पहले आपको आई, किसने फोन करके बताया, कुछ इस बारे में बताएं।
देखिए, हम लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी में वर्किंग करते हुए लंबा समय बीता, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के निर्णय की अपनी एक प्रक्रिया है। संगठन के कई कामों में हम लोग को मौका मिला, उस कारण से संगठन के कामों में पिछले 10-15 वर्षों से हम लोग वर्किंग में हैं। जहां तक जानकारी की बात है, ऑब्वियस बात है, संगठन और सरकार में हमारे नेता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का ही पहला संवाद रहता है। और जब आया तो मैं क्षेत्र का एक बड़ा कार्यक्रम हम कर रहे थे, उस कार्यक्रम के दौरान ही वो सूचना मिली। तो एक बार खुद में पार्टी इतने बड़े निर्णय ले ली है, तो अपने आप में थोड़ा सा चिंतन भी, थोड़ा बड़े निर्णय के बाद एक मन में चुनौती आती है, ये निर्णय, इतने बड़े निर्णय के साथ हम कितना अपने आप को आगे ले जा पाएंगे। तो एक कई तरह के सवाल जब आदमी को इतने बड़े निर्णय से अवगत कराया जाता है, तो जहां एक और पार्टी के भरोसा की खुशी होती है, वहीं उसकी चुनौतियां भी सामने में नजर आती है। तो एक बड़ा ही मिश्रण कह सकते हैं कि उस समय का पहला जो रिएक्शन होता है बड़ा ही मिश्रित होता है। और जब मालूम हुआ तो मैं इतने बड़े टीम के साथ वहां पर था कि सबसे पहले तो उन लोग के साथ बातचीत करके पहले वहां से निकलना था। तो मुझे लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का संवाद और माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का संवाद कहीं न कहीं खुशी और भरोसे को देखते हुए अच्छा लगा, लेकिन सेम टाइम में चुनौती सामने नजर आई।
ये एक तरीके का बड़ा जनरेशनल शिफ्ट है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए। आप काम करते हैं अपने से सीनियर लीडर से, मिनिस्टर्स हैं जो आपसे सीनियर हैं, तो क्या टिप्स दिया आपको प्रधानमंत्री और अमित भाई ने?
देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो पहला ट्वीट है वही उनका असेसमेंट है मेरे बारे में
जी,
और मैं मानता हूं कि वही मेरे लिए उनका रोड मैप या गाइडलाइन है भविष्य के आगे चलने के लिए। जब एक प्रधानमंत्री जी से मिलना हुआ, ऑब्वियसली उन्होंने सबसे पहले तो कहा कि स्वस्थ रहना जरूरी है। जिस प्रकार से प्रधानमंत्री जी खुद फिट रहते हैं, तो वो हमेशा प्रयास करते हैं कि उनकी टीम भी उस प्रकार से फिट होकर काम करे, क्योंकि काम करने के लिए जब बॉडी फिट होता है तो माइंड फिट रहता है
जी।
तो ये अपने आप में प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो पहला टिप्स रहता है। दूसरी जो चीजें रहती है कि एक गाइडलाइन, एक सीनियरिटी के नाते, एक अभिभावक के नाते, क्योंकि एक बड़े सवर में आप आए हैं, तो उसकी कठिनाइयां, उसकी चुनौतियां, उसके जजमेंट के तरीके, कई ऐसी चीजें थी। और मुझे तो लगता है कि कोई एक दिन नहीं, हर दिन प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो गाइडलाइन है वो हम लोग को काम आता है।
आपको स्टैब्लिश करने के लिए उन्होंने भी आपको बॉस कहा, अपना बॉस बताया।
देखिए, यही भारतीय जनता पार्टी के संगठन की खूबसूरती है कि अध्यक्ष का पद सर्वोच्च होता है और उस परिपाटी से सभी कार्यकर्ता, चाहे वो प्रधानमंत्री भी क्यों न हो, अपने आप को उस अध्यक्ष के पद की गरिमा से जोड़ के देखते हैं।
नितिन जी, बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस आए हैं, आएंगे, आते रहेंगे। आपने चुनौतियों की बात की। इस वक्त एक सबसे बड़ी चुनौती आई थी, जो है आप विमेन्स रिजर्वेशन बिल लेकर आए, पारित कराना चाहते थे, पर वो पारित न हो सका।
देखिए, पारित न हो पाने का कसक हम लोग के लिए इसलिए है कि हम लोग आधी आबादी को, देश की माता बहनों को, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कार्यकाल को देखिए तो उन्होंने सुरक्षा, सम्मान, स्वाभिमान और अब हिस्सेदारी की बात की। तो इस 3 बड़े स्फेयर के बाद एक बड़ा मौका था उनको हिस्सेदारी देने का। लेकिन हम को दुख इस बात का है कि हम इस देश की माता बहनों को उसकी हिस्सेदारी समय पर नहीं दिला पाए। वो तो तय है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब जब संकल्प किया है, और मोदी जी की यूएसपी भी रही है कि उन्होंने किसी चीज को संकल्प किया है तो उसको पूरा किया है। हम सबकी इच्छा थी कि 2029 के चुनाव के पहले हम महिलाओं को एक बड़ा हिस्सेदारी में जोड़ पाए, और कहीं ना कहीं आज आधी आबादी को अगर हम इतने बड़े लोकसभा में इतने संख्या में, राज्य विधानसभा में इतनी संख्या में लाते हैं, तो एक सामान्य महिला का लीडरशिप इतनी बड़ी संख्या में जब निकल के आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से निर्णय की भूमिका में महिलाओं की प्राथमिकता नजर आएगी। लेकिन विपक्ष का दुर्भाग्य है कि उन्होंने अच्छी चीजों के लिए भी कभी सकारात्मक सोच नहीं, मोदी का विरोध करते करते वो लोग यहां तक पहुंच गए कि देश की आधी आबादी माता बहनों के विरोध में खड़े हो गए।
तो ये टाइमिंग के बारे में कुछ बताएं, इस वक्त लायक क्यों? इलेक्शन के बाद भी आ सकता था।
ये ऑब्वियस बात है कि हम लोगों ने इसके लिए 2-3 महीने से तैयारी की, कोई आज की तैयारी करके नहीं लाया है। और दूसरी बात है कि ये तो स्पष्ट था जब हमारा बिल पास हुआ था उसी समय कि हम 2026 में ही इसके फ्रीजिंग कैपिंग को हटाने के बाद हम लोग करेंगे, और आज वो समय आ गया था। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि परिस्थितियां ऐसे कई बार चुनाव आते हैं, कई राज्यों के चुनाव होंगे और उसमें पार्लियामेंट भी चलेगा, यूपी का चुनाव होता है उसमें, तो क्या पार्लियामेंट के डिसीजंस नहीं होंगे क्या? ये जो लोग हैं, कितने बार चुनाव प्रचार में राहुल गांधी जी और प्रियंका जी असम गई, पुडुचेरी गई, कितना गई? उससे ज्यादा तो कार्यक्रम मेरे प्रधानमंत्री जी, मेरे गृह मंत्री जी कर रहे हैं। तो अगर उनकी व्यस्तता नजर आती तब ना समझ में आता। वो तो केवल इसको टालना चाहते थे और विषय पे, एजेंडे पे भी डिबेट नहीं कर पा रहे थे।
तो आपने तैयारी की बात की, तो ऑपोजिशन का कहना है कि कोई सलाह मशवरा नहीं किया, कोई उनसे विचार विमर्श नहीं किया, और इसको जो है सीधा ले आके उसको जल्दीबाजी में निकालने का वो
विपक्ष अपने अंतरात्मा से पूछे कि उनसे बातचीत हुई कि नहीं हुई, ये उनको बताना चाहिए। लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है, एक सरकार होने के नाते हमारी जो भूमिका है कि हम सबको लेके चले। हम हमेशा मानते हैं कि विपक्ष भी सरकार का अंग है और उसके साथ समन्वय करके काम करना निश्चित रूप से हमारी प्राथमिकता रहती है।
तो पहले बातचीत की थी आपने?
निश्चित रूप से उसके कई दौर के बातचीत जो होते हैं उसमें
सारी पार्टियों से, कांग्रेस से, समाजवादी से।
देखिए, जो प्रक्रियात्मक बातचीत होती है निश्चित रूप से प्रयास किया गया। अगर उनके मन में था कि इसकी क्रेडिट की जाए तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हाउस के फोरम से कहा कि हम आपके नाम का एडवर्टीजमेंट भी दे देंगे कि आपके ही सहयोग से हुआ। लेकिन उनको नाम से ज्यादा मोदी के विरोध में ध्यान रहता है।
तो अपोजिशन का कहना यह है कि ये अगर आपको रिजर्वेशन देना है 33% तो ये दे दीजिए, इसमें क्या दिक्कत है? जितनी सीट अभी हैं पार्लियामेंट में उसमें दे दीजिए, इसको रोक। इसमें सीट बढ़ाने और डिलिमिटेशन की बात कहां से आ गई?
डिलिमिटेशन को लेके पहले आप है कि डिलिमिटेशन पर गृह मंत्री जी ने हाउस के फ्लोर पे कहा। ये डिलिमिटेशन किसका बनाया हुआ है? ये उन्हीं का बनाया हुआ चीज है। क्या उनको अपने बनाए हुए कानून पर भरोसा नहीं है? क्या उस कानून के, जब उन्होंने अपने समय में किया डिलिमिटेशन, क्या वो कानून के उन मापदंडों में कोई लूप होल था क्या? अगर लूप होल था तो आपने उसमें क्यों नहीं चेक किया? और आज हम कह रहे हैं कि आप ही के बनाए हुए डिलिमिटेशन से हम आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, और आज बढ़ते तो हमारी आधी आबादी को अधिक संख्या में हम हिस्सेदारी दे रहे थे। आज अगर हो जाता तो देश भर के सभी राज्यों में, और 800 से अधिक में, वो तो 33% उसकी कितनी संख्या में महिलाएं आती। मेरा ये कहना है कि वो जो खेल खेल रहे हैं कि ऑब्वियसली ये अनुपात जब होता तो किसका परेशानी होती। आज हमने साउथ और नॉर्थ की जो खेल उन्होंने खेला उसको भी प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री जी ने जितने बढ़िया से हाउस फोरम पे कहा कि आप आइए ना, हम अमेंडमेंट करके आपको और संतुष्ट करने को तैयार है। लेकिन उनका विषय संतुष्टि नहीं है, उनका नकारात्मक सोच है, और जिस सोच के साथ उन्होंने इतनी बड़ी संख्या में महिला हिस्सेदारी को रोका।
उनका कहना यह है कि ऑपोजिशन और राहुल गांधी बार बार ये कह रहे हैं कि ये डिलिमिटेशन जो है, ये आप इलेक्शन कमीशन और एक रिटायर्ड सुप्रीम कोर्ट जज की कमेटी से जो आप लोग करेंगे, और ये जेरिमेंडरिंग जो है, ये कहीं ना कहीं वो शक की निगाह से देखते हैं कि कुछ सरकार ऐसा करेगी, इस तरीके से कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज को बांट लेगी।
मेरा ये कहना है कि ये डिलिमिटेशन कानून किसने बनाया? हमने तो नहीं बनाया, आप ही के समय बना। और इस कानून के दायरे में जो चीजें आती हैं, इसके पूरे फॉर्मूला है, कोई इसमें चेंज नहीं कर सकता। उसके फिर वो, और ये पूरे हाउस में आने वाला था, इसमें ऑल पार्टी की कमेटी के मेंबर होते हैं, हर संसदीय क्षेत्र में कमेटी होती है। ये कहीं कोई ऐसा फॉर्मूला नहीं है जो पहले नहीं बना है। पीछे अगर डिलिमिटेशन है तो मैं तो पूछता हूं कि ये आप ही के बनाए हुए कानून पे आपको क्यों सवाल है?
तो अब आगे क्या होगा?
आगे हम लोग बढ़ेंगे, निश्चित रूप से समय आने दीजिए। एक बार सेंसस होगा तो फिर आगे भी हम लोग बढ़ेंगे।
तो इसके बाद सेंसस होगा, उसके बाद जो है डिलिमिटेशन होगा। इस पर आपकी क्या प्रक्रिया रहेगी?
ऑब्वियसली जो प्रक्रिया के साथ अब जाना पड़ेगा। हम लोग सोचे थे कि ये समय रहते होगा तो हम समय डिलिमिटेशन भी करेंगे, सबको एक प्रॉपर प्रोपोर्शनेट में जो हक मिलना चाहिए वो भी देंगे, और कहीं ना कहीं महिलाओं का जो अधिकार है वो समय पे मिल जाएगा।
जो 50% ज्यादा सीट देने की बात थी ऐसे राज्यों को जहां पर आबादी कम बढ़ी है, तो उनको ये नहीं मिल पाएगा?
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ हम नहीं कर सकते। तो सेंसस होने के बाद जो उसके पॉपुलेशन के साइज आते हैं और उसके बाद उस अनुपात पे निश्चित, लेकिन ये परिस्थिति किसने पैदा किया? ये परिस्थिति जिस बात की आप चर्चा करी, किसने पैदा किया? आज जब गृह मंत्री जी ने सदन के फोरम में कहा कि हम अभी तय कर देते हैं, तो ये तो उनको स्वागत करना चाहिए था। मैं मानता हूं कि साउथ के लोगों का हक की मारी भी किसी ने किया तो राहुल गांधी और उनके कुनबा डीएमके लोगों ने मिल के किया। आज साउथ को परेशानी में डालने का काम किसने किया है? तो वही राहुल गांधी ने किया है।
5 राज्यों के चुनाव चल रहे हैं, 4 राज्य और पुडुचेरी। मैंने कहा कि थोड़ा सा हम लोग कलकत्ते में बैठे हैं तो इस पर चर्चा की जाए। कैसे देख रहे हैं माहौल को? क्या आपका आकलन है, क्या होगा इन 5 राज्यों में?
देखिए, 5 राज्यों की स्थिति अलग अलग है, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि इस बार भाजपा के लिए और बेहतर सिचुएशंस है सभी राज्यों में। असम, पुडुचेरी में निश्चित रूप से हमारी सरकारें रिपीट करेंगी, कहीं इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। बाकी 3 राज्यों में पश्चिम बंगाल आपको आश्चर्यजनक रिजल्ट के साथ सामने आ रहा है, और यहां पर मैं मानता हूं कि सारे जो भी टीएमसी और कांग्रेस के जो खेल थे उस सब से बाहर आकर जनता इस बार भाजपा की सरकार बनाई जा रही है।
तो असम पुडुचेरी में सरकार बनेगी, और आप कह रहे हैं कि बंगाल में भी सरकार बनेगी?
100% अब जो सिचुएशन बन रहे हैं और जो जनता का मूड दिख रहा है, पश्चिम बंगाल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
तो पिछली बार भी माहौल 2021 में भी था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है। इस बार 2021 से क्या अलग है? क्या भरोसा दे रहा है आपको कि इस बार आप सरकार बना लेंगे?
देखिए, पिछले बार भी जितने गुणात्मक तरीके से हम आगे बढ़े, 3 से 77 सीट पर आए, अगर उसी स्पीड को अगर हम मेंटेन करें तो इस बार तो 100% हम अपनी सरकार बना रहे हैं। जहां तक अनुभव की बात आप कह सकते हैं, जनता कार्यकर्ता का एक जो माइंडसेट दिखता है और आम आदमी का जो रिस्पांस दिख रहा है कार्यक्रमों में, रोड शो में, गति बैठकों में, कहीं ना कहीं वो स्पष्ट है कि इस बार टीएमसी की जो अनारकी रही, जो गुंडागर्दी रही, करप्शन रहा, बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ से आम आदमी त्रस्त है, तो ये सारे मुद्दे निश्चित रूप से टीएमसी के पूरे अगेंस्ट जा रहे हैं, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इन मुद्दों की लड़ाई लड़ी है, तो निश्चित रूप से अग्रणी रूप से हम इसमें आगे बढ़ेंगे।
तो टीएमसी का मानना यह है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी सिर्फ 150-160 सीटों पर चुनाव लड़ रही है, क्योंकि बाकी 90 से ज्यादा सीटों पर माइनॉरिटी जो है प्रबल है, उसका जो है वोट शेयर 40-50% से ज्यादा है, तो वहां जीतने की कोई चांस नहीं है। तो इस बार आप हिंदू वोट कंसोलिडेशन देख रहे हैं, इस लेवल पर देख रहे हैं कि आपको बहुमत मिल जाएगी?
देखिए, हम तो 294 सीट पे चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं
जी,
ठीक है। उनके आंकड़े किस प्रकार से वो कैलकुलेट करते हैं वो उनकी पार्टी की रणनीति होगी, लेकिन हम तो देख रहे हैं कि इस बार अगर हिंदू कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से ज्यादा पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ के विरोध में है, और उसमें चाहे हिंदू कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कहिए या आम नागरिक जो पश्चिम बंगाल का है, जो भी लंबे समय तक यहाँ रह रहा है, वो निश्चित रूप से बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ के विरोध में है। और इसको जिस प्रकार से संरक्षण ममता दीदी ने दिया है, इससे पूरे आम आवाम में इसके प्रति रोष है, एग्रेशन रिएक्शन है, और उसका प्रकटीकरण चाहे हिंदू कॉलिशन के रूप में आप देखिए या आम पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों के समर्थन को देखिए।
तो एसआईआर, टीएमसी का मानना है कि ये दो फैक्टर हैं जो कि पूरा एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल तरह का कैप्चर हो गया है। इलेक्शन कमीशन आपके साथ है, सीबीआई, ईडी की रेड्स तमाम चारों तरफ चल रही हैं और उनके समर्थकों पर चल रही हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के समर्थकों पर नहीं चल रही, तो उनके तमाम ये चल रहा है। और एसआईआर के रहते 90 लाख से ज्यादा वोट कट चुके हैं, तो इसका बेनिफिट क्या आपको मिल रहा है एसआईआर का, जो 90 लाख वोट?
पहले ये समझिए कि 90 लाख में से 30 लाख ऐसे लोग हैं जो थे ही नहीं, तो निश्चित रूप क्या उन लोगों का फर्जी वोट देने का अधिकार दे दिया जाए? और बाकी जो 60 लाख जिसके डिमार्केशन हुए, बाकी चीजें हुई, 92 लाख टोटल जो है। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि दीदी के ही प्रशासन के डीएम एसडीओ है ना
जी,
तो आपके प्रशासन के डीएम एसडीओ ने फाइंड आउट करके अगर 92 लाख दिया तो ये तो आपके मशीनरी का है। कहां इसमें इलेक्शन कमीशन आ रहा है? इलेक्शन कमीशन की कोई भी मशीनरी जिला प्रशासन और स्थानीय प्रखंड से आती है, कोई उसकी अपनी मशीनरी नहीं होती है। अब उस मशीनरी ने ही 92 लाख डिलीशन के लिए अगर आगे प्रस्ताव बढ़ाया तो इसमें दीदी को बेचैन क्यों होना चाहिए? और 92 लाख अगर जा रहे हैं तो उसके अगेंस्ट तो आप कहां कहां दरवाजा नहीं खटखटाई, वहां से भी क्या जवाब मिला? आप क्यों वैसे लोगों की चिंता कर रही थी जो यहां है ही नहीं? क्या मंशा थी आपकी?
तो आप क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं कि जो लोग यहाँ थे ही नहीं, जो इसमें आए हैं, उनका वोट ये लोग फर्जी डाल रहे थे?
अरे कहने यही तो बात है, यही चीज की वकालत करिए दीदी, जो लोग है नहीं उनके वोट की वकालत। ये तो कहीं ना कहीं आम आदमी को समझ में आने वाली बात है कि उनकी वकालत जो है नहीं, ये किस उद्देश्य से किया जा रहा है? मंशा स्पष्ट नजर आ रही है।
वो कह रहे हैं कि माइनॉरिटी वोट बैंक से आपने जो है वो काट दिए हैं, तो इसलिए उनके जो वोटर्स थे वो उनका आप काट कर जीतना चाहते हैं।
बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए जो होंगे निश्चित रूप से उनका नाम कटेगा। अब वो माइनॉरिटी है कि मेजोरिटी है ये वो समझे, लेकिन स्पष्ट रूप से हम इस देश के नागरिकों के प्रति जवाबदेह है, हम विदेश से आए हुए बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के प्रति जवाबदेह नहीं है।
27 लाख लोग डिसएनफ्रेंचाइज हो गए हैं इस बार, इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? ये लॉजिकल डिस्क्रिपेंसी के तहत इसको जो है, लोगों के पास 2002 की मैपिंग भी है, गवर्नमेंट डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी हैं, और उसके बाद वोट नहीं दे पा रहे हैं।
देखिए इस पूरे प्रोसेस को देखिए, सभी राज्यों ने इसी टाइम पीरियड में ये प्रोसेस पूरा किया। पूरी सिस्टम ऑफ मशीनरी आपके पास थी, आपके लोग, और उनको 4-4 महीना एक एक चीज के लिए इलेक्शन कमीशन एक महीने का टाइम देता है। पहले ड्राफ्ट पब्लिकेशन होता है, उसमें आप दावा आपत्ति, उसके पहले फिर 1 महीने का और एक्सटेंशन टाइम देता है। 2-2 महीने में अगर सब लोगों ने कंप्लेन किया, दावा किया होता तो ये विषय आ रहे होते। लेकिन दीदी का जो ये विषय है, 27 लाख लोग और ये विषय, इनको पूरा समय दिया गया। और आज भी प्रोसेस में ये देखना चाहिए कि हम जिन लोगों को अधिकार दे रहे हैं वो अगर है तो निश्चित रूप से उनको अधिकार मिलना चाहिए, जो नहीं है उनके चिंता में क्यों बेचैन है ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
तो आप कह रहे हैं ये 27 लाख जो भी हुआ है ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डिले हुआ है, जो कि उनके एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने किया।
ऑब्वियसली इतने लंबे समय तक चीजों को फंसा के रखना, और इतने आपको कब का, बाकी सभी राज्य उसी प्रोसेस को कंप्लीट किए ना। हमारे बिहार में भी हुआ था पूरा टाइम पीरियड, हम तो 2 महीने में हम लोगों ने किया। जुलाई अगस्त में हमारे यहाँ हुआ, सितंबर में प्रकाशन हो गया। यहाँ तो पूरा 4 महीना चला, दिसंबर से लेकर पूरा मार्च तक चला। आप उस प्रोसेस को, क्योंकि आपकी इच्छा ही नहीं इसको कराने की, आप शुरू से इसमें रोड़ा अटका रही थी, क्योंकि आपके हिडन एजेंडा थे, और उस हिडन एजेंडा को पूरा करने में आपने यहाँ के लोगों का भी नुकसान किया है।
वो कह रही है कि 2.5 लाख पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस जो है बंगाल में लगी हुई हैं, इस तरीके से कैसे इलेक्शन हो सकता है?
मैं ये मानता हूं कि अगर फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन के लिए कोई भी मेथड यूज करना हो तो करना चाहिए, और अगर इलेक्शन कमीशन मानता है कि हमको फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन के लिए हमको पूरी मशीनरी चाहिए तो निश्चित रूप से सरकार को उपलब्ध कराना पड़ेगा।
हम लोगों ने देखा है कि पिछले चुनाव में महिलाओं का रोल, भूमिका जो है बहुत अहम रही है। किसी की भी जीत हो, उनका रोल बहुत हो रहा है। क्या आपको लगता है कि महिलाएं बंगाल में आज दीदी के साथ नहीं है जैसे पहले थी? उनकी स्कीम है लक्ष्मी भंडार, उसमें जो है 1500 रुपए मिलता है। तो क्या ये एक फैक्टर होगा जिससे माइनॉरिटी के अलावा विमेन वोटर्स भी उनका रुझान भी उनकी तरफ हो सकता है?
देखिए, एक तो देश भर में महिला वोटर्स भाजपा के साथ आ रही है। यहां पर भी जिन नारों के साथ वो सरकार में आई, मां, माटी, मानुस, उन तीनों के साथ जो वादा खिलाफी किया, उन तीनों के साथ जो सौतेला व्यवहार हुआ, इस राज्य की महिलाओं के साथ जिस प्रकार से व्यवहार हुआ है असुरक्षा को लेकर, वो कहीं ना कहीं आम लड़की हो, महिला हो, सब, चाहे ग्रामीण महिला हो चाहे शहरी महिला हो, सबको इससे भयभीत है। उनके जो गुंडा राज चलते हैं, हर चौक चौराहे पे जो उनकी वसूली चलती है, उससे हर महिला परेशान है। वहां तो महिला लोग को ये कहना है, जब हम लोग कैंपेन में जाए, कि एक हाथ से दीदी देती है 1500 रुपया और दूसरे हाथ से वसूली करने वाले पहुंच जाते हैं। तो आज महिलाओं के अंदर जब रोष है कि न हमको सुरक्षा मिल रहा है, न सम्मान मिल रहा है, और स्वाभिमान से जीने का तो कोई मौका नहीं है यहाँ पर, जिस प्रकार से बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिया हो रहे हैं, आम महिला अपने आप को डरी हुई महसूस कर रही है। तो निश्चित रूप से ममता दीदी के प्रति अब कोई सहानुभूति नहीं है। एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री होते हुए इस राज्य की महिलाओं का ही अगर शोषण हुआ होगा, इस महिला मुख्यमंत्री होते हुए महिलाओं के आरक्षण का विरोध करने वाली ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री से क्या उम्मीद करेगी यहाँ की महिलाएं?
आपकी जो स्कीम है 3000 रुपए वाली, क्या उसकी मैसेज जो है जमीन तक पहुंच पाई है?
देखिए, हम लोग जो संकल्प पत्र लाते हैं, हम निश्चित रूप से जनता के हर फोरम पे लेकर उसको जाते हैं, और उसके हमारे कई तरीके हैं। हम जनता के बीच में जाकर कैंपेन के माध्यम से अपने डोर टू डोर कैंपेन है, लिफलेट, बाकी सब हम निश्चित रूप से इसको पहुंचा रहे हैं। और हमको आश्वस्त है कि देश भर में एक बड़ा ही ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड हमारा अच्छा रहा है कि मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, और मोदी की गारंटी मतलब पूरा होने की गारंटी। आज देश भर के जितने भी राज्यों में हम लोगों ने आगे बढ़कर संकल्प लिया, उन संकल्प को हमने पूरा किया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारा ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड ऐसा है, निश्चित रूप से महिलाएं हमारे साथ आएंगी।
बंगाल में मेरा एक डायरेक्ट सवाल है, कितनी सीटों की उम्मीद है आपको?
देखिए, मैं सीटों के आंकड़े में तो स्पष्ट रूप से आपसे क्या बताऊंगा। मैं ये मानता हूं कि जो रुझान दिख रहे हैं, जो पब्लिक का एक वेविंग और पब्लिक का जो सपोर्ट दिखा है, हम यहाँ पर एब्सोल्यूट मेजोरिटी की सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं।
एब्सोल्यूट मेजोरिटी 150, 160, 170, एक आपका जो अंदर का आंकड़ा है वो बताएं।
नहीं, अंदर के आंकड़े नहीं, अब तो जनता वोट कर रही है। अब सारे आंकड़े शाम तक तो कुछ आपके पास भी आ जाएंगे, और अगला फेज में मैं मानता हूं कि बहुत ही एग्जैक्ट फिगर है कि हम अपने बहुमत से कई बड़े अंक आगे रहेंगे।
तमिलनाडु की बात करते हैं। तमिलनाडु में आपको क्या उम्मीद है अपनी एनडीए से?
जिस प्रकार से डीएमके का करप्शन, जिस प्रकार से डीएमके की एनआरकी, और जिस प्रकार से सनातन विरोधी मानसिकता, वो पूरी तरह से तमिलनाडु में लोगों में रिएक्शन है। वहां हमारी भूमिका छोटी है, हम अलायंस पार्टनर में हैं, और हमारा मुख्य दल एआईडीएमके वहां पर लड़ रहे हैं हम लोग मिलकर। हमारे मानना है कि जिस प्रकार से पब्लिक के अंदर रिएक्शन मैंने देखा, मैं खुद भी कई कैंपेन में वहां पर गया, मुझे बहुत स्पष्ट दिख रहा है कि डीएमके को इस बार इसका भारी नुकसान होगा।
विजय फैक्टर कितना बड़ा है? ये किसको नुकसान करेगा या किसको फायदा करेगा?
देखिए, विजय फैक्टर कितना बनेगा, राजनीति में कई बार ग्लैमर से भी लोग आते हैं और स्थान बनाते हैं, पर मेरा हमेशा मानना है पिच पे थोड़ा समय बिताना पड़ेगा। और अगर कई बार हम लोगों ने देखे ऐसे ऐसे कई बड़े लोग आते हैं और वो कितने मजा जमीन पर रह पाते हैं, वो देखने का विषय है। मैं मानता हूं कि विजय जी के लिए शुरुआत जरूर है, पर बहुत बड़ी शुरुआत होगी ऐसा मैं नहीं मानता हूं।
तो ज्यादातर पोल डीएमके को दिखा रहे हैं कि डीएमके आगे है। क्या आने वाले समय में विजय के साथ मिलकर सरकार बनने की कोई संभावना है? कोई पोस्ट पोल अलायंस की बात हो सकती है?
हमारी ऑलरेडी अपनी अलायंस वर्किंग है और सभी अलायंस पार्टनर हम लोग मिलकर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। हम आज पोस्ट पोल के लिए कहीं कोई संभावना मुझे नहीं दिख रही है। मुझे लग रहा है कि हम एनडीए एज ए फ्रंट सरकार बनाएंगे।
तो विजय के साथ हाथ मिलाने का कोई
चिंता नहीं पड़ेगी
और सरकार बनेगी?
हम तो आश्वस्त हैं।
असम में कैसे देखते हैं? ऑपोजिशन का कहना है कि असम में अगर आपकी सरकार बनेगी तो डिलिमिटेशन के फायदे की वजह से बनेगी। आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं?
मेरे जो कांग्रेस के साथी लोग हैं, ये डिलिमिटेशन तो आपने भी कई बार कराया, क्यों नहीं आप लगातार सरकार बनाते रह गए? सरकार केवल डिलिमिटेशन से बनती और इन सब चीजों से, तब तो आपकी सरकार कभी नहीं जाती। वो जनता के मैंडेट से बनती है। जनता के बीच में हमारा क्या अप्रोच है, क्या हमारा रीच है, हमने डेवलपमेंट कैसे किया, हमने लॉ एंड ऑर्डर कैसे किया, हमने गवर्नेंस कैसे दिया, इन मुद्दों पे बनता है। हमारी लीडरशिप कैसा काम किया, इन मुद्दों पे बनता है। डिलिमिटेशन पे अगर सरकारें बनती तो दिल्ली में बैठे बैठे जो डिलिमिटेशन कानून बनाए थे वही सत्ता में अभी रहते।
साउथ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक तरीके से अपनी साख नहीं जमा पा रही है। तमिलनाडु में आप पहले अन्नामलाई को आपने आगे किया, उसके बाद उनको आपने पीछे कर लिया, आप एआईडीएमके के संग गए, तो अकेले जाने की हिम्मत नहीं की आपने तमिलनाडु में। लगता है कि इसका खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा आने वाले समय।
देखिए, गठबंधन दल धर्म को हम लोग निभाया है। और अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के समय में से आप देखिए, हमने हमेशा अलायंस को अपना प्रमुखता से रखा है। जब हम 303 के आंकड़े में भी थे तो भी हम एनडीए के रूप में थे। आज हम अगर 240 पे भी हैं तो भी हम एनडीए के स्वरूप में रखते हैं। हम हमेशा मानते हैं कि इस देश की राजनीति को गठबंधन का विषय के साथ लेके चलना है, ताकि हम सभी तरह के माइंडसेट को अपने साथ लेके चलें। जहां तक तमिलनाडु की बात है, मैं इस पे स्पष्ट मानता हूं, परिस्थितियां राजनीति में कई बार अलग अलग होती हैं, अंकगणित के आधार पर अपने दावे प्रतिदावे होते हैं, लेकिन एआईडीएमके, बीजेपी और हमारे एनडीए अलायंस एक स्वाभाविक रूप से वहां पर पब्लिक के लिए अलायंस है, और उस अलायंस के साथ हम लोग ने फिर विधानसभा चुनाव में आगे बढ़े। अन्नामलई लोकसभा चुनाव लड़े थे, इस बार पूरे विधानसभा चुनाव में पूरे कैंपेन में हमारे स्टार प्रचारक रहे हैं। मैक्सिमम मेरे साथ 2 रोड शो में वो रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री के कार्यक्रम में, तो कहाँ पीछे किया है। अब एक व्यक्ति को अगर लोकसभा मिला है तो बाद में उसके लिए पार्टी हर आदमी के लिए होमवर्क करके रखती है।
थोड़ा लग रहा था कि मुंह फुलाए बैठे हुए।
देखिए, मैं तो मानता हूँ पार्टी हर कार्यकर्ता के लिए होमवर्क किए रहती है, समय आने पर उस होमवर्क का पता चलता है।
केरला में आप कैसे देखते हैं, कौन जीतेगा? कांग्रेस का पड़ला भारी है या फिर पिनराई विजयन का?
जिस प्रकार से केरल में हम लोग की बढ़ोतरी हो रही है, 1.5% से 20% तक वोट पे गए। कल तक इन दोनों की जो मैच फिक्सिंग थी, एलडीएफ यूडीएफ की जो खेल चलता था, मैं मानता हूं कि बीजेपी ने स्पष्ट रूप से अपनी उपस्थिति बड़े अंक के साथ दर्ज की है, और कहीं ना कहीं ये उपस्थिति दिख रही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भविष्य अब केरल में दम सामने आने वाला है। तो ये जो एलडीएफ यूडीएफ का खेल है, इनकी मैच फिक्सिंग गेम चलती रहेगी। हम अपनी उपस्थिति स्ट्रांग रूप से और बेहतर तरीके से देने जा रहे हैं।
नितिन जी, ये तो रहे अभी के होने वाले चुनाव की बात, कुछ चर्चा करते हैं आने वाली चुनौतियों की, आने वाले समय की। आपके अगले साल 7 स्टेट्स के चुनाव हैं, इनमें सबसे बड़ी चुनौती किन स्टेट्स को आप मानते हैं? उत्तर प्रदेश को कैसे देखते हैं? ये एक अहम चुनाव होगा अगले साल।
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, जिस प्रकार से उत्तर प्रदेश को एक उत्तम प्रदेश बनाने की प्रक्रिया में हम आगे बढ़े हैं, जिस उत्तर प्रदेश में अपराध के लिए जाना जाता था, वसूली के लिए जाना जाता था, और जिस केवल कास्ट के नाम पर लोगों को भ्रमित करने के लिए जाना जाता था, आज उत्तर प्रदेश विकास के नाम पर जाना जा रहा है, एक्सप्रेसवे के नाम पर जाना जा रहा है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के रूप में जाना जा रहा है। तो निश्चित रूप से आम आवाम को जिन चीजों की पहली आवश्यकता होती है, गवर्नेंस, डेवलपमेंट, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ग्रोथ, इन सब चीजों में आज उत्तर प्रदेश बेहतर तरीके से देश के अग्रणी राज्यों में काम कर रहा है। तो आम जनमानस इसको देखकर वोट करता है। आज हमने अगर गरीब की भी चिंता की, चाहे वो प्रधानमंत्री अन्न योजना से लेकर पूरी तरह से सरकार की योजनाओं को नीचे क्रियान्वयन तक, वहीं हमने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ग्रोथ भी दिखाया। हम इन्वेस्टमेंट भी बड़े पैमाने पर उत्तर प्रदेश में ला रहे हैं। एक लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का जो यूएसपी है योगी जी का, वो भी दिख रहा है। तो मैं मानता हूं कि आज उत्तर प्रदेश के कई शहर आज विकसित शहर के रूप में दिख रहे हैं। तो ये सब चीजें हमारे लिए स्पष्ट रूप से हमारे तीसरे सरकार बनाने के लिए काफी है।
तो 2024 में फिर झटका क्यों लगा?
देखिए, हर चुनाव अपने अलग अलग परिस्थितियों को लेके आता है, उसमें भी कुछ चीजें हमारी कमी रही, हम लोग उस पर काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो भी मैंडेट रहा वो मैंडेट हमारे पक्ष में रहा। हाँ, ये जरूर है कुछ कमियां हमारी थी, हम उसको दूर कर रहे हैं।
पंजाब एक स्टेट है जहां पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपना कोई चुनाव हरदम आपने किसी पार्टनर के साथ लड़ा है, मगर आप अपना स्थान एक तरीके से नहीं बना पाए। आने वाले समय में पंजाब में आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया रहेगी? क्या आम आदमी पार्टी इस वक्त पंजाब में स्ट्रांग है?
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी तो अपने ही कर्मों के आधार पर, कुकर्मों के आधार पर गिरेगी। ये जरूर है पंजाब हमारे लिए चुनौती रहा है, हमारे आधार को बढ़ाने के लिए, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि पंजाब के लोगों के साथ जो हमारा संबंध रहा है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी पंजाब के साथ हर फोरम पे खड़ी रही है, हर समय खड़ी रही है, चाहे वो जनसंघ काल क्यों ना हो। जनसंघ कालखंड से हमें वोट कम मिले, हम कम स्थान पर, लेकिन हमने पंजाब के सिचुएशन को, पंजाब के मिजाज को हमेशा अपने नजदीक पाया और हमने हमेशा उनके साथ। और आने वाले समय में संघर्ष होता है, कई बार हमको समय लगता है उस पिच पे अपने आप को जमाने का। मैं मानता हूं कि 2026 का जब 27 का जब इलेक्शन होगा पंजाब, इस बार पंजाब भाजपा के दृष्टि से नया स्वरूप में दिखेगा।
तो क्या आप अकेले लड़ेंगे इस बार?
100% हम अकेले लड़ेंगे और एक नए स्वरूप में दिखेंगे।
और अकाली दल के किसी के साथ कोई समझौता नहीं?
देखिए, आज हम अपने स्वरूप में, अपने संगठन के बल पर अपनी जनाधार को बढ़ाते हुए चुनाव मैदान में जाएंगे।
उत्तराखंड में आप कैसे देखते हैं पार्टी की पोजीशन? काफी चुनौतियां रही हैं पिछले 1 सालों में।
देखिए, हर राज्य सरकारों को वहां की परिस्थितियों को संभालने की कई चुनौतियां होती हैं, लेकिन हम अपने ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड को देखते हैं, हम डेवलपमेंट को देखते हैं, हम वहां के जो इम्प्रूवमेंट होना चाहिए हर आदमी के पब्लिक के लाइफ में, उन सब चीज के ग्रोथ को देखते हैं। और मैं मानता हूं कि आज उत्तराखंड पूरी तरह से डेवलपमेंट के फोरम के हिसाब से देखिए, पूरे हमारे जो यूएसपी रहती है गवर्नेंस का, उस फोरम से देखिए, तो हम बेहतर रूप से आगे बढ़े हैं और पुष्कर सिंह धामी के नेतृत्व में निश्चित रूप से हम और बेहतर परिणाम लेके आएंगे।
तो आने वाले समय में यूपी और उत्तराखंड में चेहरा योगी और धामी ही होंगे।
देखिए, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री हैं, उनके नेतृत्व में हम सरकार चलाएं तो निश्चित रूप से चेहरे होंगे।
बिहार के बारे में बात करते हैं, वहां पे भी एक तरीके से एक जनरेशनल शिफ्ट हुआ है। पहला भाजपा का मुख्यमंत्री और वो भी काफी उम्र में कम। इसको कैसे देखते हैं? आप तो वहां से आते हैं, आप वहां मंत्री भी रहे हैं, कार्यकर्ता भी रहे हैं।
देखिए, बिहार हमारे एनडीए और बीजेपी के समय से लंबे समय तक हमारा क्षेत्र रहा। हम लोगों ने अलायंस पॉलिटिक्स के में निश्चित रूप से बिलीव किया। एक समय हम बड़ी पार्टी थे तो भी हम लोगों ने नीतीश कुमार को अपना नेतृत्वकर्ता बनाकर आगे किया और उस गठबंधन को हमने निभाया भी लंबे समय। और आज कहीं ना कहीं एक समय आया जब जदयू ने वो फैसला किया जो फैसला हमने कभी पहले किया था और नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व में वो फैसला हुआ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मौका मिला। और मैं ये मानता हूं कि ये दोनों दलों की आपस की जो एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, जो अपने आप में इतिहास में लिखी जाएगी कि दोनों ही दलों ने जब जब मौका मिला गठबंधन धर्म को कैसे निभाया। आज मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग चुनाव लड़े, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री जी ने निर्णय किया। एक समय था जब हम खुद बड़ी संख्या में थे, फिर भी हमने निर्णय नीतीश कुमार के लिए किया। तो ये दोनों ही चीजें मुझे लगता है कि अलायंस पॉलिटिक्स के लिए उदाहरण बनेंगी। और आज सम्राट चौधरी के रूप में एक लीडरशिप भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए ने मिलकर तय किया है और मेरा ये मानना है कि ये एनडीए के जो संकल्प रहे हैं 2025 के, उन संकल्पों को पूरा करेगी।
बिहार में जदयू जो है, अब इसका अस्तित्व ऑपोजिशन कहती है कि खतरे में है, कि आने वाले समय में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्यादा बड़ी पार्टी है और आने वाले समय में उनके पास कोई लीडर भी नहीं है। इस क्रिटिसिज्म को आप कैसे?
मैं देखता हूं जो खुद ही अस्तित्व विहीन हो जी, जिनका खुद का जनाधार नहीं बचा हो, वो जदयू जैसी बड़ी पार्टी पर सवाल उठाए या उनके अस्तित्व की इस बात। आज आप कहां पे हो? अरे पहले थोड़ा अपने गिरेबान में झांक लेते। इतने बड़े बड़े वादे, इतने बड़े बड़े कैंपेन, इतने बड़े बड़े लोगों को उतार कर मैदान में क्या मिला? जनता के बीच में जब तक आप ही नहीं हो, जनता आप ही के साथ कुछ खड़ी नहीं हो पा रही, आप हम पर उठा रहे हो जिसके 84 एमएलए हैं, 80 एमएलए। तो मेरा ये कहना है कि अपने अस्तित्व पर पहले झांकना चाहिए और जदयू पूरी तरह से एज ए पार्टी स्ट्रांगली खड़ी है और बीजेपी और जदयू एनडीए अलायंस के रूप में हम लोग बेहतर काम करके आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम जनता के प्रति कमिटेड होकर काम कर रहे हैं।
कांग्रेस पार्टी को आप कैसे देखते हैं और उनके नेता राहुल गांधी के बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? जिस तरीके से आप लोगों का रिश्ता है उसमें इतनी कटुता है, क्या ये रिश्ता कुछ बेहतर हो सकता है? एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन को साथ में लेकर चलना भी तो एक बड़ी बात है।
मैंने आपको शुरू में ही कहा कि मैं तो मानता हूं कि सत्ता सरकार का अंग होता है विपक्ष, पर इमैच्योर पॉलिटिशियन जैसे राहुल गांधी, जिनको पॉलिटिक्स के लिए केवल एनार्किस्ट माइंडसेट हो, उस माइंडसेट के व्यक्ति को जिसको ये नहीं समझ में आए कि चीजों की गंभीरता क्या होती है, उनकी एक्टिविटी हाउस के अंदर, हाउस के बाहर आप देखिए, उनके शब्दों को हाउस के अंदर, हाउस के बाहर देखिए। अरे एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी, उसका लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन क्या इस तरह के शब्दों का प्रयोग, इस तरह की चीजों का प्रयोग करता है? लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जैसा शख्सियत हुए, कई ऐसे बड़े बड़े कांग्रेस के बड़े नेता लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन थे। उनके बिहेवियर को देखिए, उनके एक्टिविटी को देखिए। लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन को मैं मानता हूं कि सरकार का एक पार्ट है, लेकिन उसकी एक्टिविटी, उसका वर्किंग, इस प्रकार का लैंग्वेज, उस प्रकार के बिहेवियर पब्लिक डोमेन पे किस तरह के शब्दों का, मैं तो मानता हूं कि इमैच्योर पॉलिटिशियन है और कहीं ना कहीं पॉलिटिकल ग्रोथ ठीक से नहीं हुआ है।
पर उनके पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता भी इस तरह के शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। अभी खड़गे जी ने मोदी जी के बारे में बोला।
अब तो मैं कहूंगा कि राहुल जी का जो कुनबा है, जो दबाव बनाता है, जो उनकी पीआर एजेंसी उनको समझाती है, वही शब्दों का प्रयोग बेचारे मल्लिकार्जुन जी भी करते रहते हैं। मैं तो मानता हूं कि कहीं ना कहीं ये कांग्रेस की जो ओछी मानसिकता है, जो पिछले लंबे समय से आप देख रहे हैं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अपमानित करने के शब्दों का प्रयोग करने की जो परंपरा बनाए, उस परंपरा के वाहक बनकर मल्लिकार्जुन जी नजर आ रहे हैं। और मैं मानता हूं इसके बावजूद कि उनको इतनी बार सजा मिली है, फिर भी उस सजा से सीखने का काम नहीं करते हैं। देश की जनता ने हमेशा उनको सिखाया कि मोदी को अपमान करोगे तो हम मोदी के सम्मान में और जीत का माला पहनाएंगे, फिर भी अभी तक उनको अपने गलतियों से भी सीखने का मौका नहीं मिल रहा है।
आपसे बात करके नितिन जी बहुत अच्छा लगा, और ये देखकर समझ में आ रहा है आपसे जिस तरह से बात हुई अभी कि आप यू हैव हिट द ग्राउंड रनिंग, जिसको बोलते हैं कि आप तुरंत आते ही क्रीज में जो है आपने सेटल होने में ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लगाया और चौके छक्के लगाने शुरू।
मैं ये मानता हूं कि राजनीति के पिच पे पूरा समय बिताना चाहिए
जी,
और चौके छक्के की नहीं, अगर पिच पे आपको जमना है तो समय बिताना चाहिए।
जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, आप हमसे जुड़े आज, थैंक यू।
So that was the exclusive conversation with the new BJP chief Nitin Nabin, Rahul Joshi in conversation with him, and of course a whole host of issues pertaining to national politics and the BJP's growth in some states have been discussed. But predominantly I want to also focus on West Bengal, Tamil Nadu states which are poll bound currently. My colleagues Aman Sharma, Pallavi Ghosh joining us. Also with us is Arunima, because the women's bill issue has also been touched upon in this interview. But first up, Aman, I come to you. Let's begin with West Bengal. Nitin Nabin was asked the question and about the exuberance that the BJP, was displaying in 2021 as well. We saw the result, but he says that, given how well we did in 2021, we improved from 3 to 77. If we keep the same pace, the same momentum, then surely we'll be in power this time.
Well, definitely Nitin Nabin there exuding a lot of confidence. He said we went from 3 to 77. If we remain on the same path and the same speed, we will definitely form the government in West Bengal with an absolute majority. He didn't give any specific figure, but he's saying we'll be comfortably above the majority mark, and he's saying that he's confident because of the support that they're getting from the people of West Bengal. He's saying there's a lot of anti-incumbency. People in Bengal are upset with the Mamata Banerjee government, especially women voters, he's saying, are completely upset with Mamata Banerjee. The phrase that he used there, that, Mamata Banerjee may be giving rupees 1,500 to women, but women complain that immediately after they get that rupees 1,500 from the Mamata Banerjee government, another TMC person comes asking for cut money. So Nitin Nabin is very clearly saying that women in West Bengal are not happy with the Mamata Banerjee government. The feedback on the ground and the people's support is what will bring the BJP to power in West Bengal with an absolute majority.
All right, Pallavi is also with us. Pallavi, a very sharp attack that Nitin Nabin has taken against the Mamata government and largely all oppositions that he's spoken against. A very confident Nitin Nabin. It's a difficult election this time. We're looking at opposition ruled states, all the BJP finding it hard to crack into, but Nitin Nabin exuding that confidence and hope.
Well, I mean, it's different from 2021. I'll definitely say so, because in 2021, the Congress and the left had virtually given up completely. But this time round, in many pockets, you're seeing the Congress plus the left also fighting back. And the BJP is completely aware of it. But under Nitin Nabin, this is going to be one big election which the BJP is contesting. And they've been very, very smart and I would say calculative as far as their strategy is concerned. I was here in 2021. Some of the mistakes which were made by the BJP at that point of time are absolutely missing. First of all, it's very much a high voltage campaign as it was in 2021, but this time round it is more focused on vocal for local. It is more focused on local leadership, local issues, and there are no personal comments, no matter whatever provocation, because she's come out with some very personal attacks on the Prime Minister, some on the Home Minister. The BJP is not getting swayed by that. They are keeping their focus on one, the job, the loss, the non-availability of jobs, and also the fact that many women are having to live here alone because their husbands or their children are having to leave the state in search of jobs. So that's where the women angle comes in. Plus, to counter a Lakhi Bandar of 1,500, the BJP has given 3,000. So I would say under Nitin Nabin, a big challenge, but also a very, very smart strategy.
Pallavi, interestingly you mentioned about the fight that Congress and left are giving this time, maybe unlike the last time, because we're getting a very important comment now coming in from Rahul Gandhi, and this could actually have an impact on ground. Rahul Gandhi has released a new video amidst the ongoing phase 1 of polling in West Bengal, phase 2 yet to come. But in the clip, he's saying that the corrupt Mamata government is a key reason why the BJP could potentially come to power in West Bengal. Now, this is a massive statement to make, even as polling is happening today. or in the run-up to phase 2? Because this kind of gives credence to the BJP narrative that they could come to power in West Bengal. Why would a Rahul Gandhi attack the TMC and say this? Now, this will open up a whole can of worms. I think we have that thought also from Rahul Gandhi. Let's first listen in.
भाइयों और बहनों, अगर ममता जी ने साफ सुथरी सरकार चलाई होती, अगर ममता जी ने बंगाल को पोलराइज नहीं किया होता, तो बीजेपी के लिए रास्ता नहीं खुलता। भाइयों और बहनों, कांग्रेस पार्टी बीजेपी से लड़ती है और बीजेपी जानती है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ही बीजेपी को रोक सकती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का पूरा समर्थन कीजिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी को वोट दीजिए और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बंगाल में बनाइए।
Rahul Gandhi there appealing to the people of West Bengal, saying that Mamata Banerjee, in as many words, calling the party corrupt and saying if there's anyone who can stop the BJP in its tracks, it's the Congress. Support us. Of course, this is a last-ditch effort. We saw none of the Congress faces on the ground in West Bengal. That itself says or shows how much hope they have in this election. So also with us here is joining us Pallavi. All right, Pallavi from Nandigram. She's right there. Pallavi, no big face of the Congress was seen on the ground campaigning. On the day of polling, Gandhi puts out this video saying, if you want to stop the BJP, vote for us. Very convenient.
No, I would like to correct you there. There was Rahul Gandhi who has campaigned, Mr. Kharge has campaigned, Sachin Pilot has campaigned. There have been several central leaders of the Congress who actually turned up to campaign, at least for the first phase. Now, we have to understand why Rahul Gandhi has come out with this comment on the day of the polling. No surprises there, because first of all, unlike in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, where you saw no cooperation taking place between the TMC and the Congress, but also the Congress was careful to skip out on those areas which were seen as the TMC bastions. This time round, he's taking on the TMC head on, because today are those areas which are going to vote where the Congress has a presence, where the Congress also hopes to actually win in a couple of seats. Let's look at Murshidabad, Behrampur, the king of Congress party in the state, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, isolated by the Congress at one point of time. Well, Rahul Gandhi did campaign for him. Congress hopes to win that seat. In Malda, the Congress again hopes that Ghani Chaudhary's seat, which is the bastion, and this time Mausam Noor, all of them are going to be contesting. So that's another seat which the Congress is looking at. By their calculations, in the first phase, it said they should get at least 3 to 4 seats. For the Congress, that's ambitious, but I am not too surprised at Rahul Gandhi's comment on the attack on the Trinamool Congress, because TMC and Congress are critically vying for the same seats as far as Murshidabad and Malda is concerned. Of course, this is going to have a spiraling impact. The second phase is going to be a very critical one for the BJP, for the TMC. The Congress doesn't have much of a presence there. The Congress already has been making a loud noise about the fact that they were not allowed to campaign in Kolkata. Today, Rahul Gandhi was supposed to be in Kolkata. That permission has not been given, and the Congress has officially blamed the Trinamool Congress for that. And, you know, raising a question mark over the corruption of Mamata Banerjee is exactly the point which the BJP will make, that when one of your allies of the India bloc is questioning you and calling you a syndicate sarkar, then obviously there's a grain of truth in it.
Yeah, allies as far as India Alliance is concerned, but they don't really see eye to eye in the state of West Bengal. But it's very interesting, the timing, Pallavi, as you are pointing out. Arunima, the TMC is not going to be very happy with this, because, you know, on the face of it, the India Alliance is one reason for being together is that we want to keep BJP out of power. And here the statement from Rahul Gandhi almost gives a leg up to the BJP in contest with TMC.
See, at this stage, it looks like, I mean, we'll have to wait till the end of the day and perhaps the 4th of May. But at this stage, it looks like that the cup of woes for TMC is overflowing. Rahul Gandhi, who spoke to Abhishek Banerjee, who coordinated firsthand when the Women's Reservation Bill, the Delimitation Bill and the Constitutional Amendment Bill were to be stalled in Lok Sabha. The Constitutional Amendment Bill had to be defeated. There was real-time coordination. There was that rare bonhomie as far as floor management is concerned. TMC actually flew in its MPs from the middle of campaign because all the opposition was united. Immediately after that, less than a week after that, for Rahul Gandhi to come out and question the manner in which Mamata Banerjee has run the government, and saying that if she had run a corruption-free government, perhaps BJP would not be in a position like this. definitely not auguring well for the opposition front, for the India bloc. And as I'm speaking to you, the Election Commission data has also come in. So far, 41% of voter turnout in West Bengal. That's a good enough number given the heat and the days. They still, halfway, we're not even halfway down. Still a long way to go. 41% voter turnout and no major incident of violence reported. That's what the Election Commission officials are saying. How is that going to be translating into overall dynamics? That's the question that every political analyst who's watching Bengal is currently analyzing.
Right. Arunima, looking at Rahul Gandhi's video here and what Pallavi also suggests, that the Congress hopes to make it to at least 4 to 5 seats in the first phase itself. Do you see yourself, the prospects on the ground for the Congress party growing?
Well, both the Congress and the left were smelling their chances. Immediately in the aftermath of RG Kaur, because when the RG Kaur violence was erupting, when people were demanding justice for the victim, and now the victim's mother herself is in the political arena, there was a genuine shift that one could notice on ground there. In urban Bengal, there were concerns about the manner in which women's safety issue was being handled in West Bengal. The issue of syndicates, the issue of corruption, these were genuine issues back then. And a lot of people one spoke to during that phase and in the run-up to the current assembly elections, there was this concern whether the choices, the direct two political fighters there, TMC and BJP, whether one should look at a third alternative. And I think that's where the Congress and the left are smelling their chances. That perhaps explains why Rahul Gandhi has come out and spoken at a time when Murshidabad, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, repeatedly being elected as member of parliament, till Yusuf Pathan, an outsider. TMC plays the Bairagato card very often. But who defeated Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary? Somebody who had come from Gujarat and taken his seat. And Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is now back in the fray there as a member of Legislative Assembly candidate. Looked like there and in Malda, where Mausam Noor is the candidate, the AB Ghani Khan Chaudhary legacy. These are two factors which perhaps are responsible for Rahul Gandhi's comments today. Adhir-led Congress workers in the Murshidabad-Malda belt definitely feel that they have a chance here, and Rahul Gandhi's speech could just bolster their chance.
Yeah, I see Aman and Payal also with us. Interestingly, Payal, I want to bring you in. No prizes for guessing that yes, Congress is fighting the TMC in West Bengal, but the way he has phrased the attack on TMC, also suggesting that BJP has a leg in, that the door is ajar for them to form a government. I think that choice of wording, BJP would welcome it certainly.
BJP will certainly welcome it, and more than anything else, this will leave Mamata Banerjee absolutely furious. Because just about a couple of weeks ago, both of them were, brothers in arms, and both of them were calling each other, saying that, it's a great work done by us, so that we've defeated the BJP's purpose. But here the BJP will tell them, hold my coffee and wait for the results to really come out as well. Rahul Gandhi is known to have, shot off his mouth multiple times, embarrassing his, his alliances in multiple states as well. And here being no different as well, Mamata is going to be absolutely furious. While the BJP will really say that, probably Congress party is giving them a proof enough that the BJP is the contender as far as Bengal is really concerned. Instead of speaking about his own party, why did he draw that reference with the BJP that nobody is able to understand? But the BJP is absolutely confident of their chances. We just heard from Nitin Nabin, whose interview we just played out. We also heard from top BJP sources that they're going to get a very comfortable majority. 160 to 170 is what the BJP's estimate, rough estimate right now is, because they feel that the swell on ground is largely because of the fact that Mamata Banerjee has not been able to protect the dignity of women, not been able to give jobs to people, and more than anything else, not being able to hold up the national interest that the state of Bengal is really looking up to.
Wow. So, Payal, you've called the elections. You're predicting a BJP sweep. And that's the confidence also that the BJP exudes. But the Congress really hoping to get a share of the pie. Aman, how far do you think the Congress has worked on the ground to really claim victory here? Aman, if you can hear us.
Well, see, Nabila, I think the Congress has very, very little presence in Bengal. You know, they'd have no MLA. They hardly have a chance in Bengal. I think Rahul Gandhi's words should be seen in that context. In the context, I would say Congress would want to say in the narrow context of Bengal politics, because, of course, the TMC and the Congress are not in any alliance in Bengal. He has to stand up for his own party, and he has to criticize the TMC as well as the BJP if he wants his party to win any seats. And that is why Rahul Gandhi saying that, you know, if Mamata Banerjee had run a clean, corruption-free government, she had not polarized the state, BJP would have never got a hold into Bengal. But I think the larger politics, if you see, especially how the BJP would paint this, that this is a larger fracture in the India bloc as well. TMC and the Congress have in the past also not allied on many issues. Yes, the last parliament session, I would say, was an aberration where they came together and defeated the constitutional amendment bill. But still, there have been a lot of fissures between the Congress and the TMC on various issues. And that is what the BJP would try to paint, that just on the eve of the first phase of polling in Bengal, look what Rahul Gandhi has to say about Mamata Banerjee, that she's not running a clean government. He's effectively proving the BJP charge that Mamata Banerjee has run a corrupt government and has polarized the state, has indulged in Muslim appeasement. So I think this will play into the BJP's playbook, but the Congress and the maybe would want to say that this is just limited to the Bengal electoral battle.
You know, in real politic terms, one can question the choice of words. Handing over this advantage of sorts to the BJP on polling day plus a second phase coming in, I think there will be some internal thinking on this. Pallavi can weigh in. Also, Pallavi, you mentioned the Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary episode, right? And it would be fair to say, I think, that last time around he was kind of abandoned by the party, right? He was kind of pleading to the leadership to fight strongly against the TMC, and he didn't get that kind of support. So what has changed for the Congress party from 2024 to now?
In fact, I had tracked Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary last time round, and I'm talking about the Lok Sabha elections when he was contesting from there. I mean, anyone who's been there, and, you know, many of us who've covered it, you know, he's actually called the Robin Hood of that area. He's got a very strong grip as far as not just a minority vote bank, but also as far as the poor are concerned. But I would notice that he was inevitably travel all alone. Early in the morning, he would leave, come back late into the night. There was no one from the Congress workers with him. There were a handful of his workers. And not that he needed that kind of support, because he had a lot of ground support. But in stark contrast was Yusuf Pathan, where the entire paraphernalia of IPAC at that point of time, plus the Trinamool Congress cadre was very much with him. A polarization took place. Yusuf Pathan specifically targeted the largely minority population, which is in a majority in that area. So it became a win-win for him. But what was worse for Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was not just the absence of top-notch Congress leaders, it was also a simultaneous press conference by Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge in Kolkata, and ironically, believe it or not, because he was critical of Mamata Banerjee, he was asked to tone down, because at that point in time, the strategy of Congress party is, we are not going to say anything, we are not going to attack Mamata Banerjee because we don't want the BJP to benefit. That formula has been given up by Rahul Gandhi, because he also feels that it's time. He's always believed in Akla Cholore. He says, you know, the TMC left maybe a part of the India bloc, but different states, different strokes, and, you know, when you do say that Congress has no presence, but let's not also forget that there is an old vote bank of the Congress party, which has, because the Congress has been so lackluster, started shifting towards the Trinamool Congress. This time around, the Congress's calculation is that they can be shifting back. This vote bank should not go to the BJP, it should come to us, which is why they are very hopeful, and they're also hoping that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's win will have a spiraling effect, which is why I'm talking about the belt of Malda and Murshidabad. These are the areas where the Congress party is concentrating on.
All right, but is it a little too late, Rahul Gandhi, to solidify his base, the Congress's base in West Bengal now to the fag end targets Mamata Banerjee? Well, we're going to wait and watch what dividends this would get, but a quick break. We'll be right back with a lot more. Stay with us.
National ambitions, regional pride, high-stakes alliances, and leaders battling for every vote. CNN News 18 brings you the ultimate election battleground. Battle for the states. The road to power begins here.
Third point, if you notice Pondicherry, which is a fairly important bellwether, the voting percent, the voter turnout was 91%, right? Mahe, which was the least voting, which is on the Kerala side,
right,
something like 77% or something. Now, if it has reached 91%, the belief is, I'm not saying it is, but the belief is
Right.
that it is mostly the Vijay Whistle-Kunjus who have come out and voted out there.
Correct.
Now, how is that going to affect? I don't know. But if this was a personality-based election, the
Right.
only way to counter a Vijay personality would have been to have a personality like Annamalai heading it up. So exactly what Chetan said. I don't think they've played to their best character.
Yeah, but you know what? Interestingly, I met Annamalai at our town hall, and Annamalai was quite effusive in his praise for Vijay. He didn't want to criticize Vijay openly, and he said that, see, anybody who's taking on and trying to break down this entire bastion of Dravidian politics, I'm with them. I don't have, and they both seem to admire each other. Vijay has, off the record, and sources tell us that he has come out and said that what Annamalai could achieve on ground in 2024 actually encouraged him to say that, listen, I can also...
Welcome back. Voting underway currently in Tamil Nadu and phase 1 of West Bengal. This is a crucial day indeed. High-stakes electoral battle for both these states. Tamil Nadu witnessing a tight four-cornered contest, keeping the outcome wide open. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also urged voters now to step out in large numbers on the ground. We saw leaders like Edapadi K. Palaniswamy, Chidambaram, along with actor Ajit, Khushbu Sundar of the BJP have all come out and cast their ballot early this morning. In West Bengal, polling is being held across 152 constituencies in phase 1 with over 3.6 crore voters eligible. As of 11 a.m., Tamil Nadu has recorded 37% of votes and West Bengal close to 41%. Let me shift our focus here quickly to Tamil Nadu, where Purnima, our correspondent on the ground, has also spoken with the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. He's hoping he busts the anti-incumbency and comes back to power. Listen in.
Message என்ன சார் voters உங்க message என்ன சார்
ஜனநாயக கடமை மக்கள் ஆற்ற வேண்டும் வாக்காளர் ஆற்ற வேண்டும் தமிழ்நாடு வெல்லும்
You've come to the polling booth where Chief Minister and his family members are there. Did you interact with Mr. Stalin or Mr. Udinati Stalin?
No, I didn't interact because as a candidate I was checking that. As a polling voter he came. Just I wished and came.
So what is the body language of the DMK? Are they confident? Are they nervous? What does it look like?
I cannot say the body language of other party. Our confidence is more and we will be winning this constituency. I am very confident because a strong voice like my voice will be voice for the voiceless in the assembly.
Right. Your message to the voters?
Please come and vote. This is your right.
Is this going to be a tough election or an easy election?
That we'll know on May 4th. I believe it's going to be a sweep for our alliance, our Chief Minister. Definitely we'll win. I have confidence.
Can NDA make inroads this time?
Definitely not. People of Tamil Nadu are very smart. They will take a very good decision.
All the best, sir.
Thank you very much.
So, we've seen allegations of large-scale cash transfer, gold being given. Now, allegations that buses are not enough.
So it is very unfortunate what happened in Tamil Nadu over the past few days. And if you look at Coimbatore South, very unfortunate that money distribution to the tune of 5,000 rupees per voter. In Karur, half-gram gold to every single voter that is distributed. I firmly believe that Election Commission should have done a good job pre-poll. And how did all this money move? How did all this gold move? What is last mile delivery? How are you able to do it and micromanage and do it? We have been consistently complaining. And in South, Coimbatore South, it is about Gudaism coming out, all violence happening. The Ramanathapuram police station, D1 got locked. Police locked it for some time because the crowds were growing to take all the DMK people out who were arrested by the police when they're distributing cash. Very unfortunate, but despite all this, I think election is sometimes very noisy. And despite all this, I'm very confident voters will come out in large numbers. They will vote as per their conscience.
You campaigned extensively across Tamil Nadu. Western Tamil Nadu has been a traditional bastion of the AIDMK and the BJP. How do you see it going forward?
We will continue to maintain our momentum, and today, as a responsible public person, I am supposed to not do any soft signaling also. I will be within my lane. We have done all the hard work and people have seen the 5 years of DMK government. Today, I am very, very sure they will make the right choice by casting their vote.
My colleague Purnima is also tracking all the latest on ground. She spoke to both MK Stalin and Udayanidhi Stalin. A lot riding as far as their fates are concerned. Can they win a second consecutive term is the big question. But I do want to understand from you, Purnima, on ground there was the issue of buses being raised. Annamalai is raising the issue of, alleged transfers to voters ahead of polling. But on the day of polling, are people still experiencing a lot of inconvenience in getting to the location of their booths?
Well, yes, some of them have taken to social media saying that buses are not available, even private buses are not available to cater to thousands of people who want to travel to different districts to cast their vote. So that's also being highlighted by the BJP. TVK has also written to the Election Commission of India, has sought a 2-hour extension of voting because there are many people who are getting delayed because of unavailability of buses. BJP, however, says Annamalai, while he was speaking to Harish, also spoke about how they should have coordinated better. The Election Commission should have coordinated better. DMK says they are not responsible for this. It's the Election Commission of India, and they have no role in this incident, and it should not become a political issue on the day of voting. That's been the response from Kanimuri when we asked her that question.
All right, Purnima, thanks a lot for joining us. We'll keep a track of the voting percentages, about 37-38% in Tamil Nadu, around 40% plus in West Bengal. Time for a very short break.
The victors will be regional, but the impact of the elections will be national. I'm Smita Prakash and I will break down every development as we head closer to the polls and election day.
Third point, if you notice Pondicherry, which is a fairly important bellwether, the the voter turnout was 91%, right? Mahe, which was the least voting, which is on the Kerala side,
right,
something like 77% or something. Now, if it has reached 91%, the belief is, I'm not saying it is, but the belief is that it is mostly the Vijay Visalkunjus who have come out and voted out there.
Correct.
Now, how is that going to affect? I don't know. But if this was a personality-based election, the only way to counter a Vijay personality would have been to have a personality like Annamalai heading it up. So exactly what Chetan said. I don't think they've played to their best character.
Yeah, but you know what? Interestingly, I met Annamalai at a town hall, and Annamalai was quite effusive in his praise for Vijay. He didn't want to criticize Vijay openly, and he said that, see, anybody who's taking on and trying to break down this entire bastion of Dravidian politics, I'm with them. I don't have, and they both seem to admire each other. Vijay has, off the record, and sources tell us that he has come out and said that what Annamalai could achieve on ground in 2024 actually encouraged him to say that, listen, I can also take plunge and I can if I put in the hard yards, we can mobilize. And there is an alternative option or a place for an alternative within the entire Tamil political ecosystem or the Tamil political spectrum. So interesting. I've just got news coming through, so giving that priority to our panelists, and then I'll come back to take this conversation. Vijay's party has actually written, the Tamalaga Vetri Karagam has written a letter to the Election Commission. We've just got that letter. They have sought urgent transport support, extension of poll hours. That's what Vijay has written, and he's written to the Election Commission of India seeking urgent intervention over transport issues affecting voters during the ongoing elections in Tamil Nadu. This is what the letter says, and I'm reading it out aloud. We'll try and see if we can call it out here on our wall. He says, I am writing to you in a state of deep concern and indignation over complete transport paralysis Thousands of voters are stranded at bus terminals in Chennai and similarly in other metro cities across Tamil Nadu with no buses or alternative public transport available to reach their designated polling booths. This is not a minor inconvenience. It seems an intentional attempt of misplanning by the State Transport Corporation and Administration, which is outright assault on the fundamental right to vote guaranteed under the Constitution of India. The scenes at Chennai's Coimbatore, Kilambakam and Madavaram bus stands and equivalent terminals elsewhere are unacceptable on election day. Thousands of citizens have travelled from all over the world and from various states from within cities of Tamil Nadu or are attempting to travel to exercise their franchise have been left helpless due to heavy requisitioning of buses and vehicles for poll duty without parallel arrangements for ordinary voters. This systemic failure has the potential to effectively disenfranchise a large section of the electorate, striking at the very heart of free and fair.
The poll bells in Bengal and Tamil Nadu have begun to toll, and we will be bringing you all the latest as far as that coverage is concerned. A very good afternoon. I'm Akanksha Swaroop, and with me is Griha.
Well, absolutely, and we get to every detail which is to do with phase 1 of polling in West Bengal and also Tamil Nadu, which is a single phase election. But first, let's take a look at what is happening in West Bengal. A phase that has been marred by violence, and this has cast a shadow over the first day of polling in the state, with even India Bloc allies raising sharp criticism against Mamata Banerjee government in the state. In Murshidabad, tensions escalated when a scuffle broke out between Trinamool Congress workers and Aam Janata Unayan Party founder Humayun Kabir. The clash occurred after Kabir, a former TMC leader, visited the site of a reported bomb blast near a polling booth in the Nadu Assembly constituency on the eve of voting.
Videos circulating online now show Humayun Kabir surrounded by the CAPF personnel as he engages in a heated verbal altercation with a group allegedly linked to the rival Trinamool Congress. Meanwhile, in a significant political development, Rahul Gandhi has also released a fresh video, this amid the ongoing polls and the violence. In the clip, he claims that the corrupt Mamata government is a key reason why the Bharatiya Janata Party could potentially come to power in West Bengal. Remember, this is egg in the face of an opposition which seemed to have been united, but so far with Rahul Gandhi now levelling those allegations against Mamata Banerjee is only indicating that Bharatiya Janata Party at the moment is standing on a strong footing. But let's also listen in to what the leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha had to say.
भाइयों और बहनों, अगर ममता जी ने साफ सुथरी सरकार चलाई होती, अगर ममता जी ने बंगाल को पोलराइज नहीं किया होता, तो बीजेपी के लिए रास्ता नहीं खुलता। भाइयों और बहनों, कांग्रेस पार्टी बीजेपी से लड़ती है और बीजेपी जानती है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ही बीजेपी को रोक सकती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का पूरा समर्थन कीजिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी को वोट दीजिए और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बंगाल में बनाइए।
सारा नौदा, रेजीनगर, मुर्शिदाबाद के सारा जो 22 सीट है, सब जगह शांतिपूर्ण में चुनाव हो रहा है वोट डालने। लेकिन ये नौदा के दोनों बूथ 9 नंबर और 10 नंबर 9 ट्रेन दोनों बूथ में कुछ झमेला हुआ, रात भर कोई झमेला हुआ। लोकल पुलिस का बैग छीन लिया, आपको दिखा दिया, लोकल पुलिस को बैग छीन लिया।
Let's now go to our colleagues Pallavi Ghosh, who's live with us from Nandigram, and also Kamalika Sen Gupta, who joins us from Murshidabad. Kamalika, Murshidabad has been marred by violence. We have seen dramatic developments that have come to fore from Murshidabad. Take us through the status at the moment.
See, right now Humayun Kabir is still sitting in Dharna in that area, but the situation is under control. There is huge deployment of security. But why in such a day he will sit in Dharna there, that's definitely a question. But let me stress on this point is that Murshidabad, Malda is known for violence, or election on a election day. Violence has become almost normal in West Bengal. That's what I've seen in last 20 years. But this is the time, today in the morning, since last night, there has been 3 incidents, including Nadu. But till now, I must say that we have not seen dead bodies, we have not seen huge violence, we have not seen that logo ka, we say generally in local language that in Domkol mein agar lash nahi gira to kya chunav hua. That's what we have been always saying. So in that, if I compare it with what has happened today, that is much less, but definitely tension escalated in Nadu when Humayun Kabir, he went to the booth, and then Sabina, who was the TMC candidate, she was also in their booth. TMC supporters and workers surrounded him. There was scuffle. They were like both the parties tried to push each other, and then the central forces came. They tried to separate each other, and this 2 booths things are not happening properly. That is why Humayun Kabir is sitting in Dharna. But let me again stress on this point that violence, which is generally normal in West Bengal polls, this time also this incident has happened, but the intensity or the amount of violence or the nature of violence that generally takes place with dead bodies and so many things, if we see all over Bengal, there are not much incident.
All right, stay with me, Komalika. Let's quickly bring in Pallavi also into the conversation. Pallavi, you are at Nandigram. What is the voter turnout like? What is the sense you're getting on ground? An interesting observation that's been shared by Komalika is in comparison to how the previous assembly polls have in fact panned out. Given that the Union Home Minister and Prime Minister this time around have in fact frequently visited the state, the Home Minister also had his own set of assurances with regards to the security of the state. And with this attack now coming in from Rahul Gandhi, who's taking pot shots at Mamata Banerjee for, in fact, not being able to do enough to secure the state, is this now also working in favor of the BJP, given that Rahul himself has projected that the BJP is on a strong footing?
Akanksha, I can't predict what the result is going to be. I don't know if it's going to work in favor of the BJP, but certainly the BJP is going to milk this criticism of Trinamool Congress, saying that even your allies within the India bloc agree with what we have been all along saying about her, and which is that she runs a syndicate sarkar deep-rooted in corruption, with scant regard for the people, and also indulging in a polarization. I also find this comment of Rahul Gandhi extremely significant and interesting when he's accusing her of polarization, because the area which is going to vote, which is where the Congress party is looking at, hopefully, is also an area which has seen a huge amount of polarization. And the Congress party has always hoped that they can take advantage of this polarization. Murshidabad, Malda, Dinajpur, with a substantial amount of minority population, and also one which the TMC has always cultivated. But this time round, post SIR, there have been worrying signs on whether it would be a cut down to that. And certainly the Congress party has fielded one of its topmost leaders to go out and campaign. I remember in the beginning, Rahul Gandhi himself went to Murshidabad, campaigned a long time to the Ranjan Chaudhary. Then you also had Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, Sachin Pilot, all of them going to these areas. That is because the Congress party hopes that at least 4 to 5 seats. And even as we speak, the Congress party is coming out with evidence where, according to them, there are allegations being made that the Trinamool Congress goons are out and about targeting the Congress leaders, tearing their posters. So as far as the battleground of Bengal is concerned, multiple level of fights. BJP versus TMC primarily, but there's TMC versus the Congress as well.
But Pallavi, help us understand this. Congress is not much of a player in West Bengal. The fact that Rahul Gandhi has gone and said this right while phase 1 of polling is underway, is it not, in fact, underlining this aspect that Congress would only end up becoming the vote cutter for the Trinamool Congress? And Trinamool seems to be on the back foot, particularly from the constituency where you're standing by from, Nandigram. Mamata Banerjee has chosen not to fight Suvendu Adhikari from there. It's Prabhita Kar instead of Mamata.
Yeah, so just to quickly answer both your questions. In the first case, no political parties are friends, and the Congress and TMC are neither friends, but their relationship has also seen a blow hot, blow cold from being friends at one point of time, with the Congress running a strategy that we are not going to put our best foot forward in Bengal because we don't want to embolden the BJP. Now suddenly the Congress party reaching out and trying to ensure that they own a Astistava. They were, Siddhartha Shankar Ray in history has been one of the first and biggest Congress chief ministers of Bengal. There are many areas, Jangipur, Raiganj, Malda, Murshidabad, Dinajpur, where the Congress party does have a substantial amount of support. They've not been able to transit into votes because obviously your netas have to be out and about. So there is a vote bank which is waiting to be cultivated, which the Congress party is trying to do so. Nandigram is interesting play out because Pavitro is an aide of Suvendu Adhikari. TMC has fielded him opposite him, and just as Suvendu Adhikari was fielded opposite Mamata Banerjee in 2021, very stark similarity to Amethi again and again. KL Sharma versus Smriti Irani, not Rahul Gandhi versus Smriti Irani in 2024. And many voices have been getting us on the ground.
Pallavi, sorry to interrupt you. We are getting some very, very important shots that are coming in from West Bengal that are in fact from Murshidabad. And again, violence continues. These are shots coming in from these areas in Murshidabad where you can see the police that is trying to ward off the protesters. That's stone pelling. There is lathi charge also that is happening. A vehicle has been caught in the crossfire and vandalization that is going on there. We'll try in a word from Kamalika. These are very, very violent visuals, Kamalika, that we are putting out. A vehicle has been completely vandalized. Even with the police presence, protesters do not seem to be stopping.
Yeah, because in a lot of area also another thing is that large number of people's votes have been deleted. That is also a point of anger amongst people. So confidence building measures have been taken place. In spite of that, there are certain incidents where a large number of minority sections people, their names have been deleted. So that anger is also falling on ground.
Okay. Right.
Let's quickly take this forward with Pallavi as well. Pallavi, even though Kamalika has been rightly highlighting that, there has been no casualty so far and perhaps that could be a silent relief, but the situation in Murshidabad remains extremely volatile, as we can see. What is one to make of this overall situation? Because we've seen a lot of back and forth between the state government and the centre, where Mamata Banerjee has been raising fingers at how it is the Home Ministry which should be responsible for the overall security situation right now. But what is one to make of the political narrative that's stemming out of this violence?
Well, if you're talking specifically about Murshidabad, again, as I said, the minority vote bank has been the mainstay of the Trinamool Congress's politics. Humayun Kabir and Owaisi are the ones who are eating into the same vote bank, and she really would want to keep all of them together. But Murshidabad is actually seeing a multi-level, multilateral fight and a battle taking place, and it's absolutely high-strung. TMC goons, according to Humayun Kabir, is responsible for this kind of an attack. The TMC comes out with a counter-argument. To be very fair to the Election Commission, they have been out and about. There have been stringent arrangements. But how much do you do in the case of frayed tempers? And therefore, this kind of a violence or this kind of an unrest on the ground...
All right, stay with us, Pallavi. I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. We are joined in by Dilip Ghosh of the Bharatiya Janata Party on the phone line. Mr. Ghosh, on expected lines, we are seeing this violence continue in Murshidabad. Many people from the BJP are already saying that these are TMC goons at play. In fact, the leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi himself, has now gone on record to attribute this to the lack of administration by the Mamata government, which is in fact leading to your party now on a strong footing. What is your assessment of the current situation?
देखिए, मुर्शिदाबाद में कोई कानून व्यवस्था नहीं है। वाकफ बिल पास हो गया तो वहाँ 3 दिन तक हिंसा चला, सीए पारित हुआ तो हिंसा चला, तो वहाँ ममता बनर्जी की कोई कंट्रोल नहीं है और बांग्लादेश बॉर्डर होने के कारण हमेशा रहता है और वहाँ दोनों तरफ गुंडे हैं, इसलिए कोई किसी को संभालता नहीं है। इनके साथ भी रहे हुमायूं कबीर, उनके खिलाफ है, इसलिए लड़ाई हो रही है। बाकी बंगाल देखिए पीसफुल पोलिंग हो रही है, कहीं कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है। इक्का दुक्का जगह होता है और उसका भी कोई 1-2 बूथ में होगा, कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा।
तो दिलीप जी इस बार हमने होम मिनिस्टर को भी सुना, वो आए थे, उन्होंने काफी सारी रैलीज की, उन्होंने जो है अश्योरेंसेस दिए थे कि इस बार कोई वायलेंस नहीं देखा जाएगा स्टेट में, फिर भी वायलेंस तो हो रहा है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
ऐसे मोहल्ले मोहल्ले में होता था चुनाव में, इस बार देखिए कहीं कोई खबर नहीं है, मीडिया भी ठंडा है, क्योंकि लोग जान गए परिवर्तन होगा और परिवर्तन के बाद ये सब ठंडा हो जाएगा। ये कुछ नहीं है, सब दिखा हुआ है, आपस में लड़ते हैं।
दिलीप जी एक बात बताइए, इज द बीजेपी स्टैंडिंग बैक? बिकॉज ये ऐसा लग रहा है कि एक की कॉन्टेस्ट है तृणमूल कांग्रेस और हुमायूं कबीर की पार्टी को लेके। पहले तृणमूल कांग्रेस ये कह रही थी कि बी टीम है ओवैसी हुमायूं कबीर, इफ ओवैसी इज स्टेपिंग बैक बीजेपी doesn't seem to be doing much. आप कह रहे हैं ज्यादा कोई घटना नहीं हुई है, क्रूड बॉम्ब्स हर्ल किए गए हैं, लाठीचार्ज हो रही है, पथराव हो रहा है, गाड़ियां वैंडलाइज की जा रही हैं, सब कुछ मुर्शिदाबाद से नजर आ रहा है, हम विजुअल्स भी प्ले कर रहे हैं।
देखिए मुर्शिदाबाद में जो दंगा हुआ, 3-3 दिन तो रोड जाम किए, आगजनी हुई, ट्रेन स्टेशन बस जला दिया गया, पिछले 2-3 साल से लगातार हो रहा है, तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं, उसमें तो कुछ भी नहीं है। पिछले चुनाव एक पार्टी हुई थी और भांगड़ में उनका एक सीट है और छोड़ दिया उनको, और वहाँ रोज लड़ाई होता था, 5 साल हमने देखा, और कहीं कुछ नहीं है। अब उसका कोई नाम नहीं लेता, आप देखिए चुनाव के बाद हुमायूं कबीर का नाम भी कोई नहीं लेगा।
कैलकाटा हाई कोर्ट ने कल फाइन किया है वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट को, ममता बनर्जी को, क्योंकि बॉर्डर फेंसिंग सही तरीके से नहीं हुई है। बांग्लादेश बंगाल का जो बॉर्डर है, बॉर्डर एरिया है मुर्शिदाबाद, बीजेपी इस पे कैपिटलाइज क्यों नहीं कर पा रही है? होम मिनिस्टर साहब तो बयान दे रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री भी फेज 2 की पोलिंग के लिए आज कई जगह पे जाएंगे, और इस इन्फिल्ट्रेशन चार्ज को लेके हमेशा से तृणमूल कांग्रेस के अगेंस्ट बीजेपी बोली है। मुर्शिदाबाद में आपके कैंडिडेट का क्या पॉइंट है?
नई बात नहीं है, वामपंथी लोग सत्ता में तो तभी से लोग पिटिया को बुला कर रहे हैं, और उन्होंने जमीन भी नहीं दी। माननीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने खुद जमीन ले करके बात करके वहाँ बेड़ा लगा रहे हैं। अभी 300-400 किलोमीटर बाकी है, 1000 किलोमीटर खाली था, सब हो गया, और देखिए पूरा हो जाएगा और सब ठंडा हो जाएगा। 1 महीना की बात है, सरकार बदल जाए, सब बदल जाएगा।
Okay, Dilip, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Let's cut across to this important conversation that our colleague Pallavi Ghosh has done. Suvendu Adhikari speaking to CNN News 18's Pallavi after casting his vote in Nandigram.
2021 e apni giant killer chilen. You defeated Mamata Banerjee. Are you missing her in Nandigram this time around? You think she should have contested from here? Or she got
I accepted it, but she not come here. She is fighting in Bhavanipur. For that reason, I will go there.
You'll go there.
And
Nana, tell me one thing.
29th, I will see Mamata Banerjee.
You're confident?
On the battlefield of Bhavanipur.
So you think Nandigram will be repeated in Bhavanipur? You'll be able to defeat her?
I should.
Suppose the BJP wins. Will you be the chief ministerial?
No, I am not passing any comment regarding this issue. BJP not declared any person as a chief minister before election. We are campaigning under the leadership of the Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi is the guarantor.
Why do you think the BJP...
We are working for change.
SIR, people are talking, you Bohiragoto, you people will march bondo hoye jabe. What do you want to say to the voters?
Because after long 15 years regime Mamata Banerjee, she did not implemented her one single assurance given by her party manifesto.
The atmosphere is very okay. The atmosphere is in this constituency. It's okay. I don't have too much to complain about, except the fact that there is a systematic bid to destroy our posters by my opponent Trinamool Congress. Apart from that, and a few incidents of threat to voters, there has been nothing untowards in this constituency. Democracy must prevail. Democracy, and for democracy to prevail, those who threaten democracy must be put out of action. And I hope the courts are mindful of that there are people whose job it is, whose profession has become one of threatening voters. I hope they are kept out of the arena.
देखिए, आज वोट करने आए हैं और हम निश्चित है कि बंगाल के लोग भाजपा सरकार को बनाएंगे। फर्स्ट फेज का इलेक्शन आज, 29 को सेकंड फेज का इलेक्शन, और बंगाल के लोग सिद्धांत ले लिया है। ये तृणमूल को हटाना है, ये हमारे संस्कृति नहीं है, ये चेयर का अपमान है। जिस भाषा में ममता बनर्जी बात करते हैं ना, उस चेयर का अपमान है। हम लोग अपमान करने नहीं देंगे। आप वोटर को अपमान करते हैं, हमारे संस्कृति, हमारे परिवेश, हमारे कृष्टि को आप खत्म कर दिया। सरकार होगा, बाई प्रोडक्ट हिसाब से सरकार होगा। पहले ये बंगाल को बचाना है, ये बंगाल के बचाने का लड़ाई है।
All right, with that, it's time for a big exclusive as Network 18's group editor, Mr. Rahul Joshi, had an exclusive conversation with BJP President, Mr. Nadu. Let's listen.
5 राज्यों के चुनाव चल रहे हैं, 4 राज्य और पुडुचेरी। मैंने कहा कि थोड़ा सा हम लोग कलकत्ते में बैठे हैं तो इस पर चर्चा की जाए। कैसे देख रहे हैं माहौल को? क्या आपका आकलन है, क्या होगा इन 5 राज्यों में?
देखिए, 5 राज्यों की स्थिति अलग अलग है, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि इस बार भाजपा के लिए और बेहतर सिचुएशंस है सभी राज्यों में। असम, पुडुचेरी में निश्चित रूप से हमारी सरकारें रिपीट करेंगी, कहीं इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। बाकी 3 राज्यों में पश्चिम बंगाल आपको आश्चर्यजनक रिजल्ट के साथ सामने आ रहा है, और यहां पर मैं मानता हूं कि सारे जो भी टीएमसी और कांग्रेस के जो खेल थे उस सब से बाहर आकर जनता इस बार भाजपा की सरकार बनाने जा रही है।
तो असम, पुडुचेरी में सरकार बनेगी और आप कह रहे हैं कि बंगाल में भी सरकार बनेगी।
100% अब जो सिचुएशन बन रहे हैं और जो जनता का मूड दिख रहा है, पश्चिम बंगाल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
तो पिछली बार भी माहौल 2021 में भी था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है। इस बार 2021 से क्या अलग है? क्या भरोसा दे रहा है आपको कि इस बार आप सरकार बना ले जाएंगे?
देखिए, पिछले बार भी जितने गुणात्मक तरीके से हम आगे बढ़े, 3 से 77 सीट पर आए, अगर उसी स्पीड को अगर हम मेंटेन करें तो इस बार तो 100% हम अपनी सरकार बना रहे हैं। जहां तक अनुभव की बात आप कह सकते हैं, जनता कार्यकर्ता का एक जो माइंडसेट दिखता है और आम आदमी का जो रिस्पांस दिख रहा है कार्यक्रमों में, रोड शो में, गति बैठकों में, कहीं ना कहीं वो स्पष्ट है कि इस बार टीएमसी के जो अनारकी रही, जो गुंडागर्दी रही, करप्शन रहा, बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ से आम आदमी त्रस्त है, तो ये सारे मुद्दे निश्चित रूप से टीएमसी के पूरे अगेंस्ट जा रहे हैं और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इन मुद्दों की लड़ाई लड़ी है, तो निश्चित रूप से अग्रणी रूप से हम इसमें आगे बढ़ेंगे।
तो टीएमसी का मानना यह है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी सिर्फ 150-160 सीटों पर चुनाव लड़ रही है, क्योंकि बाकी 90 से ज्यादा सीटों पर माइनॉरिटी जो है प्रबल है, उसका जो है वोट शेयर 40-50% से ज्यादा है, तो वहां जीतने की कोई चांस नहीं है। तो इस बार आप हिंदू वोट कंसोलिडेशन देख रहे हैं, इस लेवल पर देख रहे हैं कि आपको बहुमत मिल जाएगी?
देखिए, हम तो 294 सीट पे चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं
जी,
ठीक है। उनके आंकड़े किस प्रकार से वो कैलकुलेट करते हैं, वो उनकी पार्टी की रणनीति होगी, लेकिन हम तो देख रहे हैं कि इस बार अगर हिंदू कॉन्सेंट्रेशन से ज्यादा पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ के विरोध में है, और उसमें चाहे हिंदू कॉन्सेंट्रेशन कहिए या आम नागरिक जो पश्चिम बंगाल का है, जो भी लंबे समय तक यहाँ रह रहा है, वो निश्चित रूप से बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ के विरोध में है। और इसको जिस प्रकार से संरक्षण ममता दीदी ने दिया है, इससे पूरे आम आवाम में इसके प्रति रोष है, रिएक्शन है, और उसका प्रकटीकरण चाहे हिंदू कॉन्सेंट्रेशन के रूप में आप देखिए या आम पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों के समर्थन को देखिए।
तो एसआईआर, टीएमसी का मानना है कि ये 2 फैक्टर हैं जो कि पूरा एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल तरह का कैप्चर हो गया है। इलेक्शन कमीशन आपके साथ है, सीबीआई, ईडी की रेड्स तमाम चारों तरफ चल रही हैं और उनके समर्थकों पर चल रही हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के समर्थकों पर नहीं चल रही, तो उनके तमाम ये चल रहा है। और एसआईआर के रहते 90 लाख से ज्यादा वोट कट चुके हैं, तो इसका बेनिफिट क्या आपको मिल रहा है एसआईआर का, जो 90 लाख वोट?
पहले ये समझिए कि 90 लाख में से 30 लाख ऐसे लोग हैं जो थे ही नहीं, तो निश्चित रूप से क्या उन लोगों का फर्जी वोट देने का अधिकार दे दिया जाए? और बाकी जो 60 लाख इसके डिमार्केशन हुए, बाकी चीजें हुई, 92 लाख टोटल जो है। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि दीदी के ही प्रशासन के डीएम एसडीओ है ना जी, तो आपके प्रशासन के डीएम एसडीओ ने फाइंड आउट करके अगर 92 लाख दिया तो ये तो आपके मशीनरी का है। कहां इसमें इलेक्शन कमीशन आ रहा है? इलेक्शन कमीशन की कोई भी मिशनरी जिला प्रशासन और स्थानीय प्रखंड से आती है, कोई उसकी अपनी मशीनरी नहीं होती है। अब उस मशीनरी ने ही 92 लाख डिलीशन के लिए अगर आगे प्रस्ताव बढ़ाया तो इसमें दीदी को बेचैन क्यों होना चाहिए? और 92 लाख अगर जा रहे हैं तो उसके अगेंस्ट तो आप कहां कहां दरवाजा नहीं खटखटाई, वहां से भी क्या जवाब मिला? आप क्यों वैसे लोगों की चिंता कर रही थी जो यहां है ही नहीं? क्या मंशा थी आपकी?
तो आप क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं कि जो लोग यहाँ थे ही नहीं, जो इसमें आए हैं, उनका वोट ये लोग फर्जी डाल रहे थे?
अरे कह नहीं रही, यही तो बात है। यही चीज की वकालत कर रही है दीदी, जो लोग है नहीं उनके वोट की वकालत। ये तो कहीं ना कहीं आम आदमी को समझ में आने वाली बात है कि उनकी वकालत जो है नहीं, ये किस उद्देश्य से किया जा रहा है। मंशा स्पष्ट नजर आ रही है।
वो कह रहे हैं कि माइनॉरिटी वोट बैंक से आपने जो है वो काट दिए हैं, तो इसलिए उनके जो वोटर्स थे वो उनका आप काट कर जीतना चाहते हैं।
बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए जो होंगे निश्चित रूप से उनका नाम कटेगा। अब वो माइनॉरिटी है कि मेजोरिटी है ये वो समझे, लेकिन स्पष्ट रूप से हम इस देश के नागरिकों के प्रति जवाबदेह है। हम विदेश से आए हुए बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के प्रति जवाबदेह नहीं है।
27 लाख लोग डिसएनफ्रेंचाइज हो गए हैं इस बार, इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? ये लॉजिकल डिस्क्रिपेंसी के तहत इसको जो है, लोगों के पास 2002 की मैपिंग भी है, गवर्नमेंट डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी हैं और उसके बाद वोट नहीं दे पा रहे हैं।
देखिए, इस पूरे प्रोसेस को देखिए, सभी राज्यों ने इसी टाइम पीरियड में ये प्रोसेस पूरा किया। पूरी सिस्टम ऑफ मशीनरी आपके पास थी, आपके लोग, और उनको 4-4 महीना एक एक चीज के लिए इलेक्शन कमीशन एक महीने का टाइम देता है। पहले ड्राफ्ट पब्लिकेशन होता है, उसमें आप दावा आपत्ति, उसके पहले फिर 1 महीने का और एक्सटेंशन टाइम देता है। 2-2 महीने में अगर सब लोगों ने कंप्लेन किया, दावा किया होता तो ये विषय आ रहे होते। लेकिन दीदी का जो ये विषय है, 27 लाख लोग और ये विषय, इनको पूरा समय दिया गया। और आज भी प्रोसेस में ये देखना चाहिए कि हम जिन लोगों को अधिकार दे रहे हैं वो अगर है तो निश्चित रूप से उनको अधिकार मिलना चाहिए। जो नहीं है उनके चिंता में क्यों बेचैन है, ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
तो आप कह रहे हैं ये 27 लाख जो भी हुआ है ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डिले हुआ है, जो कि उनके एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने किया।
ऑब्वियसली इतने लंबे समय तक चीजों को फंसा के रखना, और आपको कब का, बाकी सभी राज्य उसी प्रोसेस को कंप्लीट किए ना। हमारे बिहार में भी हुआ था पूरा टाइम पीरियड, हम तो 2 महीने में हम लोगों ने किया। जुलाई अगस्त में हमारे यहाँ हुआ, सितंबर में प्रकाशन हो गया। यहाँ तो पूरा 4 महीना चला, दिसंबर से लेकर पूरा मार्च तक चला। आप उस प्रोसेस को, क्योंकि आपकी इच्छा ही नहीं थी इसको कराने की, आप शुरू से इसमें रोड अटका रही थी, क्योंकि आपके हिडन एजेंडा थे। उस हिडन एजेंडा को पूरा करने में आपने यहाँ के लोगों का भी नुकसान किया है।
वो कह रही है कि 2.5 लाख पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस जो है बंगाल में लगी हुई हैं। इस तरीके से कैसे इलेक्शन हो सकता है?
मैं ये मानता हूं कि अगर फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन के लिए कोई भी मेथड यूज करना हो तो करना चाहिए। और अगर इलेक्शन कमीशन मानता है कि हमको फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन के लिए हमको पूरी मशीनरी चाहिए, तो निश्चित रूप से सरकार को उपलब्ध कराना पड़ेगा।
That was an exclusive conversation with the BJP President Nitin Nabeen. Now stay tuned for another one after this very short break, as Rahul Shiv Shankar is exclusively conversing with the former army chief MM Narvane on his controversial book 4 Stars of Destiny. He speaks about Rahul Gandhi and a lot more. Stay tuned for that after this very short break.
National ambitions, regional pride, high-stakes alliances, and leaders battling for every vote. CNN News 18 brings you the ultimate election battleground. Battle for the states. The road to power begins here.
Third point, if you notice Pondicherry, which is a fairly important bellwether, the voting percent, the voter turnout was 91%, right? Mahe, which was the least voting, which is on the Kerala side,
right?
Something like 77% or something. Now, if it has reached 91%, the belief is, I'm not saying it is, but the belief is that it is mostly the Vijay Visalkunjus who have come out and voted out there.
Correct.
How is that going to affect? I don't know. But if this was a personality-based election, the only way to counter a Vijay personality would have been to have a personality like Annamalai heading it up. So exactly what Chetan said, I don't think they've played to their best character.
Yeah, but you know what? Interestingly, I met Annamalai at our town hall, and Annamalai was quite effusive in his praise for Vijay. He didn't want to criticize Vijay openly, and he said that, see, anybody who's taking on and trying to break down this entire bastion of Dravidian politics, I'm with them. I don't have, and they both seem to admire each other. Vijay has, off the record, and sources tell us that he has come out and said that what Annamalai could achieve on ground in 2024 actually encouraged him to say that, listen, I can also take the plunge and I can put in, if I put in the hard yards, we can mobilize. And there is an alternative option or a place for an alternative within the entire Tamil political ecosystem or the Tamil political spectrum. So interesting. I've just got news coming through, so giving that priority to our panelists, and then I'll come back to take this conversation. Vijay's party has actually written, the Tamalaga Vetri Kazhagam has written a letter to the Election Commission. We've just got that letter. They have sought urgent transport support, extension of poll hours. That's what Vijay has written, and he's written to the Election Commission of India seeking urgent intervention over transport issues affecting voters during the ongoing elections in Tamil Nadu. This is what the letter says, and I'm reading it out aloud. We'll try and see if we can call it out here on our wall. He says, I am writing to you in a state of deep concern and indignation over complete transport paralysis. Thousands of voters are stranded at bus terminals in Chennai and similarly in other metro cities across Tamil Nadu with no buses or alternative public transport available to reach their designated polling booths. This is not a minor inconvenience. It seems an intentional attempt of misplanning by the State Transport Corporation and Administration, which is outright assault on the fundamental right to vote guaranteed under the Constitution of India. The scenes at Chennai's Coimbatore, Kilambakam and Madhavaram bus stands and equivalent terminals elsewhere are unacceptable on election day. Thousands of citizens have travelled from all over the world and from various states from within cities of Tamil Nadu or are attempting to travel to exercise their franchise have been left helpless due to heavy requisitioning of buses and vehicles for poll duty without parallel arrangements for ordinary voters. This systemic failure has the potential to effectively
Hello viewers, I'm speaking with General Naravne, former army chief, whose unpublished book made a lot of headlines and even led to a kerfuffle in Parliament. But he surprised us all because he's come up with what could be another potential bestseller. It's called The Curious and the Classified, where he speaks about army traditions, especially the quirkier ones. The side of the army that perhaps only somebody who has served in uniform is acquainted with. So General Saab, thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you, Rahul, and always pleasure to talk to you.
Always delight, sir, to have you with us, and one must salute your service to the nation.
Thank you.
Sir, what motivated you to write this? It's a very different book from what many people say was the original one, was the one that you wrote previously. I can't say because I haven't read it, but many people, as you know, anecdotally say that was a different kind of book with a different take. But this seems to be from a completely different oeuvre.
Well, as you know, I also published another book last year, which was called The Cantonment Conspiracy. It was totally a work of fiction. I believe that nobody should get tied down to a particular genre and must explore various avenues, explore various talents that you have. So I wrote that book of fiction, so I thought let me try something else. But the spark or the idea germinated, as I mentioned also in the introduction, when I was browsing through Shashi Tharoor's book, A Wonderland of Words. And in that there was a chapter on acronyms, on how SOS was not actually save our souls. It's been made up later on. And when I read that chapter, I said, oh, even from MHOW, MHOW, people say military headquarters of war. It is all a made up story. So from there I got the idea that if you can have stories on idiosyncrasies of the English language, why not something akin to that, but untold or unknown stories about the Indian Army and the armed forces. So that was where the idea took root.
How interesting. General Saab, you served. What is mightier, the pen or the sword?
Definitely the mightier than the sword. There's no doubt about that. Ideas over the centuries have been shaped by the pen. They might have been enforced by the sword, but they were shaped by the pen.
So let me ask you, you write about the Tejas crash at the Dubai air show last year, where even foreign contingents showed solidarity. Now, what does that say about a shared code of honor, and especially at this time, how relevant is such a code of honor when we are talking about cross-border camaraderie?
Yes, so just to put it in perspective, I mentioned the Tejas crash which happened, and the Russian contingent giving a sort of salute to the fallen pilot by flying the missing man formation, which is a formation in which one aircraft is purposely left out or veers away to show the fallen soldier. And the fact that they gave this honor to our pilot who had unfortunately died in that accident shows that below the uniform, the ethos of the armed forces the world over is the same. And I've experienced that also when I was the defense attaché in Myanmar, where there were so many people from so many countries. Just to get along, as if we are old pals from much before, because that ethos is the same no matter which country you belong to.
Would that be true also of, in this era of war, unfortunately, we've seen so many conflagrations in the last 4 years. Is this true of also states that are opposed to each other, separated only by a tenuous border?
See, you have to distinguish, between the rank and file and the political dispensation, or the dispensation which heads that country's governance. At the level of the rank and file, at the border, I think all are professional soldiers, and we should not make a mistake of underestimating anyone. It is the leadership at the higher levels which might be, at fault or not, or be wanting.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold this shared code of honor among military men?
Yes, so in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we have always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
Yeah. So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I've written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They're in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that Rafale you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out, and that is the Indian Army and the Indian armed forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical, and we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution, and that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this is an indictment of the government and so on and so forth? I mean, what did you want to do at that point? Did you want to tweet? Did you want to go on Instagram? Did you want to hold a loudspeaker and say things? What went through you?
No, not really, because it was not anything directly to do with me, although it is my unpublished or some pirated edition or some cover which has just been printed, whatever it might have been. So it was really nothing to do with me personally.
No, but these were your words, supposedly. Were your words that were being bandied about, which were being used to stoke this entire controversy and show the government in a poor light? Some even said that the military was being depicted in a poor light.
I think the government has come out very strongly in my support. The finance minister made a statement in Parliament that they fully back the army chief. So I do not think in any way that this was an indictment of anyone. And as I said, this is an unpublished work, so how can you rely on that?
How do you think this work came out? I'm sorry to be probing, because as a journalist, I have to ask you this question. You were, after all, the center of a massive storm. So I just want to ask you, where do you think this came out? Many people said that you had leaked it, and that was another insinuation that was being made. So wasn't you, first of all, and if not, then where do you think this got out?
Well, this is the area of cyber crimes, and everything is available in the electronic medium. Anybody can hack into any account and extract a copy if he or she wishes to do so. And having hacked into that and obtained an illegal version of the copy, you can even make amendments to the contents. So therefore, how can you comment on something which is not published?
Very interesting. So are you suggesting that someone hacked into your computer or something, or some of your...
No, it can't be my computer, because I didn't have it on my computer.
Oh, I see.
So that is why I was absolutely unperturbed by the entire sequence of events, because as far as I am concerned and as far as the publisher, Penguin, is concerned, we had no hand whatsoever to play in what was happening
Do you think when you... I know, because I've written a book and I have worked with Penguin on a book, and they usually ask you to have the book peer reviewed in a sense, or reviewed by notable names. Do you think some of those people might have been sort of less discriminate about guarding your work and your privacy?
No, very, very unlikely, because they are all people of high stature and renown, and they would not indulge in such kind of activities.
So this is what Rahul Gandhi said on February 4th. He said, government says this book does not exist. The speaker has said this book does not exist. Rajnath Singh has said this book does not exist. This is Mr. Naravne's book, where he has written the full account of Ladakh. I have been told that I cannot quote this book, unquote. Mr. Gandhi said this in Parliament. You will remember that. On your part, you confirm Penguin's contention that the memoir has not been officially released. So you came out very clearly and mentioned that point.
That's right, absolutely.
So was the book in Mr. Gandhi's hand then fake? Would you at least say that what he was quoting was approximate to what you had written, or was completely different from what you had written?
See, I've made this remark earlier. The book is under review by the MOD. So for me to comment either way on anything which is part of the contents would not be proper till such time the MOD gives clearance.
No, that is true.
So I should not be commenting on it, because that is in itself commenting on the content which is itself under review would not be proper.
Okay. So in a sense, these excerpts made it out in the public without your express permission. You were never somebody who circulated these, and what you're saying is that actually it was unfair to you. In what way would you say that was unfair to you, sir? Why would you use this word unfair?
Unfair in the sense that unnecessarily being dragged into a controversy which is not of your making, and there are so many other more pressing issues to be discussed. The country is we have poverty, we have infant mortality rate is high, the road network, the economy. There are so many more pressing issues. This is a very minor matter. Let us devote our time and attention to more pressing issues.
But you did say that the government, or at least that's what's been attributed, the government give you a complete license to do what you did. And many people say that that's wrong. The government should have been actually directing you a little closer, shouldn't have left you on your own to deal with a situation where Chinese troops were coming through and there was panic and so on and so forth.
Not at all. It should not be misinterpreted in that manner. It actually shows the faith that the government has in the army chief, and that the army chief will take decisions which are sound. It is not in any way abrogating one's responsibility. You look at it in the other way, that they have full faith in the service chiefs, that whatever they do will be the best possible course of action. So it should be taken in a positive light.
So I want to ask you, sir, because you believe that full operational freedom, when it is given to the person in command, the professional in command, that's a sign of the trust that
absolutely.
the executive has in someone like you at that time. Was this out of character, or is this standard pretty much in the military, that most governments say, look, there is a situation, we are confronted it, we want you to tackle it in the way that you deem fit? Is that standard operating procedure, or is it, in your case, this was something different?
I would suppose so, that it is standard operating procedure, and that you have the broad guidelines under which you have to operate in. But within those broad guidelines, how to do it is absolutely up to you. As they say in management, say what is to be done, not how it is to be done. So the how is ours.
Yes.
Yes.
So you were given broad guidelines. That's what you would say when the entire incident was sort of unraveling in Galwan.
Obviously, as I said, within those broad guidelines and the mandate, you have full operational freedom, and that is what was meant. That
so it was completely extrapolated to mean something different, twisted, and then you were made to.
You can twist anything to suit the point that you wish to make.
Now, you've earlier said that India did not lose any territory in this particular standoff. The opposition refuses to buy the claim. How do you reconcile that with the public and political debate on this issue, sir?
Well, if you don't want to believe your Prime Minister, if you don't want to believe your Foreign Minister, you don't want to believe your Defence Minister, you don't want to believe your Army Chief, then there is no amount of convincing that is going to make you change your opinion. But I think that the best way to solve this ambiguity, why don't we ask the Chinese? Let's ask the Chinese, are you in occupation of any Indian territory? Yes or no? Let's ask them.
Wow. That's no one has said this before, but that's actually quite yes.
That the answer to that question should satisfy all the doubting Thomases.
So these doubting Thomases made it seem that China has fundamentally altered the status quo along the LAC since 2020. Is that true at all?
As I said, let's ask the Chinese that have they been up to any mischief?
But you're clear from
we are
your
absolutely clear. There is, and we have reiterated that point many times in number of forums, right from the highest executive in the land. So we should actually, stop belaboring that point again and again. It's not going to achieve anything more now.
So the debate should end. The political class should just end the debate, believe what the professionals have been saying from the military as well as, of course, the executive and the various people who are like the defense minister, the prime minister and others who speak, at least in this context, for the executive. I think that's a very fair assessment, General Saab, and I respect you for actually saying this. That's speaking like a complete professional. Do you believe that with China, are we now in a phase of armed coexistence? What would you call this phase?
No, we have always had a very difficult relationship with China, and that stems from the fact that the border is unsettled. No, not even border, boundary. We use these terms sometimes interchangeably.
Says the man who wrote this book.
But it is a boundary, and it is a boundary dispute. And a boundary by its definition is nebulous. You don't really know where it runs. So because of this boundary dispute, we have tensions with China, but they are not insurmountable. And I think that we have shown that we have the will and the capability to defend our borders, and that will translate into having more meaningful talks to solve this boundary issue.
Especially now that China has got a taste of Indian resolve.
True.
Which you demonstrated, and now they know that they can't push their luck.
And in various forums, by not just Indian analysts, but even foreign analysts and foreign think tanks have said that very clearly that a military solution to this boundary issue is not possible anymore. And obviously, when they say that, you know who they are hinting at.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. No, this is wonderful. Tell me a little bit more, sir, coming back to this book now. It's going to be out in the bookstores. Why should people read it? Give me 2 or 3 insights.
Well, I think it firstly is that it's been written in a very simple manner. It is common, and it will appeal to young readers as well as senior citizens. As far as the armed forces are concerned, it will appeal obviously because they would have experienced some of these issues. It will appeal to the civilian population, because it will make them realize what makes the armed forces tick. And what makes, we talked about the ethos of the armed forces. So all these stories actually point towards that ethos.
And how many stories do you have here?
So there is a total of 25 stories, which include 2 from the Air Force and 2 from the Navy, integration. So I've kept that also in mind. So there are 4 stories from Army, Air Force, Navy and Air Force also. And it makes for an interesting reading, and it will also inform, and let alone the Army, but even our population is really not so conversant with facets of the armed forces. So through this, I think we will be able to reach out and have a better rapport between the armed forces and our citizenry. And that is actually the aim plus of this book.
Well, General Saab, thank you very much for taking the time out. It's been a wonderful conversation, and I'm sure viewers, General has again made it very clear that dignity in uniform is something that cannot be compromised ever. And those that try to do that are actually crossing a line that he doesn't believe they should. But viewers, it's this really which is the subject of the conversation, and it is this that is going to define the man in uniform. Thank you very much, General Saab. Thank you. How wonderful. Thank you.
Third point, if you notice Pondicherry, which is a fairly important bellwether, the the voter turnout was 91%, right? Mahe, which was the least voting, which is on the Kerala side,
Right.
something like 77% or something. Now, if it has reached 91%, the belief is, I'm not saying it is, but the belief is
Right.
that it is mostly the Vijay Whistle Kunjus who have come out and voted out there.
Correct.
Now, how is that going to affect? I don't know. But if this was a personality based election, the
Right.
only way to counter a Vijay personality would have been to have a personality like Annamalai heading it up. So, exactly what Chetan said. I don't think they've played to their best character.
Yeah, but you know what? Interestingly, I met Annamalai at our town hall, and Annamalai was quite effusive in his praise for Vijay. He didn't want to criticize Vijay openly, and he said that, see, anybody who's taking on and trying to break down this entire bastion of Dravidian politics, I'm with them. I don't have, and they both seem to admire each other. Vijay has, off the record, and sources tell us that he has come out and said that what Annamalai could achieve on ground in 2024 actually encouraged him to say that, listen, I can also take the plunge and I can if I put in the hard yards, we can mobilize. And there is an alternative option or a place for an alternative within the entire Tamil political ecosystem or the Tamil political spectrum. So interesting. I've just got news coming through, so giving that priority to our panelists, and then I'll come back to take this conversation. Vijay's party has actually written, the Tamalaga Vetri Karagam has written a letter to the Election Commission. We've just got that letter. They have sought urgent transport support, extension of poll hours. That's what Vijay.
ये पहला ऐसा चुनाव है पिछले 50 साल में। पिछले 50 साल में ये पहला चुनाव ऐसा है जिसमें हिंसा कम से कम हुई है। वरना हर हफ्ता किसी को फांसी पर लटका देते थे और बोल देते थे आत्महत्या कर दी। यानी एक प्रकार से गुंडा राज चलता था। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने लोकतंत्र की फिर से एक बार बंगाल की धरती पर प्रतिष्ठा की है। शांतिपूर्ण मतदान करवाने में इलेक्शन कमीशन की सफलता ये बहुत बड़ी सिद्धि है। मैं यहां के सरकारी कर्मचारियों का भी अभिनंदन करता हूं कि वे भी इस बार शांतिपूर्ण मतदान में बहुत जिम्मेवारी पूर्वक अपनी भूमिका अदा कर रहे हैं। और अब तक की जो मुझे जानकारी मिली है, मतदान भी पूरा सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ रहा है। साथियों, नादिया ये भक्ति की धरती है, शक्ति, क्रांति और संस्कृति की ये धरती है। और आज इस धरती पर मैं परिवर्तन की आंधी देख रहा हूं। ये परिवर्तन की आंधी है। कृष्णा नगर में आज भय पर भरोसे की विजय का विश्वास दिख रहा है। ये उत्साह, ये उमंग, ये जोश, ये भरोसे का है। भय जा रहा है, भरोसा आगे बढ़ रहा है। बरसों से जिनकी आवाज को दबाकर रखा गया था, वो अब एक सुर में बोल रहे हैं। गांव-गांव बोल रहे हैं, गली-गली बोल रहे हैं, स्त्री पुरुष सब बोल रहे हैं, युवा बुजुर्ग सब बोल रहे हैं, एक ही आवाज, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार। साथियों, कुछ दिनों पहले असम, केरलम और पुडुचेरी में भी मतदान संपन्न हुआ है। वहां भी रिकॉर्ड मतदान हुआ है। पहले भी हमने देखा है, देश में जहां जहां भारी मतदान हुआ है, वहां बीजेपी को प्रचंड विजय मिली है, प्रचंड विजय मिली है। बेटे गिर जाओगे, बैठो बेटा, परमात्मा आपको सुखी रखे, बैठो बेटा, गिर जाओगी। अरे आपके हाथ में जो कमल है ना, वो खिलने वाला है। बैठो बेटा, कहीं ऐसा है, आप बैठिए अपनी जगह पे, कहीं चोट लग जाएगी। साथियों, जहां जहां यह स्थिति बनी, विजय प्राप्त हुआ है। इसलिए बीजेपी एनडीए की विजय का परचम पूरी शक्ति से लहराना है। ये लहराने वाला है। कमल खिलना तय है। 4 मई को बंगाल में भी बीजेपी की विजय का जश्न होगा। मिठाई भी बटेगी और जालमुरी भी बांटी जाएगी। वैसे मैंने सुना है कि जालमुरी ने भी कुछ लोगों को जन्नाटेदार झटका दिया है। जालमुरी मैंने खाई, लेकिन जाल टीएमसी को लगी है। साथियों, यहां तो टीएमसी के विधायकों, मंत्रियों, लोकल नेताओं और इनके सिंडिकेट के खिलाफ इतना गुस्सा है, इतना गुस्सा है कि कई जिलों में टीएमसी का खाता तक नहीं खुलेगा। मैं बिल्कुल विश्वास से कहता हूं, मैंने इस बार बंगाल में बहुत दौरा किया है और जो उत्साह देखा है, माताओं बहनों में जो जुनून देखा है, और इसलिए तृणमूलेर जावा निश्चितो, तृणमूलेर जावा निश्चितो। साथियों, 15 साल पहले वाम के विरुद्ध जनता ने बिगुल फूंका था। आज तृणमूल के जंगल राज के विरुद्ध बंगाल की जनता हर गली मोहल्ले में शंख फूंक रही है। जनता जनार्दन मैदान में है। मैं देख रहा हूं, ये चुनाव हम लोग नहीं लड़ रहे हैं, न मोदी लड़ रहा है, न मेरे साथी लड़ रहे हैं। इस बार बंगाल का चुनाव बंगाल की जनता जनार्दन लड़ रही है। चुनाव का नेतृत्व बंगाल की जनता जनार्दन के हाथ में है। मैं जहां भी जा रहा हूं, लोग एक ही बात कहते हैं कि अब बहुत हो गया, इनफ इज इनफ, और नॉय अनेक खोलो, और नॉय 15 साल बाद ये साफ साफ दिख रहा है। बंगाल के किसान खेत से लेकर मंडी तक हर भय से मुक्ति के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। बंगाल के सरकारी कर्मचारी टीएमसी के भय से बाहर निकलने के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। बंगाल के डॉक्टर भय से मुक्त होकर एक बेहतर सिस्टम के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। यहां के वकील सच्चा न्याय दिलाने के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। शिक्षक भय मुक्त स्कूल, कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए मतदान कर रहे हैं। दुकानदार, रिक्शा वाले, टैक्सी वाले टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट से मुक्ति के लिए वोट कर रहे हैं। और बंगाल की पुलिस भी गुंडों से आदेश लेने के बजाय जनता की सेवा के लिए वोट डाल रहे हैं। यानी बंगाल में हर क्षेत्र, हर वर्ग अब बीजेपी के भरोसे को एक मौका देना चाहता है। हर कोई कह रहा है भय आउट, भय 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 भरोसा भरोसा बीजेपी को बीजेपी को बीजेपी को साथियों, टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार की पहचान है झूठ बोलो, झांसा दो। 15 साल के इनके हर वादे आधे अधूरे हैं। आप इनके महाझूठ देख लीजिए। इन्होंने हर ब्लॉक में मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल बनाने की घोषणा की थी, लेकिन हुआ क्या? बंगाल में सैकड़ों स्कूल बंद हो गए। साथियों, टीएमसी ने घर घर पाइप से पानी पहुंचाने का वादा किया था। हर घर नल तो नहीं पहुंचा, लेकिन जल भराव का गंदा पानी आपके घर द्वार तक जरूर आ गया। साथियों, टीएमसी ने 10 लाख एमएसएमई और हजारों बड़े उद्योग लगाने का वायदा किया था, लेकिन बीते सालों में यहां हजारों फैक्ट्रियां बंद हो गई, जूट मिलों में ताले लगा दिए गए। साथियों, यहां आप सभी को अस्पताल से जुड़ी कितनी सारी परेशानियां हैं। टीएमसी की दुर्नीति ऐसी है कि इन्होंने कल्याणी एम्स के लिए भी कदम कदम पर रुकावटें डाली, लेकिन बीजेपी सरकार ने इसके बावजूद एम्स पूरा किया और आज ये एम्स आपको अपनी सेवाएं दे रहा है। लेकिन साथियों, तृणमूल के दुबुलिया के टीबी अस्पताल के साथ क्या किया, ये आप सभी जानते हैं। हर चुनाव में इस अस्पताल को लेकर बड़े बड़े वादे किए जाते हैं, लेकिन आज तक वो वादे पूरे नहीं हुए। साथियों, टीएमसी का लूट का मॉडल यहां की नगरपालिका में सबने देखा है। ये शहर बेहाल है। सड़कें, ड्रेनेज, नदी से होने वाला कटाव, यानी चारों तरफ परेशानियां ही परेशानियां हैं। लेकिन टीएमसी के लोग सिर्फ लूटने में ही बिजी है। साथियों, कृष्णा नगर की पहचान यहां की नदियों से है। जलंगी नदी, जिसे हम प्यार से खोरे कहते हैं, आज बहुत बड़ी स्थिति में पहुंच गई है। अंजना नदी को तो लैंड माफिया ने चुरा ही लिया है। निर्मम सरकार में नदियां भी सुरक्षित नहीं है। साथियों, टीएमसी का ये महाजंगल राज अब नहीं चलेगा। এইসব চলবে না। এইসব कानून अत्याचारियों और भ्रष्टाचारियों का पूरा हिसाब करेगा। जिसने आपको लूटा है उसको लौटाना पड़ेगा। साथियों, आप सभी जानते हैं, मोदी का मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास। और निर्मम सरकार कहती है, करती है, घुसपैठियों का साथ, घुसपैठियों का विकास। तृणमूल के लोग घुसपैठियों को फर्जी डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाने की दुकानें चलाते हैं, घुसपैठ कराते हैं, यहां उनको झुग्गियों में बसाते हैं। टीएमसी की ऐसी हर दुकान को बंद करना जरूरी है। सीमा तभी सुरक्षित रहती है जब पुलिस, सेना, बीएसएफ और नागरिक ये सभी मिलकर काम करते हैं। 4 मई के बाद बंगाल में भी सुरक्षा की नई गारंटी शुरू होने वाली है। साथियों, मैं श्री हरिचांद ठाकुर, श्री गुरुचांद ठाकुर और बोरो मां को प्रणाम करते हुए एक भरोसा देने यहां आया हूं। हमारे किसी भी मतुआ परिवार, नाम शूद्र परिवार, शरणार्थी परिवार को तृणमूल से भयभीत होने की जरूरत नहीं है। आपको कोई हाथ भी नहीं लगा सकता है। जो भी शरणार्थी है, जो भी धर्म के आधार पर हुई प्रताड़ना के कारण, मुसीबतों के कारण, अपने धर्म के प्रति स्वाभिमान के कारण भारत आए हैं, मोदी उनके साथ खड़ा है। बंगाल में बीजेपी सरकार बनते ही सीएए के तहत नागरिकता देने का काम और तेज होगा। आपको हर वो कागज मिलेगा, हर उस योजना का लाभ मिलेगा जो किसी भी भारतीय को मिलता है। ये मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, टीएमसी के महाजंगल राज का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हमारी बहनों बेटियों को उठाना पड़ा है। हंसखाली में एक नाबालिग बेटी के साथ गैंगरेप और हत्या, ये टीएमसी के भय वाले मॉडल का ही उदाहरण है। यहां बेटियों की तस्करी की घटनाएं भी लगातार बढ़ रही है। इस भय से बंगाल की बेटियों को मुक्ति चाहिए। साथियों, टीएमसी बंगाल की बहनों का सच्चा सशक्तिकरण कभी भी नहीं कर सकती। इसका उदाहरण आपने पिछले हफ्ते संसद में भी देखा है। बीजेपी संसद और विधानसभा में महिलाओं के लिए 33% आरक्षण को लागू करना चाहती है। संसद में इस पर चर्चा हुई, लेकिन टीएमसी नहीं चाहती कि बंगाल की बहनों को ज्यादा सीटें मिले। इसलिए इन्होंने कांग्रेस के साथ मिलकर संसद में कानून को रोक दिया। बंगाल की हर महिला टीएमसी को इस अपराध की सजा जरूर देगी। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले मैंने बंगाल के लोगों को 6 गारंटी दी थी। आज मैं बंगाल की बहनों को 10 गारंटी देता हूं। पहली गारंटी, बंगाल में बहन बेटियों पर अत्याचार करने वालों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलेगी। हर ब्लॉक में महिला थाने बनेंगे और सड़क पर सुरक्षा के लिए विशेष दस्ते बनाए जाएंगे। दूसरी गारंटी, बंगाल पुलिस में बेटियों की बड़े पैमाने पर भर्ती की जाएगी। तीसरी गारंटी, बंगाल बीजेपी के मातृशक्ति भरोसा कार्ड से 1 साल में 36,000 रुपये सीधे महिलाओं के बैंक खाते में भेजे जाएंगे। चौथी गारंटी, बंगाल बीजेपी सरकार बेटियों को ग्रेजुएशन के लिए 50,000 रुपये की मदद दी। पांचवी गारंटी, बंगाल बीजेपी सरकार गर्भवती माताओं को 21,000 रुपये तक की आर्थिक सहायता देगी। छठी गारंटी, बंगाल बीजेपी सरकार शिशुओं के बेहतर पोषण के लिए 36,000 रुपये अतिरिक्त देने वाली है। सातवीं गारंटी, सुकन्या समृद्धि योजना के जरिए बेटियों का भविष्य सुरक्षित किया जाएगा। किसी भी योजना में जितना ब्याज नहीं मिलता है, इतना ब्याज ये सुकन्या योजना में मिलेगा। आठवीं गारंटी, महिलाओं को स्वरोजगार के लिए 20 लाख रुपए तक का मुद्रा लोन दिया जाएगा और उसकी गारंटी मोदी देगा, मोदी देगा। साथ ही लाखों बहनों को लखपति दीदी बनाने के लिए भी मदद दी जाएगी। 9वीं गारंटी बंगाल की करोड़ों बहनों बेटियों को आयुष्मान योजना के तहत 5 लाख रुपए तक का मुफ्त इलाज मिलेगा। सर्वाइकल कैंसर का मुफ्त टीका और सिकल सेल की मुफ्त जांच भी बेटियों को मिलेगी। 10वीं गारंटी पीएम आवास योजना के तहत बंगाल के गरीब परिवारों की बहनों के नाम पर घर की रजिस्ट्री होगी, मालकिन का हक बहनों को मिलेगा। घर बनाने के लिए 1.5 लाख रुपए सीधे बैंक खाते में जमा किए जाएंगे। और साथियों, ये मोदी की 10 गारंटी और मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। साथियों, यहां कृष्णानगर के घुर्णी के कलाकार का दर्द किसी से छिपा नहीं है। जिनकी कला की पूरी दुनिया कायल है, जो अपनी कला से मिट्टी में प्राण फूंक देते हैं, उनके बनाए मिट्टी के पुतले आज आंसू बहा रहे हैं, रो रहे हैं। और यहां की निर्मम सरकार ने उन्हें क्या दिया? टीएमसी सरकार ने उनके जीवन को बेजान बना दिया है। अपने ऐसे ही भाई बहनों के लिए हमने पीएम विश्वकर्मा योजना शुरू करके उन्हें आर्थिक मदद देने का अभियान चलाया है। लेकिन यहां की सरकार विश्वकर्मा योजना को बंगाल में लागू नहीं होने दे रही। साथियों, मोदी वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट के जरिए लोकल को वोकल और वोकल को ग्लोबल बनाने का प्रयास कर रहा है। वहीं निर्मम सरकार ने पूरे बंगाल में एक ही काम किया है। 15 साल में एक ही काम, वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन सिंडिकेट। ये सिंडिकेट बनाने का उद्योग और सिंडिकेट के द्वारा बंगाल को लूटने का कारोबार। साथियों, इस धरती के बारे में कहा जाता है, धोनो धन्नो पुष्पे भोरा अमादेरी बसुंधरा। ये सिर्फ गीत के बोल नहीं है, ये बीजेपी का संकल्प है। बीजेपी सही मायने में बंगाल को समृद्धि का प्रदेश बनाना चाहती है। हमारे आलू किसान, हमारे धान किसान और हमारे जूट किसान, जूट श्रमिक, मैं सभी को भरोसा देता हूं कि आपकी हर समस्या का ईमानदारी से समाधान किया जाएगा। साथियों, कृष्णानगर में ही खेड़ी साहब की वो कोठियां थी जहां हमारे किसान भाइयों को नील की खेती के लिए जंजीरों से बांधकर कोड़े मारे जाते थे। और मैं आज कृष्णानगर में देख रहा हूं, जैसे हमारे पूर्वजों ने गुलामी की जंजीरें तोड़ी थी, वैसे ही बंगाल की जनता निर्मम सरकार की बनाई भय की बेड़ियों को तोड़कर फेंकने जा रही है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi there. His campaign, of course, continues in West Bengal. This is, of course, for phase 2 of the elections, even as phase 1 polling happening today. And, of course, he has exuded confidence once again that the ground, the political ground in West Bengal is shifting. Moving on to another big update that we're tracking in a crime that has shocked the national capital. A 22-year-old woman, daughter of an IRS officer, raped and murdered inside her South Delhi home in Kailash Hill. Delhi police say the accused is Rahul Meena, who was their domestic help. He returned to the house a month after being fired and used his familiarity both with the premises and with the routine of the family to gain entry early in the morning. He allegedly assaulted and strangled the victim while she was alone at home before looting cash and valuables and fleeing the scene after changing clothes.
The family discovered the victim's body hours later, alerted the police as well. A massive manhunt involving multiple teams and CCTV tracking led to his arrest from a hotel in Dwarka in the national capital. Within hours, investigators are also probing prior criminal links and possible motive in this case. This is the latest rape and murder case coming to light from South Delhi, where an IRS officer's daughter has been allegedly raped and murdered. The accused entered the home, killed the woman, and it's a multi-agency probe at the moment as we speak. But the allegations point to how the accused assaulted and then strangled the victim while she was all alone at home, then went on to loot cash and other valuables and fled the scene after changing his clothes. The family discovered her body hours later, alerted the police, and since multiple teams have been involved, a massive manhunt involving some of these teams, CCTV tracking, all of this led to his subsequent arrest from a hotel in Dwarka. That is where he was in hiding, and the investigators were able to crack down and arrest him. This is the latest coming in from South Delhi. An IRS officer's daughter, Shivani, has been brutally murdered.
You know what is really sent shockwaves across the country, and of course in the national capital, is that one, this is happening in, the more posh sections of the national capital, but also that this man used to work in the house as a domestic help with this family. Now, one doesn't know yet what his grudge or his grouse was, but he was fired a month ago because of certain activities, and he then came back. And what is shocking is that he made use of his knowledge of the the house, where they kept their spare key, when did they leave, for example, for their gym session. Allegedly the parents left at 6 a.m. in the morning for their gym session, so he knew exactly how to time his assault and his murder and how to get in and get out. That has really sent shockwaves, because everybody would be wondering now how to improve their security at home. My colleague Simran is also joining us. Simran, the man has been, of course, arrested now. The police would obviously want to know the motive. What has triggered this former domestic help to commit this murder most foul, and also there are charges of rape and sexual assault here?
Well, absolutely. In fact, yesterday as well, the police had confirmed these details, that on the basis of a possible grudge or grouse against this family belonging to the IRS officer and a dentist mother, this former domestic help had really resorted to this violent action, and not just in fact planning some sort of this criminal rape and murder. He also intended to loot the money, and that's what he did. But it was through the digital surveillance and through a stolen mobile phone and the Wi-Fi that he had logged into the hotel that he was staying after committing the crime that the police was able to catch a hold of him. But let me also show you that in east of Kailash, at this residence where we are, this very former domestic help had in fact taken the access through this gate, from where he was aware of all the access routes, because he was working here for nearly 10 months. And after having worked here, he was aware of how to make an entry, how to secure the pass, and then move towards the third floor where they were living. But unfortunately, it was also the time when the daughter was, what we understand right now by the investigators, was actually at the house. She was preparing for UPSC. She's an IIT graduate. She had a very deep passion for dance as well. Very bright child, as the relatives of the family have also described. Then he attacked her in an attempt to rape her as well. He then also used screwdriver to be, in fact, conducting the loot or the robbery as well at this very residence. And then he fled the scene within a matter of 40 minutes. 6:29 AM was the time when he had made the entry. He was exactly aware when the parents of this young girl won't be present at the home. And then before they could actually come, and he had in fact also attempted the rape and also made the robbery as well at this house.
Early
It's
morning. If
extremely
this was close to
unfortunate.
6:30 a.m., then he was also aware of the fact that not too many people will be seeing him or be able to spot him on the roads there. Thank you, though, Simran, for joining us with those details. A murder most foul, rather tragic indeed. We're tracking the investigations very closely, but that's all we could pack for you for now. We head into a quick break.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold this shared code of honor among military men
So in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, to the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we have always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked a number of times in the past. So I've written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out. and that is the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical, and we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution, and that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this is an indictment of the government and so on and so forth? I mean, what do you want to do at that point? Did you want to tweet? Did you want to go on Instagram? Did you want to hold a loudspeaker and say things? What went through you?
No, not really, because it was...
Hello and welcome to Simply South. I'm Harish Upadhyaya. Time to look at all the major stories emerging from South India. I'm coming to you live from Coimbatore, from a polling station here. It has seen some robust polling from morning. In fact, Tamil Nadu setting a strong record in the first half of the day. Joining me today, Nabila Jamal.
Harish, we've been watching your reports right from the start of the day. You've managed to get some newsmakers. Annamalai, who spoke to you a little earlier, said he's very confident that the NDA will make itself counted for this time. We know the last time the NDA had a real bad drubbing. This time, they're really hoping to make it, and poll surveys also suggest that this is going to be a neck-and-neck contest between the NDA and the DMK. But as we see here, voting is currently underway. It marks a crucial day in this high-stakes electoral battle. Tamil Nadu is seeing a tight, four-cornered contest. Well, the TVK also included, along with the NTK. The outcome at this point is going to be very crucial. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already appealed to voters to come out in large numbers and cast their vote. On the ground, leaders like Edappadi Palaniswamy, P. Chidambaram, actors Ajit, Khushbu Sundar of the BJP, and you had Rajnikant, who also came out nice and early to cast their ballot. As of 11 a.m. in Tamil Nadu, we are looking at a voter turnout at around 37.56%. It indicates an early strong response. Reportedly, huge chaos also broke out at the Kilambaka bus stand, the Kilambakam bus stand area, where buses were reportedly available for voters there. There was a lot of confusion. BJP leader Annamalai also stepped in and he attacked the DMK, alleging that attempts were being made to buy votes there, and distribution of cash was spotted. That's the allegation Annamalai makes against the DMK, flagging transport issues as well, saying that there were not adequate buses, no fleet to ensure voters could reach their booths. Purnima, who joins us live from Chennai as well. Purnima, you're looking at the developments right from the start of the day. Could you give us an update on the voter turnout as of now? Is it looking strong? We see a huge NRI population, we understand, who's landed in Tamil Nadu to cast vote. What does that tell you?
Well, as of 11 a.m., 37.5% have voted. That includes 2.15 crore population. We'll have to wait and see how the voter turnout is, because in Chennai, over the last 10 years at least, the voter turnout percentage was only around 61 to 62. We'll have to wait and see if that number increases, that percentage increases. So far, in other districts, yes, there's a good amount of voter turnout, but in Chennai, it's almost the same as every other time. We'll have to wait and see if more people come out and vote. Politicians, celebrities, all of them urging youngsters, first-time voters to come out and cast their vote. Says, yes, it's a hot day, but do come out and vote, and that's how you will get good governance. So that's the word that's coming in from several celebrities and politicians we've been talking to, asking people to come out and vote. Whether the voter turnout this time will be better than the last few years, we'll know by the end of the day. But as of 11 a.m., it's 37.5%.
All right. Harish, you're there on the ground. Would you talk a little more on the sentiment?
Absolutely, Nabila. Two aspects to really look into here. One is the kind of voter turnout largely being attributed to the SIR process, the electoral rolls being cleaned up. Second, that really stands out right from 7 in the morning, a lot of youngsters who've turned up to vote. I've met several first-time voters. I've met techies in their early 20s who've traveled all the way from Bengaluru, taken a day off just to vote. So we are looking at a very strong voter turnout. Who will gain is the question. Is it the TVK, is it NTK, or is it others? That's something that will become clear on 4th of next month. Speaking about who will gain, we've seen a lot of political voices from early in the morning. Purnima getting several of those newsmakers. Time to look at some of those.
Message என்ன sir? Voters konga message என்ன sir?
ஜனநாயக கடமை மக்கள் ஆற்ற வேண்டும். மக்கள் ஆற்ற வேண்டும். தமிழ்நாடு வெல்லும்.
You've come to the polling booth where Chief Minister and his family members are there. Did you interact with Mr. Stalin or Mr. Udinati?
No, I didn't interact because as a candidate I was checking there. As a polling voter he came. Just I wished and came.
So what is the body language of the DMK? Are they confident? Are they nervous? What does it look like?
I cannot say the body language of other party. Our confidence is more and we will be winning this constituency. I am very confident because a strong voice like my voice will be voice for the voiceless in the assembly.
Right.
In fact, going back to Purnima, one major allegation coming in from both the TVK and the BJP is that there has been free flow of cash and gold and various other articles in several parts, especially in Karur, in Coimbatore and other places. TVK saying not enough buses being deployed, no additional buses being deployed, a lot of people waiting in Coimbatore and other parts of Chennai.
Absolutely, yes. Tamil Nadu polls are underway. Two issues are dominating the poll-bound Tamil Nadu are these, as you rightly said. One, of course, is TVK writing to Election Commission asking for extension of 2 more hours, saying that there are unavailability of buses. Many people are still travelling, may get delayed in reaching their particular destination. So they need extra 2 hours to go and cast their votes because every vote counts. So that's the side of the TVK. The BJP and the ADMK, meanwhile, especially the BJP, says that in Coimbatore and around the western region where the AIADMK has a strong presence, in these places, gold, cash, huge amounts of cash, 5,000 rupees distributed per voter is the allegation put forth by the BJP, especially Annamalai, who said that all these could have been avoided. The Election Commission could have ensured that all these were not happening this time. He says this time it's more cash being distributed, gold being distributed in Coimbatore by the DMK. That's the allegation. The ECM, meanwhile, says that if they came across any such news, they have taken action. That's the response that the Election Commission has given. But these are the two issues that are dominating the poll-bound Tamil Nadu, Harish.
Absolutely. Thank you, Purnima. Stay with us. In fact, it's not just MK Stalin. Purnima has spoken to several other newsmakers who were out early in the morning to vote today. Let's listen in.
Ma'am, your message to the voters, because usually there's a lesser voter turnout, but what is your message to youngsters?
Come and vote. I think that's most important.
Thank you.
Come and vote. I think that's most important.
Thank you.
Election, the narrative is that we have performed well. We've given good governance for 5 years, and the schemes have reached people. People have understood that DMK is and DMK alliance partners are the people who fight, the parties who have an ideological fight to protect the state, to protect our language, to protect our culture, and to ensure that there is a better future for the next generation. So I'm very confident that is the narrative.
Well, shifting focus quickly to the state of Karnataka now. This is a piece of breaking news that's coming in from Bengaluru, where a massive 410 crore fake bill scam has been busted. This is a scam where fake GST invoices were being raised. In fact, the Commercial Taxes Department has unearthed this particular large-scale fake invoice racket. This involves not just tax evasion, but also organized crime running into hundreds of crore. Prima facie, they are saying it could be anywhere around 410 crore rupees. In fact, during the investigation, authorities have found that evasion of worth 410 crore has taken place, including 102.5 crore, which is the fake tax credit that has been generated in these fake transactions. Afreen Hussain now joins us for more on this. Afreen, a large-scale fake invoice scam busted by the Commercial Taxes Department. They are assessing the input credit itself could be anywhere around 102 crore rupees.
Well, absolutely, Harish. This is a large-scale scam that has been unearthed by the Commercial Taxes Department. And from what we're getting to know, one person has been arrested. The accused, who has been identified as Tawqir Mohammed, allegedly operated not only in Karnataka, but across Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu as well. And it is being said that he created a network of shell companies which generated fake invoices to claim false tax credits. Now, this is the network that he had set up in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu as well. And he was working on the basis of creating fake invoices and then claiming income tax credits for that without actually supplying any goods or services. One person has been arrested in this case. Like I mentioned, it is Mohammed Tawqir, but the officials are also investigating who else was associated with him and where are his associates. From what we're getting to know, the scam goes on to crores of rupees, at least 410 crores. And it's also being said that 102.5 crore has been seen as a loss to the government exchequer as well.
All right. Afreen, do stay with us. We have some more information coming in from Karnataka. Just amid all that power struggle in Karnataka, we hear that Karnataka's Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar is all set to travel to Delhi. Now, it is significant because there's been so far no news or no push from the High Command or willingness to change guard in the state. So, D.K. Shivkumar, amid this, is going to be in Delhi. He will is scheduled to leave Bengaluru this morning and head to Hyderabad first, when he will be attending a private program, after which he will proceed to Delhi. D.K. Shivkumar is expected to stay in the national capital and meet with union ministers tomorrow. Now, while it's said that he's vying for the top post, he's going to be meeting with the High Command, but also some union ministers. Afreen, to give us a little more on the details of this, his itinerary there. Afreen, what's the reason he's likely to be meeting union ministers?
Well, absolutely, Nabila. We're getting to know that Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar is traveling to Delhi. First, he will be going to Hyderabad, from where he will go to Delhi and land in Delhi in the evening, after which he is expected to stay overnight and meet with some of the union ministers tomorrow. It has not been clarified from his office what exactly is the reason why he's meeting with the union ministers. It could be because he keeps going back and forth to meet with the union ministers to look at the water, to meet with the water minister there, union water minister. He has been taking up the Mekedatu Dam, be it that or other water-related programs in Karnataka very seriously. So it could be that he's going to meet with the union ministers for that reason. But we also have to look at the fact that there has been a long-festering power tussle between D.K. Shivkumar and Chief Minister Siddaramaiah for the chair of the Chief Minister, and it could also be that D.K. Shivkumar is looking at this as an opportunity to meet with the High Command in Delhi, where he had been waiting for the elections to get over. Today, we're seeing that elections in Tamil Nadu are going to be over, so he could be looking at this as an opportunity to meet with the High Command, since they'll be a little more relaxed and their focus would be off the elections as of now.
Well, thank you, Afreen, for joining us with all those details. But staying with the state of Karnataka, now the Muslim or minority infighting within the Karnataka Congress refuses to die down. There is a fresh headache for the Congress High Command and the state leadership, with the Ulema Board now throwing its weight behind the Muslim leaders who've seen some action from the Congress High Command. In fact, remember, MLC Jabbar was sacked, or at least suspended, from the party primary membership. On the other hand, Nazir Ahmed, who was the political advisor to the Chief Minister, was sacked. of them accused of indulging in anti-party activities and backing the SDPI candidate in Davangere South by-election. Now the Ulema board is saying that this will be taken up in the conference that we held in Karnataka, and they will give a representation. The Congress now in a hurry to ensure that this does not dent the party's core vote base, the minority vote base in Karnataka.
ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಏನಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಜಬ್ಬಾರ್ ವಿಚಾರದಿರಲಿ, ಜಬ್ಬಾರ್ಗಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ನಸೀರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಭಾಳ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಅವ್ರು ಏನಾರು ಪಕ್ಷದ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಏನಾರು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದು ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಸತೀಶ್ ಜಾರಕಿಹೊಳಿ ಏನಿರೋದು ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ರಿಪ್ಲೈ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ರಿಪ್ಲೈ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹಂಗೇಳಿರೋದು. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅದೇ ಇರೋದು. ಈಗ ನಸೀರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಅವರು. ನಾವು ಅವ್ರೇನೋ ಪಕ್ಷದ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದು ತಪ್ಪಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಈಗ ಪಕ್ಷ ಏನಾರ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಏನಾರ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ದು ಏನಂದರೆ ಆಯಿತು ಒಂದು ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರು ರಿಪ್ಲೈ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಅದು ಬರೀ ಸತೀಶ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಅದೇ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ.
ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಅವರು ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅವರು, ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯತೆ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ನಾವು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಪಸಂಖ್ಯಾತರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈಗ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭಾ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ, MLCಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ತೀರ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬದವರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೊಂದು ಪದ್ಧತಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಶಿವಶಂಕರಪ್ಪನವರು ತೀರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಬೇರೆ ಅರ್ಥೈಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಇಂಟರ್ನಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ.
All right, Rohini joins us live from Bengaluru. Minority leaders who are throwing their weight on the Congress government in Karnataka, pushing them to revoke this suspension against Nasir Ahmed and Jabbar, two MLCs who were suspended for alleged anti-party activities. And the report, ironically, of such anti-party activities was given by an internal observer, a party member itself, claiming that within the party itself there was this group working against the party's prospects. Now, the ulemas in Karnataka coming out to put pressure. So it's really turned a little uncomfortable for Congress, where their primary vote bank is now pointing fingers at them, crying foul.
So true, and not just that, they're also accusing of selective discipline. And what they're saying is that when there have been other issues and other incidents where there have been anti-party activities, they had another leader called Rajiv Gowda who had abused another officer, Tehsildar. At that time, first a notice was issued and then action was taken against the person. Now, when this particular so-called anti-party activity that is based on an internal report, then why was that due procedure not followed? Number one. Number two, they're also saying that there were a lot of promises that the Congress had made, especially even in the 2023 elections, in terms of the background of reservations for Muslims and also in terms of the hijab issue. All that remains unanswered, untouched in terms of the issues that have been talked about. And now we are taking action against leaders, especially when without even conducting a proper notice given or an internal investigation into the matter. Now, what we also need to understand is that it's not just the minority political leaders of the Congress, but also now the ulema and everybody getting together and saying that you need to revoke this decision for now. A very crucial meeting just took place just an hour ago, but while that is between Zamir Ahmed and the working president of the Congress, Satish Jalkoli, though they say that it was a casual meeting on other issue, but clearly this meeting that we're seeing between Zamir and Satish Jalkoli also is important. Satish Jalkoli is also leading especially into trying to diffuse this entire issue and try to bring the entire minority vote bank back. That also has been given in terms of responsibility by Siddaramaiah. Apart from the fact that this is going to also not only hurt the Congress in Karnataka, it's going to hurt the prospects of the Congress in the upcoming 2028 elections as well. So if they do not fight this now, they are going to really face trouble, because this, like we just said, is the largest vote bank, not just in Karnataka, but across India as well, and have rippling effects across.
Absolutely. And Rohini, the results of this by-poll that will come out on the 4th will have a lot of impact on how the Congress deals with this. If it goes against the Congress, or if the SDPI ends up getting a few thousand votes in Davangere South, then it could turn out to be a catch-22 situation for the Congress High Command and the leadership on how they deal with this entire crisis then.
Yeah, that's a very that's a sharp point that you're bringing out, because that's exactly how, and that is why we're seeing that Congress also playing it as of now in a way that you're waiting for the bypoll results. If it goes against Congress, or they lose Davangere, then the action is justified, because the allegation is that these three leaders, the two who have been suspended. One is the minority chairman as well as the political secretary to Siddaramaiah. Both of them being, one of them was removed and one of them suspended. And the allegation against Zamir Ahmad would prove true. If they do not, then possibly then the Congress will have to think whether they took the right step and whether it was done in haste. But all this was based, and what the state Congress has been saying is based on the report that has been filed by the AICC. And so they will follow the dictates of what the High Command says.
Absolutely.
But clearly this is going to have, not only is not a catch-22 situation, it's a situation that could cause an embarrassment to the Congress government itself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Rohini, for joining us. The results of this bypoll might not change the fate of the government, but clearly will have an impact on the political career of Nazir Ahmad and MLC Jabbar.
Thanks very much, Harish. Well, Tamil Nadu currently is voting. We, right here on CNN News 18, are keeping a hawk's eye to the voter turnout. So if you haven't yet cast your ballot, go out there, cast your vote. Thanks very much for tuning in.
General Naravne, former army chief, whose unpublished book led to a kerfuffle in Parliament.
Definitely the pen is mightier than the sword. There's no doubt about that.
On your part, you confirm Penguin's contention that the memoir has not been officially released. So was the book in Mr. Gandhi's hand then fake?
Unfair in the sense that unnecessarily being dragged into a controversy which is not of your making. It should not be misinterpreted in that manner. It actually shows the faith that the government has in the army chief. So it should be taken in a positive light.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold this shared code of honor among military men
So in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we've always got along well. So it is borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
Yeah. So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I've written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed
A very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop and with me is Kritsween. Remember, it is a polling day in Bengal and in Tamil Nadu. We'll be deep diving over there. But first up, we bring you the headlines.
On the day as Bengal votes, Rahul Gandhi has once again virtually taken on the TMC, says Mamata Banerjee is losing the election to the BJP because of corruption.
In his first interview to a news channel this election cycle, BJP President Nitin Nabeen is saying that BJP is sweeping Bengal and with it, Mamata's misgovernance will be gone.
BJP President also tells CNN News 18 that the ADMK alliance is so ahead that it will not need Vijay's support.
BJP President Nitin Nabeen says that the opposition is so blinded by Modi hatred that it is ready to betray Mahila interest by opposing the quota bill.
And keeping up with the poll-related updates in Bengal, poll violence erupts across Murshidabad as TMC Kada and Humayun Kabir's party workers clash, booth capturing shadow lengthens.
In Tamil Nadu, polls bogged down by allegations levelled by BJP and TVK against DMK for creating obstacles for voters to reach polling booths.
Voters from booths from Tamil Nadu to West Bengal as Election Commission flags robust turnout that might even set a new record.
In his first ever TV interview, former Army Chief General Naravan tears into Rahul Gandhi for turning his unpublished memoir into a political prop and constructing a false narrative, asks Rahul Gandhi to trust forces and Prime Minister.
It's a murder. Most foul IIT graduate and daughter of an IRS officer murdered by ex-domestic employee in the heart of South Delhi colony.
US President Donald Trump crosses the line, likens China to hellholes in a rancid post ahead of hearing on birthright citizenship.
Well, voting is underway in phase 1 of West Bengal Assembly elections across 152 constituencies in North Bengal and key southern districts with over 3.6 crore voters participating under tight security cover. As early turnout trends become a key focus in this high-stakes battle. Now, the phase has been marked by reports of violence from Murshidabad, where incidents of clashes and poll-related tension were reported in some of the pockets. In the meanwhile, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has escalated his attack on the Trinamool Congress, alleging that the corrupt Mamata government is one of the key reasons why the BJP could potentially come to power in the state, a remark that has further intensified this political slugfest.
On the other hand, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is aggressively campaigning for a fourth straight term, relying on welfare schemes, padyatras and even direct outreach to consolidate her support on the ground. In contrast, Prime Minister Modi has led a strong campaign push, especially in Jangal Mahal, focusing on tribal outreach, governance issues and concerns around infiltration and voter list integrity. He mocked Mamata Banerjee after she scoffed at his Jhalmuri moment earlier, saying that although he has the Jhalmuri, it was TMC who felt the spice. Listen in to the reactions.
वैसे मैंने सुना है कि जालमुरी ने भी कुछ लोगों को जन्नाटेदार झटका दिया है। जालमुरी मैंने खाई, लेकिन झाल टीएमसी को लगी है। साथियों, यहां तो टीएमसी के विधायकों, मंत्रियों, लोकल नेताओं और इनके सिंडिकेट के खिलाफ इतना गुस्सा है कि कई जिलों में टीएमसी का खाता तक नहीं खुलेगा। टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार की पहचान है झूठ बोलो, झांसा दो। 15 साल के इनके हर वादे आधे अधूरे हैं। आप इनके महाझूठ देख लीजिए। इन्होंने हर ब्लॉक में मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल बनाने की घोषणा की थी, लेकिन हुआ क्या? बंगाल में सैकड़ों स्कूल बंद हो गए। साथियों, टीएमसी ने घर घर पाइप से पानी पहुंचाने का वादा किया था। हर घर नल तो नहीं पहुंचा, लेकिन जल भराव का गंदा पानी आपके घर द्वार तक जरूर आ गया। साथियों, टीएमसी ने 10 लाख एमएसएमई और हजारों बड़े उद्योग लगाने का वायदा किया था, लेकिन बीते सालों में यहां हजारों फैक्ट्रियां बंद हो गई। जूट मिलों में ताले लगा दिए गए। इसके बावजूद एम्स पूरा किया और आज ये एम्स आपको अपनी सेवाएं दे रहा है। टीएमसी का लूट का मॉडल यहां की नगरपालिका में सबने देखा है। ये शहर बेहाल है। सड़कें, ड्रेनेज, नदी से होने वाला कटाव, यानी चारों तरफ परेशानियां ही परेशानियां हैं।
भाई और बहनों, अगर ममता जी ने साफ सुथरी सरकार चलाई होती, अगर ममता जी ने बंगाल को पोलराइज नहीं किया होता, तो बीजेपी के लिए रास्ता नहीं खुलता। भाई और बहनों, कांग्रेस पार्टी बीजेपी से लड़ती है और बीजेपी जानती है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ही बीजेपी को रोक सकती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का पूरा समर्थन कीजिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी को वोट दीजिए और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बंगाल में बनाइए।
This is Nadu, where sometimes ago there's going to violence erupted out here, and now you can see huge deployment of security is there, and a lot of police personnel are there, CAPFs are there. What happened? Humayun went inside a booth, and there the supporters were also there. He gherowed, the Trinamool supporters gherowed him, and there was a scuffle, there was a push, and both the central forces and the police tried to control that. And there was an area where Humayun sat on dharna for over 2 hours, and after that, when he turned out to go back, then there was again protest from the Trinamool supporters and workers, and then there was stone pelting, and after which the police resorted to lathi charge. You can see that there is huge deployment of security now, and all the security personnel, police personnel are here right now. But this is in comparison to what happens in every year election. That is less. But the fact is, this incident happened out here.
Humayun sat here for 2 hours, and after that, even after that, when he wanted to go back, there was stone pelting in this area, and then police resorted to lathi charge.
একটা দেখে আমি নামাজ পড়ব বলি আমি ঢালাইয়ের ওপরে দাঁড়িয়েছিলাম তো আমার একটা লাতি ছিল বলি ওই স্কুলে যাইছিল ঘুরি লাতি ছিল বলি আমি দাঁড়িয়েছিলাম আর ঘুরে এসে এমিন্দি চলে আইলো এসে দুটো ছেলে এসে অমনি আমার পাজরে একবার বোম ফেলি দিয়ে মারল দৌড় আমার লেগেছে দেখো।
All right, staying with Bengal, getting in breaking inputs. This is with regards to the latest figures on the voter turnout so far. We are being told that 62.18% voter turnout has been reported in West Bengal till 1 p.m. IST. 62% voter turnout in Murshidabad till 1 p.m. These are the latest figures which on unexpected lines do seem to be above average and above what was expected given the violence that has been plaguing Murshidabad. Let's quickly take this forward with Kamalika, who brings us those figures as well. Kamalika, this is only bound to go higher if not stagnate at all, but what is one to make of these figures, especially if you were to compare it to the previous assembly election, which you will perhaps be able to tell us better by evening, but given the violence, what's your assessment?
Yeah, absolutely. We have to compare the percentage till the final figure comes up, because last time it was 7 phases of election and this time it is 2 phases of election. But what the data clearly shows that there is an rise, obviously, that is there. Every time Bengal has a higher percentage of voting percentage, that's not an issue, but this seems to be a little more high. There were the stories, and there where we'll have to really analyze it, final numbers when the final number comes. Second big thing is definitely there has been one incident in Kumarganj where we have seen the BJP candidate, he has been attacked. Here in Murshidabad we have seen this is let me tell you, I'm standing in that Babri Mosque area where Humayun is also there, and this is in Murshidabad area. In Nadu today in the morning we saw there's like a scuffle between AGUP, that means the Humayun supporters, and the Trinamool Congress supporters. We spoke with Humayun Kabir, who said that it is the police who was trying to work for the Trinamool Congress, and then he will see them after 4th and he's going to get 80 seats. But let me tell you, today in the morning both the side scuffled with each other. Both the candidates were in a booth, and then there was scuffle, and against the police, Humayun sat on a dharna. After that, when he was about to turn and about to go out, there was stone pelting, and there was huge CAPF was reached that spot, and there was CAPF, more forces were there, and then the situation now is under control, as we have already shown in our report.
So Kamalika, 62% voter turnout in all of Bengal, again 62% voter turnout in Murshidabad, despite these instances of violence, and we'll talk about the violence, the latest update that's come in. But before that, you've been touring around some of these polling booths. Give us a sense of what really has been the mood on the ground. What is the sentiment that the voters are turning up with?
See, huge number of people have come out. That is one very good thing. From 6:30 in the morning, we have seen that large number of women have come out, large number of people have come out. Even there were instances when there were intimidation last night, which is dome call. Police went there and large number of people voted. And till now, we are not getting major complaints from either BJP or TMC. Now that is also another interesting situation where both the parties seems to be in a very happy mood. And we have seen that people have come out and voted, and they said that they are going to vote on the women security, that in various places I have heard. Also people have said that they are going to vote on the women issues and the women welfare schemes. So, it is very, and SIR is top of there. Today nobody is discussing about SIR because people whose names have been deleted, they have not queued in the booths. But SIR is definitely a big game, and this upsurge of this polling percentage, there is definitely a story into it that we'll really analyze after the entire numbers.
And will the SIR exercise change the game, apart from, of course, issues like welfare schemes, ideological battle, which is also being fought by all stakeholders concerned? We'll find that out. But speaking of what you were sharing with us just a couple of minutes ago, Kamalika, let's break down those details of clashes that have been reported between the TMC and the AJUP, which is Kabir Humayun's party. Now, these workers clashed in Nadu Assembly constituency in Murshidabad itself, where AUGP founder Humayun Kabir also says that the TMC is a party of thieves and the people of Nadu have rejected them. Let's listen in to the brief comment.
চোরের পার্টি তাদের আবার কথা সারা বছর ধরে গোষ্ঠীদ্বন্দ্ব ছিল এখন আবার বলছে মিলে দিলে নওদার মানুষ রিজেক্ট করে দিয়েছে
All right, Kamalika continues to stay with us. So, Kamalika, not just Humayun Kabir, we've also heard the word coming in from Rahul Gandhi, the way Prime Minister also has attacked TMC. It's largely being projected either as a party of goons or as a party of thieves. Is this now putting the Mamata government in a tight spot, and what could this mean given the timing today?
See, definitely this has very significance. Number one, the Rahul Gandhi factor, Rahul Gandhi's statement, because this is today's election is taking place in an area where Congress also have a stake. If you see total Bengal, Congress is nowhere, it seems, but specifically where I'm standing, Murshidabad, Malda, these are the places where Congress too have a stake, and there in that day vote, Rahul Gandhi's comment coming in the morning has a lot of significance. And also Humayun saying the same thing. This is giving another political trend into it. What is it? The India alliance is not together, that's quite clear. So there are some same vote banks. The minority vote bank. The minority vote bank will have three-part share here. One, definitely the TMC. One portion will go to the Congress, and will another portion go to AGUP. Now, how much of this minority split will take place? That may, do some, that may have a huge ramification in the entire results. So, where there is no alliance between Congress and Trinamool out here, but here Congress is fighting absolutely head-on with Trinamool Congress, and that's why Rahul Gandhi's statement today is very important, and that might have an effect. So Congress is expecting some 4 to 5 seats in Malda Murshidabad region. Congress is 0 now. If they somehow get this 4 and 5, whose vote share will Congress take up? It is the Trinamool Congress. Humayun Kabir today told me that he is contesting from 2 seats, Nadu and Rajinagar. In both of the seats, I don't know whether he will win on both of the seats or not. That will be clear on 4th May. But if Humayun gets in 1 seat also, where he is contesting, whose vote share he will be taking in? He will be taking the TMC vote share. So there where the play is going to be very important. If you see Murshidabad district, it's 22 seats out there. 20 seats were with the Trinamool Congress and 2 seats were with the BJP. This time, which side the wind is blowing? Will this opposition vote, minority vote division have any bigger ramification? These are something which will be a matter of analysis.
Which is what explains Rahul Gandhi's comments too, as you rightly pointed out, Kamalika. But also to add to that, we just heard it from the Prime Minister a couple of minutes ago in Krishnanagar while he was addressing that mega rally. He said that poll violence this time around seems to be at its lowest of what you've seen so far the last couple of hours since the voting began. Is that the idea that you also get from how voters are turning up, the kind of vote share we're seeing, and how quickly law enforcement agencies have been able to bring the situation under control?
See, absolutely, whatever the Prime Minister has said, I will absolutely say 100% that is there. Because I have been covering West Bengal election for the last 20 years. Somebody who might come from, other state might not have covered West Bengal election. They might feel that, oh my God, there's some violence which is happening. But this is quite normal, and if we compare to what has happened in last all these years, you know, Domkal is a place where we say in Hindi ki laash nahi gira to kya vote hua. But this should not be taken in some other ways, but the point is, this is a general coinage of this area. Thanks to the Election Commission and the police also, the CAPF also, that today when people were intimidated, that Election Commission, the police took the people to cast their vote. That is one thing. Second definite important thing is that this Noida violence was there. There has been an attack on Jalpaiguri's candidate. There are some incidents. But if we compare it with the last 20 years, let me tell you, it is nothing. So definitely it is the least poll violence. And today is the main day, 152 seats. That means in 294, 152 seats is lost. Whole of North Bengal, whole of West Bengal, Malda, Murshidabad, specifically Murshidabad where I am standing, it is one of the most sensitive area. So till now, there have been instances of violence. I am not saying it's a violence-free election. But then in comparison to what generally happens here, this is much less. We want that it should be zero.
Stay with us, Komalika, because there is in fact breaking news coming in thick and fast as polling is still very much on in Bengal amid clashes which are erupting, fresh clashes now being reported in Cooch Behar and Uttar Dinajpur. Security situation has been tightened on the ground level, we are being told. Now remember, Dinajpur is in the northwestern part of Bengal as well, is what we are being told. But let's quickly take this forward with Komalika, who continues to stay with us. But Komalika, what do you make of the situation? Cooch Behar is not new to violence. It was also a flashpoint back in 2021 when a BJP Kisan Morcha leader had also been attacked. Has there been any difference in the violence levels compared to previous assembly elections?
See, I will say less, definitely, but there are instances which are coming up. What happened last time, Cooch Behar election? The candidate was sitting in Dharna till the evening, till the night, if we all remember. It was Nishit Pramanik, and he won by very short margin, very less margin. So definitely there, I am saying again that it's not that it is violence free. When the Election Commission has deployed 2407 companies of central forces, which means huge. So violence has gone to absolutely zero. That is not true. But definitely if we compare it like with what happened, what used to happen, then it is much less. Till now I will buy this theory only because I am here on ground. I have been watching, I have been covering the election for so long. There are instances which are happening, but it is much less than what it generally happens.
Okay, keeping up with the other news that we've been tracking, security of course has been heightened amid these fresh clashes, but the focus has also as much been on the voter turnout and also the key focus area of each of the political stakeholders, particularly the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. Now, North Bengal, remember, has been the core BJP turf since 2021. Komalika, do you see a revision in the BJP strategy in retaining its stronghold in also denting, TMC's gains from 2021? What's the overall sense that you get this election?
See, there are absolutely, if you go to the top, the Cooch Behar, Alipurduar, Jalpaiguri and Darjeeling and Malda. I mean, North Dinajpur, Malda. So there are 54 seats. Last time in that area, last time BJP got 30 seats. What we are coming to know from the BJP insiders is that their target is to cross 40. Now whether they are going to cross 40 or not, that we'll have to really see around 4th May. But North Bengal has been their bastion. Yeah. They want to hold on because South Bengal, they are not as strong as they are in North Bengal. Specifically, the next phase, the presidency race, Kolkata, North 24 Pargana, South 24 Pargana. Today is the day which is a scoring day for BJP. Now, really, how they are playing the match, that is to be seen. But we see a very confident BJP. We says that the BJP insiders that it might be more than 170. That's what they feel.
All right, stay with us as we are also getting in more reactions. But Kamalika making some very valid points over there in terms of the comparison, given that she has been covering assembly elections for quite a few times now. In her assessment, she's saying that even though violence continues on polling day, the fact is that it has visibly reduced. Is this also a result of the assurances that have come in from the Home Ministry, given the Home Minister himself held multiple rallies? He's also spoken about how they will ensure that the lawlessness is completely decimated and removed from Bengal if the BJP indeed is voted to power. But more interesting, if you were to talk about the developments just as of today, is the kind of attacks that are now being directed towards Mamata Banerjee, especially towards the TMC. It's not just the BJP. Interestingly, it is the opposition parties themselves, like the Congress party, the AUGP, which are now, in fact, directing their attack towards Mamata Banerjee. Let's also, in fact, get you some breaking inputs right now we are getting in at the moment.
BJP MLA Agnimitra Paul has made the big claim of how her car was attacked. So her car being attacked is the big allegation coming in from BJP's Agnimitra Paul, and we're shortly expecting, all right, those visuals on your screens explaining the story. This is what is being cited by the BJP leader when she says that her car was attacked. Listen in.
ये हम रहमतनगर ना घुसे यही संदेश दे रहे हैं। रहमतनगर माइनॉरिटी इलाका है और रहमतनगर में हम ना घुसे यही मैसेज दिया जा रहा है, नहीं तो फिर प्रत्याशी को कैसे बाधा दिया जाएगा।
तो आपने तो इसकी अंदेशा भी जताया था, इसका अंदेशा भी आपने
पहले से भी आपको बोल रहे थे कि ऐसा, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम भी मेरे ऊपर हुआ था, दूसरे बूथ में हुआ था।
तो ये इस पूरी गंभीर घटना को लेकर के क्या कहेंगी, ये किस तरीके की चूक है?
कमीशन को देखना है और अभी फिर से हम वापस जाएंगे। कौन किया है वो पुलिस देखेगा।
उसी जगह पे वापस जाएंगे,
फिर जाएंगे हम। फिर जाएंगे।
आप बाकी बूथों का भी निरीक्षण करेंगी या फिर
नहीं? अभी मुझे नीमचा की तरफ जाना है, नीमचा में झमेला हो रहा है, लेकिन ये यहाँ पर मुझे जाना है। नमस्कार।
ठीक है मैम, ठीक, थैंक यू।
गाड़ी में पत्थर मार दिया।
In fact, earlier as well, allegations were levelled by the BJP leader on how crude bomb was hurled in Nadu and Murshidabad. And she, in fact, was the one who said, and I quote her here, I'd said this morning itself, Mamata Banerjee government will do such things, hurl bombs, load shedding. These are allegations that came in from the BJP leader, confirmation in a sense early this morning, and now she's levelling this grave allegation of how her car has come under attack. Now we'll try and understand more, get more context on when is it that this happened, was she still seated in the car when her car came under direct attack? Or was there more to it? We'll go across to Kamalika in just a bit to understand all of that. But she has categorically stated, Kamalika, that this has happened in the past as well. Give us more context to everything we've heard from her so far.
See, while, this is something which is there, and this is something which also has happened earlier, like Agnimitra's convoy has been attacked. Or we have seen that none other than JP Nadda's convoy was also attacked here in 2021. So that's where they are trying to relate. But the thing is that we have to really see that here where the question is that why the quick response team and all those things, what were they doing? That is again a question which has to be raised, because from a violence-free election, that's what the promise of the election commission was. To less violence, it's okay, but as the day ends, and as you know, this match is very important for both the parties. This is obviously this election. But for Trinamool, it is definitely a matter of their existence. They have to face their throne. So this is the allegations which are now coming from BJP of attack and all. That is something which is very significant. And Agnimitra, who has been known to be a protester, who has been known to be, a fighter on the streets. So this is something which is very significant, that her car gets attacked. That's what the allegation is. So we still don't have the version of Trinamool Congress, and we need to talk to the police also that what actually transpired. But the fact is Last time also we have seen Dilip Ghosh car attacked in last election. So some of the candidates' car will be attacked. I'm not saying these are all normal things, but generally these are the things which are the features of Bengal violence. That's a very sorry situation, but then these are the features of Bengal election.
Also, the sense we are getting in is that there was vandalism also taking place, given that we can see her car's rear window has been completely destroyed. There's shattered glasses. What can you tell us, Kamalika? Are you picking up from your sources in terms of where did this attack exactly take place? We all know that Agnimitra Paul is a candidate from Asansol South. Was she there in her constituency when this attack happened? What are you learning?
This is also an area which is a strong bastion of BJP. So definitely, but Shatrughan Sinha did very well from this region in Asansol. So while she was campaigning, while she was visiting from booth to booth, this is what happened to her. That's what her claim is. So we'll have to really talk. We'll really have to find the nitty-gritties of it. But the point is, for this area, the seat for Trinamool Congress is very important. This Bardhaman belt. That is also very important. Like today, we can say that almost 50% of the match is gone. The match has been played. So everybody is trying to give their best. Giving their best, is attacking or not, that is something we have to be really analyzing.
Which also takes us back to the 2021 story, isn't it, Kamalika? Now, Agnimitra Paul had won from this very constituency in 2021. She defeated Trinamool Congress's Shawnee Ghosh, of course, pitted against another TMC leader this time around. Tapas Banerjee of the Trinamool Congress faces Agnimitra Paul. We'll try and wait for more details and possibly get in a reaction from her as well on what really happened here. Now we're looking at 3 districts which have signaled towards, this kind of an instability, an indication of violence that has been witnessed on polling day in phase 1. Overall, if you could just quickly sum up the story for us of the 3 incidents we've picked up so far, Kamalika.
See, a little more than 3 definitely now. In Murshidabad, if we consider take it since yesterday. Yesterday night, first incident happened in Domcon. And there where, some people, there was a clash between CPM and TMC. They were afraid, the people in that village. Today in the morning, they were afraid. They were initially no police was there. But later on, police took them, rescued them, and police actually went there and help them to cast their vote. That is one incident. Second, obviously, incident was from Nauda, where I am present. There, Humayun Kabir, and there was clashes between AGUP and the Trinamool supporters. Humayun sat on Dharna, and when Humayun was returning, there was stone pelting, and the CAPF went, and situation came in control. Then now this, we are getting that there is one attack on one candidate of BJP in Jalpaiguri. That is there, and now Agnimitra Paul. So it is attack. So it is now 4 incidents, which is definitely something concerning. What we are getting, that there are some incidents also coming.
And you look at those visuals, Kamalika, of the rear window shattered. The allegation being levelled is that the vehicle was stoned. Not just that, we're also learning that the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be taking this up with the police. So they're going to be formally lodging a complaint. Any comments so far from other BJP leaders? Anyone's broken silence so far on this?
Yeah, definitely they are going to take up to the highest level, and they are going to take up with the police. But definitely, also when so much of promises and so much of violence-free election was promised, then that is not violence-free. That is something which will be definitely criticized. The election commission did everything, but she could not, present a violence-free election. That's there, and you see that how the BJP is claiming, Agnimitra Paul is claiming.
Right. Kamalika, it was very interesting when you shared how Asansol also happens to be one of the key battleground points in Bengal. And when we talk about the political nature of this BJP stronghold, as you rightly mentioned, the fact is that TMC also has a significant presence over here. You mentioned how BJP has been fielding some strong candidates like Agnimitra Paul also. Give us a sense understanding in what is the competition here like for the TMC and for the BJP?
Can you please repeat the question?
Could you give us a sense of understanding in terms of what is the political nature of Asansol South? You mentioned that it's a key battleground.
This is a place where a lot of it's a cosmopolitan area. Okay, so a lot of non-Bengal people also stay here, and it's just a mixed population out there. So this is a place where actually Agnimitra Paul got in seats, but before to that, this was a very strong place for the Trinamool Congress. In 2019, the Trinamool Congress got defeated here. This place was defeated. Babur became the MP. If we take the Lok Sabha area. And then Agnimitra Paul also became the assembly, got the assembly constituency. So it is said to be a stronghold. But for Trinamool Congress to come in power this time, this Bardhaman belt is very important.
Okay.
And getting it such seats are very important. So we can see that, the fight is on there on the ground.
So Tapas Banerjee, who's been fielded by the Trinamool Congress, Kamalika, had won from Asansol Dakshin twice in 2011 and 2016. So here's a TMC candidate, an experienced candidate at that, facing off against Agnimitra Paul, which once again raises the stakes further in this key constituency, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's a very veteran leader of this area. So definitely something to be, we have Trinamool Congress this time has fielded in all the political important candidates, That is where they are also working very hard on it, that to field in candidates who are politically very important, not celebrities. So they are not, they got Shatrughan Sinha got more than 2 lakh votes, 2 lakh was margin here. So, but this is originally, if you see the assembly seats wise, BJP has the strain, but in 2024, Shatrughan Sinha actually won with a very large margin. And then these Tapas Banerjee, they are very, ground level leaders out there. Agnimitra Paul is also worked hard out there. But then this is, karo ya maro type for both the parties. So definitely the friction is seen on the ground.
Okay. Interestingly, the Election Commission is also seeking a report on voter intimidation reports doing the rounds in Murshidabad's Domkal. If you could also give us a sense of how there's a lot of intimidation on ground level. You're looking at a BJP leader's car getting vandalized on one hand. Then there are voters who've been intimidated that dare they step into the booths to cast their votes, they will be attacked. I know, Kamalika, we know that this is not the first time this is happening, but give us a sense of how this has been volatile, to say the least.
See, this has been a culture which has started from the left time. Okay. So this is what happens, that before the election starts, 7 days before the election, there are people there are miscreants, there are local dadas who say that you don't have to vote, we will manage it. Now, there is an example today in the morning in Siliguri, when one girl went to vote, it was told to her that her vote has already been casted. And there we have seen that various people who have died, they have been voting every year. And an intimidation which is there in village after village, village after village. We have to really see the role of Election Commission, that where this intimidation complaints are coming in, wherever there is a problem, there is an intimidation complaint coming from any booth.
The worrying part still is, Kamalika, and we're going to be trying Agnimitra Paul, taking a version from her as well. The worrying aspect, though, to the entire story is that we're looking at a 3x deployment of central forces, and yet these incidents continue to repeat themselves. Election after election, the story has remained unchanged, and those highlights continue to take the limelight away from the key election talking points, really. Thank you for that, Kamalika. Let's listen into this comment that's coming from BJP's Asansol South candidate, Agnimitra Paul. She says her vehicle was stoned. Here's what was said by her. Listen in.
हम रहमतनगर ना घुसे, यही संदेश दे रहे हैं। रहमतनगर माइनॉरिटी इलाका है और रहमतनगर में हम ना घुसे, यही मैसेज दिया जा रहा है। नहीं तो फिर प्रत्याशी को कैसे बाधा दिया जाएगा।
आपने तो इसकी अंदेशा भी जताया था, इसका अंदेशा भी आपने
पहले से भी आपको बोल रहे थे कि ऐसा, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम भी मेरे ऊपर हुआ था, दूसरे बूथ में हुआ था।
तो इस पूरी गंभीर घटना को लेकर के क्या कहेंगे, ये किस तरीके की चूक है?
कमीशन को देखना है और अभी फिर से हम वापस जाएंगे। कौन किया है वो पुलिस देखेगा।
उसी जगह पे वापस जाएंगे।
फिर जाएंगे। फिर जाएंगे।
आप बाकी बूथों का भी निरीक्षण करेंगी या फिर?
नहीं, अभी मुझे नीमचा की तरफ जाना है। नीमचा में झमेला हो रहा है, लेकिन ये यहाँ पर मुझे जाना है। नमस्कार।
ठीक है मैम, ठीक, थैंक यू।
गाड़ी में
Okay, we're covering the several aspects that come with the first phase of West Bengal elections. It's a high-stakes battle between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. It's the first phase today, and we've been getting you several ground reports as well. This one has been filed by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh from Nandigram. Listen in.
I'm right over here in Nandigram, and I'm at one of the booths. And Nandigram, just very quickly to mention the genesis of it, why Nandigram will always be important for Trinamool Congress, because her march to Singur and Nandigram under the guise of fighting for the farmers, because she had accused the left government of taking away the land of the farmers, and that is when the Tata factory had shut down. Since then, it's come a long, long way. And I've been talking about this since morning. Remember how Rahul Gandhi was defeated in his bastion of Amethi? She was defeated in this bastion in 2021 by none other, who was once upon a time her closest aide, Shubhendu Adhikari. And Shubhendu Adhikari has now emerged as a giant killer, but also one of the main strategists. And he's not shied away from taking her on. I think he wanted another fight with her in Nandigram, but she's not come here. But he's definitely taken her on in Bhawanipur. And as he told me, that Bhawanipur may be there'll be Khala Hobe, and she is going to be defeated there. So that is certainly going to make him one of the biggest claimants should the BJP come to power over here. As expected, large number of women, just one or two voices. I'll not take too much of time.
No, you can take your time.
Didi ke miss kore ekhane Didi ke lora uchit chilo. I'm asking her whether Didi should have contested, but ladai nahi yahan pe, to ladna chahiye tha.
লড়াই করে দিদিকে মিস করি।
দিদিকে মিস করে কি লাভ, তো লড়ছেই না তো এখানে।
দিদিমণি আইসেনি কিন্তু টাকা পাঠাতেছিল ঘন ঘন।
তো আপনারা কি চান? টাকা, উন্নয়ন?
দিদিমণিকে চাই।
আমি জানতে চাই না কে কাকে চান, আমি খালি এটা জানতে চাই যে আপনারা যখন ভোট দিতে যান আপনারা কি চাই? উন্নয়ন, চাকরি?
না, ওগুলার দরকার নেই।
দরকার নেই। আপনার কি দরকার? আপনি বলুন, আপনার কি দরকার?
আপনার দরকার আমাদের বাচ্চা কাচ্চা ভবিষ্যতে, তাদের ভবিষ্যৎ যেন ভালো কাটে, আর ভবিষ্যতে মানুষ আমাদের রাজ্য থেকে মানুষ যেন অন্যের রাজ্যে না কাজ করতে যায়, আমাদের রাজ্যেই যেন কাজ পায়।
It's a very important point, Anand, and that has been the crux of the BJP's campaign. What she's saying is that I want my children to be here. They are not forced to leave the state and go to another state in search of a job. So we want chakri. Chakri is the big thing. Job is a big factor over here. Chakri,
okay.
Safety. 2020 মানে আপনি giant killer ছিলেন. You defeated Mamata Banerjee. Are you missing her in Nandigram this time around? You think she should have contested from here? Or she got
I accepted it, but she not come here. She is fighting in Bhawanipur. For that reason, I will go there.
You'll go there. Nana, tell me one thing.
29th, I will see Mamata Banerjee.
You're confident?
On the battlefield of Bhawanipur.
So you think Nandigram will be repeated in Bhawanipur? You'll be able to defeat her?
I should.
Suppose BJP wins, will you be the chief ministerial?
No, I am not passing any comment regarding this issue. BJP not declared any person as a chief minister before election. We are campaigning under the leadership of the Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi is the guarantor.
Why do you think that
we are working for change.
SIR, people are talking, you bohiragoto, you people will march khawa bondo hoye jabe. What do you want to say to the voters?
Because after long 15 years regime Mamata Banerjee, she did not implement her one single assurance given by her party manifesto.
Of poll is 9th April and the counting.
When states turn into battlegrounds, only one team leads the charge.
Political moves from the halls of power.
The largest deployment of reporters on ground where issues hit harder.
India's most incisive analysts.
The most powerful technology.
Turning signals into sharp insight.
Because when the stakes are this high,
there's only one place to be.
Battle for the States. Only on CNN News 18.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold this shared code of honor among military men
So in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we have always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
Yeah. So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I have written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of it in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out. And that is the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical. And we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution. And that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this is an indictment of the government and so forth? I mean, what did you...
Welcome back, and keeping our focus on battleground West Bengal, where the phase 1 elections has been marred by violence once again. BJP MLA Agnimitra Paul claims her car was attacked. Agnimitra Paul, remember, of the BJP, is the candidate from Asansol South. Her vehicle was stolen in Rahmat Nagar. The rear window has been shattered. Now the BJP candidate has reached the Hirapur police station to file a complaint. Listen into what she had to say when it comes to the escalating violence as phase 1 continues in West Bengal.
इधर आए, सुपरवाइज किए, जब निकले यहाँ से अचानक से पीछे से एक बड़ा सा पत्थर आके गाड़ी का पूरा पीछे का कांच तोड़ दिया. मेरा सेक्रेटरी पीछे बैठा हुआ था, उसका लगा, सिक्योरिटी का लगा. हम सामने में थे तो मेरा लगा नहीं. लेकिन ये क्या बदतमीजी है, क्या बदतमीजी है. माने मुसलमान ममता बनर्जी का पैतृक संपत्ति है क्या? भाजपा उनसे मिल नहीं सकते, उनको वोट नहीं मांग सकते, उनके लिए काम नहीं कर सकते। ये नहीं चलेगा ममता बनर्जी।
किन लोगों ने पथराव किया, क्या जानकारी मिली है?
शेखू और शब्बीर, ये टीएमसी के पाला हुआ गुंडा है। हमारे पास जो खबर है তারা তো বেশিরভাগটাই পুলিশ কমস টু বেশি, আর প্রিমাইসিসের মধ্যে তো বলেই দিয়েছে ইলেকশন কমিশন পুলিশ থাকতে পারবে না। পুলিশ আমি অতটা লক্ষ্য করিনি, ভিতরে যা সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স ছিল আমি বেশি নজর রেখেছিলাম যে আমার বুথের এজেন্টরা বসে কিনা। 100% বুথের এজেন্ট আমার মাইনরিটি এলাকায় বসেছে। কিন্তু ওরা যে এই বিলো দ্য বেল্ট অ্যাটাক করা, পিছে থেকে ওয়ার করা, এই অবস্থায় তাপস ব্যানার্জি নেমে আসবে এটা সত্যি জানা ছিল না। আমার কাছে খবর তারা
Breaking news coming in as phase 1 elections is underway currently in West Bengal. You can see Home Minister Amit Shah, who's camped himself in Kolkata in the BJP war room. He's taking stock of all the preparations that are being mobilized on the ground to ensure that the phase 1 action plan of the saffron camp continues in full swing without any bottlenecks when it comes to expanding the saffron footprint in West Bengal. So Amit Shah keeping a close watch on the election preparations as well as the mobilization of the BJP cadre as well as the poll booth agents on the ground when it comes to ensuring that the agenda is underway in full swing. I'm joined by my colleague Payal Mehta on the broadcast. So Payal, we can see this for the past couple of days. Home Minister Amit Shah taking the lead when it comes to the BJP's campaign in West Bengal, trying to make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted when it comes to the BJP's election campaign.
Well, as far as the BJP's campaign is really concerned, it's a well-oiled machinery. But like I said, BJP doesn't want to leave anything whatsoever to chance. The Union Home Minister is going to be in Kolkata till the 27th of April. He will be monitoring every detail. Just a short while ago, he was there at the party headquarters, here in Salt Lake, essentially overlooking what the preparations really were and overlooking at what the arrangements really were. Because remember, this is a central party war room which has been created, but there are war rooms that have been created in every district across the entire state, which is going into polls into the first place. And they are repeatedly getting feedback on how many people have been able to vote so far, how many more need to vote. So every vote is being tracked. Booth level management has been the key to success as far as the BJP is concerned. That's the Brahmastra as far as Home Minister Amit Shah is concerned. And that is going to be used to big effect, and that's the reason that is also being followed up with that depth. BJP, like I said, wants to make sure that they win this election, and they're putting every effort to make sure that this is, of course, Mamata Banerjee's elections to win or lose, but the BJP certainly is fighting to win this election. And no matter what really happens, whenever all efforts are being put, all hands are going to be on the deck as far as that goes.
Right, absolutely, Payal, and he is going to stay in the state till the 27th of April, just 2 days remaining for the final phase of polling in the state. And he's doing every trick in the trade to possibly make this a big victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. But would you not think that there has been ammunition that has been given to the Bharatiya Janata Party through senior Congress leader like Rahul Gandhi really going after the Trinamool Congress, claiming that there is going to be an ample amount of ceding of territory that so far was with Mamata Banerjee? He, of course, was talking on behalf of the Congress party, but is it not some sort of an ammunition and a victory there for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Because even the Congress, one of its prime oppositions, is going anti-Mamata.
The BJP always has been of the belief that they are into the business of politics. For politics, they are not running an NGO. So they are not going to leave any stone unturned whatsoever. And of course, things fall into the lap over here. For example, just a few days ago, Rahul Gandhi and Abhishek Banerjee were trying to practically arm each other for having defeated the Women's Reservation Bill. But that love did not last for too long. With Rahul Gandhi, in fact, a very crucial day coming out, I think that the TMC has not been able to run a clean government over here. So what is he trying to really say? Who is this target is something which the BJP has obviously been asking. The BJP for the longest, they has been maintaining that this opposition unity is just a farce or nothing more. It's just an alliance of convenience, unlike the NDA, which is solid alliance which has been in place as well. This criticism of the TMC comes in at a very, very crucial juncture because you are going into polls today. People are going out to vote. Whose message is Rahul Gandhi really trying to say? That's the big question the BJP really wants to ask. And of course, the Prime Minister has hinted that he will not let the opportunities really go. The Prime Minister, in fact, is going to be campaigning in the state for the remaining days. He has about 8 programs to go as far as the run-up to the last day of campaigning is concerned. And the Prime Minister has already promised to the people of Bengal that once they win, he will be distributing mithai. They'll be celebrating by distributing mithai, and he will also make sure that there are plenty of jhalmuri available to, in fact, make TMC feel the heat of the taste.
Absolutely, and that jhalmuri politics also playing out on the campaign trail. While the BJP made a significant power play in the 2019 general elections as well as the 2021 assembly elections, expanding its footprint in West Bengal. Clearly, a lot of lessons learned by the Saffron camp, which was headed by Amit Shah when it came to the Bengal power play. Give us the inside track when it comes to 2026 and the entire strategy of the BJP to once and for all dethrone Mamata Banerjee.
Yes, BJP has grown from strength to strength as far as Bengal is concerned, from a party which had 2 MPs to a party which had 19 or 20 MPs, if I remember very, very correctly, in 2019. 2024 would have been a bit of a setback in the Lok Sabha, but 2021 elections gave them a huge, huge boost. If you look at the percentage-wise, from a party of 3 MLAs, they became a party of 77 MLAs. So therefore, there is no reason for the BJP Karyakarta, the workers, not to have faith in themselves. This time around, the campaign is extremely local. Most of the talking is being done by the local leadership, the Bengali-speaking leadership as well. And that is something that is going to be, a trademark of the way BJP turned out this election, kept it very, very local. Also made sure that, they give a lot of boost and support to the Karyakartas. Last month, after the 2021 elections, Ayushman, there was a lot of bloodbath which was seen. A lot of post-poll violence which actually was, inexplicable as far as the party Karyakartas were concerned. But this time around, they've been told that, any case which is filed against them, they will head back in equal force because there are leaders who are going to back them right through the way. So they've been encouraged to, in fact, return back in equal force as far as TMC's attack is really concerned.
Right, Payal. Thank you so much for joining us with all the latest there. Amit Shah pretty much there squatting in West Bengal, and he is going to be there till about very, very close to the last phase of polling, the second and the last phase of polling in the state. We also have the Prime Minister, who is going to be a part of 2 other rallies before he calls it a night today in West Bengal, even as phase 1 of voting continues. But this is an election marred with violence yet again, and we will continue to tell you all about that and a lot more right here on the broadcast. We're going to a very short break.
In this election, incumbents can't afford to be complacent. Join me, Sumant Raman, as I separate political rhetoric from ground reality.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold the shared code of honor among military men
so in
and
fact,
women?
When we have been serving side by side in UN missions, the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we have always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
Yeah. So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I've written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They're in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of the book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out.
General Naravne, former army chief, whose unpublished book led to a kerfuffle in Parliament.
Definitely the pen is mightier than the sword. There's no doubt about that.
On your part, you confirm Penguin's contention that the memoir has not been officially released. So was the book in Mr. Gandhi's hand then fake?
Unfair in the sense that unnecessarily being dragged into a controversy which is not of your making. It should not be misinterpreted in that manner. It actually shows the faith that the government has in the army chief. So it should be taken in a positive light.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's take a quick check of the top stories we're tracking. On a day when Bengal votes, Rahul Gandhi pipes up virtually conceding that Mamta is losing the election to BJP because of corruption taint. In his first interview to a news channel this election cycle, BJP president says BJP is sweeping Bengal and with it Mamta's misgovernance. BJP president also tells CNN News 18 that AIA-DMK alliance is ahead and it will not need Vijay's support. BJP president hits out at the opposition, saying they're so blinded by Modi hate that it is ready to betray Mahila interest by opposing the quota bill. In Bengal, poll violence erupts across Murshidabad as TMC cadre and Humayun Kabir's party workers clash, booth capturing shadows lengthens. In Tamil Nadu, polls bogged down by allegations leveled by BJP and TVK against DMK for creating obstacles for voters to reach polling booths. Voters throng booths from Tamil Nadu to Bengal as EC releases robust turnout that might even set a new record in both states. In his first TV interview, former Army Chief General Naravne tears into Rahul Gandhi for turning his unpublished memoir into a political prop and constructing a false narrative. Asked Rahul to trust forces and the PM. Murder most foul. IIT graduate and daughter of IRS officer murdered by ex-domestic help in heart of South's colony. Brutality shocks India. And US President Donald Trump crosses a line calling India and China hellholes in a rancid post ahead of hearing on birthright citizenship in US. Phase 1 polling in West Bengal has been marred by violent flashpoints, especially in Murshidabad, turning the spotlight on law and order during the polls. In Murshidabad, intense clashes broke out between TMC and Humayun Kabir's party, with reports of stone pelting, crude bomb attacks and voter intimidation, leaving several people injured last evening and today and triggering panic in parts of the district. Allegations of proxy voting and booth-level intimidation have also come to light, adding concern over poll integrity. The situation has already been tense because a day before the polling, crude bombs were hurled in areas like Nadu, which is Humayun Kabir's constituency this time around, injuring locals and raising security concerns. Beyond Murshidabad, tensions were reported in Cooch Behar, Dinajpur and Asansol. In Dinajpur, for example, BJP candidate Suvendu Sarkar was slapped during polling. Video shows him running into the fields as he is protected by the policemen on duty. In Asansol, BJP leader Agnimitra Paul's car was attacked. Despite the unrest, voter turnout has remained steady and pretty fast. It has crossed over 50%. Also take a look at this report filed by my colleague Kamalika Sengupta from Violence Hit Murshidabad.
This is Nadu where some times ago there's going to violence erupted out here, and now you can see huge deployment of security is there and a lot of police personnel are there, CAPFs are there. What happened? Humayun went inside a booth, and there the Trinamool supporters were also there. He gherowed, the Trinamool supporters gherowed him, and there was a scuffle, there was a push, and both the central forces and the police tried to control that, and there was an area where Humayun sat on dharna for over 2 hours. And after that, when he turned out to go back, then there was again protest from the Trinamool supporters and workers, and then there was stone pelting, and after which the police resorted to lathi charge. You can see that there is huge deployment of security now, and all the security personnel, police personnel are here right now. But this is in comparison to what happens in every year election. That is less, but the fact is this incident happened out here. Humayun sat here for 2 hours, and after that, even after that, when he wanted to go back, there was stone pelting in this area, and then police resorted to lathi charge.
চোরের পার্টি তাদের আবার কথা সারা বছর ধরে গোষ্ঠীদ্বন্দ্ব ছিল, এখন আবার বলছে মিলে দিলে নওদার মানুষ রিজেক্ট করে দিয়েছে।
8টার দিকে আমি নামাজ পড়ব বলি, নামাজ পড়ব বলি আমি ঢালাইয়ের ওপরে দাঁড়িয়েছিলাম। তো আমার একটা লাতি ছিল বলি, ওই স্কুলে যাইছিল ঘুরি লাতি ছিল বলি আমি দাঁড়িয়েছিলাম। আর ঘুরে এসে এমিন্দি ঘুরি গিয়ে এমিন্দি চলে আইলো, এসে দুটো চলে এসে অমনি আমার পাজরে একবার বোম ফেলি দিয়ে মারল দূর, আমার লেগেছে দেখে।
My colleagues Pallavi and Kamalika are both tracking the situation on ground. Kamalika, coming to you first up, because you have been in the constituency where Humayun Kabir is fighting from this time around in Nadu, and there has been a lot of opposition to him. He also had a scuffle with the TMC workers. But what's the situation on ground now?
See, right now there has been deployment of youth security and situation is under control. Situation is though tense because Nadu and Rezinagora are the two areas from where the Humayun is contesting. And obviously there was this violence today and he was gherowed. And then what happened? Both of the candidates, Humayun and the Trinamool candidate was also there in the booth. They were actually there, both the supporters were actually sloganing, and then the scuffle started, after which the Humayun sat there in protest because his complaint is against the police. He said that since yesterday night there has been intimidation and police has not done anything. That was his claim. When we spoke to Humayun clearly said that it is the police's fault. And then after 2 hours, when he was trying to move, and then there was this stone pelting. So definitely Murshidabad is a very sensitive area, and this is the area where Trinamool is fighting BJP, Trinamool is fighting Congress, Trinamool is fighting AG, UP. So this is a very interesting, this is
Essentially, the whole of state is Trinamool versus BJP. A very less Congress and left is there, but here Humayun is a factor. And let me tell you, in all these two seats where he was roaming around, and I was also with him, he had his own support base out there, and that is a minority vote bank. So that is what is very concerning as far as this violence is concerned, because whoever vote share goes from this bloc, this minority bloc, is going to have a ramification in the total result. So there where this is a do or die situation for Trinamool Congress, because this is a vote bank, their core vote bank, and Humayun wants to take a pie of it, and we know Adhir Chaudhary, we have spoken to Adhir Da also in the morning, he was also very confident. So will the minority vote bank get split here?
Right.
That is a big question, after which the Trinamool has to do the calculation, and that might lead to this type of intense battle. This is also Kurukshetra, it felt, though comparatively it is less than what happens here.
Yes.
But this was definitely something which was very concerning.
It is concerning, and Pallavi, as you've been reporting as well, this time around with the kind of preparations that have been done on ground, it almost became a face-off between TMC and Election Commission itself. When the Election Commission repeatedly has been coming out to say that we will ensure intimidation-free, fear-free, rigging-free polls. So have they managed to, as we speak at 3 p.m. this evening, manage to by and large conduct an election that we don't generally see in Bengal, more or less peaceful, and also rigging free, which has been their biggest promise?
Well, I mean, if you go by the figures, first of all, it's staggering figures of voter turnout, but Bengal often tends to vote. And Ajkal, you notice that most of the state elections do register a high voter turnout, and a credit also has to be given to the Election Commission itself. When I was in Nandigram, and I can talk about Nandigram, and I'm sure the story is the same elsewhere also, very stringent conditions under which the voting is being done. First of all, voters are asked to stay at least 100 meters away from the polling booth so as to avoid any kind of an intimidating tactic or any kind of influence. More mobile phones are allowed, and complete management. There are BLOs, of course, sitting there, but there's a CCTV management. So as of now, not much report of incidents of widespread violence. Yes, Murshidabad, 2 areas have reported, but frankly speaking, going by Bengal's track record, it still has not been as extensive. And the second, of course, is that no mass scale reports of rigging. Of course, political parties like the TMC, the Congress, the BJP, all of them will have their complaints against each other. The BJP, for example, has put up pictures to show that how one of their candidates was being jostled and being pushed around by the TMC workers. But I would give it a much more thumbs up than what it was in 2021.
Absolutely. Well, the good news is, of course, that voters are being, voters are coming out in large numbers. The polling percentages are reaching as high as 60% already, Kamalika. This could well be a new record. Yes, there is an SIR effect where a large number of people were cut out of the voter lists. From Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, both about 10 to 11% were struck off, either dead, moved out, etc., or those couldn't provide the adequate papers. But still, the numbers are pretty high.
Yeah, definitely. Here, I would like to, everything I'll be comparing it with the last 20 years, what I have seen. Bengal voting percentage has always been high. At 6:30 today in the morning, I saw huge lines of women, men, even before the vote started. So that is what is a picture that is always there in Bengal. But what is different this time is the rise of the percentage, the upsurge of the percentage. Like around 11 this time, it was 41.11%. It generally remains, say, around 25%, around 11. So if we compare the percentage was quite high. There where definitely it is a very positive point, and their thumbs up definitely goes to the Election Commission. Second, dome call yesterday when this incident happened, when there was intimidation, high scale. Today in the morning, the police and the CAPF took the people to the booth. That is also a very positive point. And there where the Election Commission has scored, it might not be violence free, as Pallavi was pointing out, and I've been also saying it from the morning because I've been covering the Bengal election for so many years. Bengal election, keeping my fingers crossed, nobody wants that, no dead body till now.
So that is what is something very positive. But this violence is definitely uncalled for. It should have been violence free.
Right.
But definitely not a large scale violence. And this type of percentage, high percentage, and here where I am standing in Murshidabad, this is very interesting. 22 seats out here, out of which last time 20 seats went to Trinamool Congress, 2 seats to BJP. This time Adhir is contesting, this time Humayun is contesting. So it will be very interesting to see the Murshidabad's minority vote, which side minority votes here. That's going to be very important as Congress. And today in the morning, Rahul Gandhi's statement coming up against Trinamool Congress, because here Congress is a factor. We can rule out Congress, all over Bengal, but Congress exists here in Murshidabad. That's very important. So what, this voting percentage upsurge analysis will definitely show a trend, a bigger ramification it will have on the final results.
Yes, making the result day, very, very interesting already. But stay with us, Kamalika and Pallavi. We've got, of course, more updates coming in. There have been 2 BJP candidates who have been targeted. One was physically attacked and jostled, was being hit when the police had to intervene. But the other is the BJP candidate Agnimitra Paul, whose car was attacked in Asansol. She has spoken out. Let's listen in.
जा रहे थे तो दूसरे बिल्डिंग में हम गए, फिर हम सुपरवाइज भी किए। जब वापस आ रहे थे गाड़ी में उठे और गाड़ी चलना शुरू किया, तब भी एक बड़ा सा पत्थर आके पीछे का जो कांच है वो पूरा फोड़ दिया। ये बार बार किया जा रहा है। आप समझ रहे हैं कि क्यों किया जा रहा है और कौन कर रहा है? किसने कराया? माइनॉरिटी इलाका में कौन कराएगा? टीएमसी के साथ माइनॉरिटी का अच्छा संबंध है और टीएमसी नहीं चाहते हैं कि भाजपा टीएमसी का जो लगता है उन लोगों का प्रॉपर्टी मुसलमान, उसमें हम लोग दखल अंदाजी करें। तो ये बार बार ये होता है। लेकिन मुसलमान भाई बहन अभी वो भी मोदी सरकार को चाह रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो लोग को भी पता है कि उन लोग को कुछ नहीं मिला है। तो पत्थर मार के अग्निमित्रा पॉल को बात रुका नहीं जा सकता। हम फिर से जाएंगे और सेंटर फोर्स देखे क्या करते हैं। थाना में बोले हैं लेकिन अभी तक लिखित कंप्लेन नहीं की।
She says she has lodged a verbal complaint but not a written one so far. Kamalika, was again the presence of ground security adequate where Agnimitra Paul was when her car was attacked? She seems to be safe, but the rear windshield of her car was indeed broken by stone pelting.
But see, this was not a booth area, so everywhere you will have central force. That is also not possible, no. So this is, if we see both of the incident, in Humayun incident, we can raise question on the central forces, but in this incident, it's just not there. So that is where definitely a question arises about the quick response team. What I am coming to get from my election commission sources, that now all the DMs and the DOs, the district election officers, have been told to have rapid action. The CAPF will move. There are 2,409 companies, which is huge. So their movement is a little bit delayed. That's a question which is been raised by all the political parties. And that's where this question definitely has an answer, that what happens to the quick response team, and when there is a complaint going on, are they reacting immediately? So all these questions are there. But definitely as far as booths are concerned, we have seen, I still remember one election where we were doing a live at 7 in the morning. The goons came, they just smashed everything, took the EVM, also, broke our equipments and went. So this is also, this has happened, this is also something which has happened in Bengal. So if I compare it to that, there has been nothing in the booth there, but definitely what has happened shouldn't have happened. It is not one candidate. Also the Jalpaiguri candidate has been attacked. That's what their claim is.
Right. Well, certainly, as both of our colleagues are mentioning again and again, it's point to be noted here that by Bengal standards, so far till 3 p.m. this evening, phase 1 of polling, elections have been by and far peaceful. We've seen some instances of clashes, stone pelting. Last evening there was crude bombs hurled. Couple of candidates have come under attack, but we haven't seen any widespread booth attacks so far. And I think, Pallavi, that continues to be a strong challenge for the Election Commission, isn't it? To ensure that, because if that is ensured, then of course a message will go across not just the electorate, there's a phase 2 coming, but also all political parties, that this will not fly anymore.
Well, I mean, I think one of the most sensitive areas were the ones which are going to vote today. I mean, Sitalkuchi, we remember the firing which took place in the last assembly election, Murshidabad, Malda, Dinajpur. The inputs about these areas were certainly very worrying, which is why the Election Commission has already dispatched central forces. And of course, those central forces are going to remain there even after counting is over, because last time around one noticed that there was deep-rooted political post-poll violence. That is something which the EC wants to kind of avoid. See, the Election Commission has not had a very easy going. First of all, being pulled up as far as the SIR is going. Then, of course, because of the arrangements on the grounds. But I do notice that there are fewer, reports of people not being able to cast their vote with not having the right papers. That is, I'm talking about the polling booth today. That's one. And definitely in stark contrast to 2021, so far much lesser reported incidents of violence.
Right. We continue to maintain a very close watch on how polling is going as far as West Bengal is concerned. Also moving on to some more updates that we're getting, we've got these visuals of Amit Shah reviewing election operations in Kolkata. Remember, he is the big strategist of the BJP, keeping a very close watch not just on BJP's preparations, but also, of course, on how election and polling is panning out in the state of West Bengal. So that is also going to be very important from BJP's point of view. You can see these are visuals from BJP's headquarters, their election war room in Kolkata, where Amit Shah has been there through this last few days, through yesterday, and of course till today as well. Pretty strong presence of the number of people working there. He's taking, of course, their opinion and their updates. And this has been the strategy of the BJP top leadership this time, that they have to be seen on the ground. Because last time around, there was a sense that because of the post-poll violence that erupted, despite BJP doing as well as it did from 3 to 77, there wasn't enough presence to protect their own cadres. And this time around, I think the attempt is to make sure that that message goes to the cadre and in turn to the voters as well, that they are on ground, they're not going to allow the kind of violence that prevails. And my colleague Payal Mehta is also joining us with more. Payal, just tell us a little bit more about the happenings at the BJP headquarters today.
Well, of course, the Home Minister was there monitoring the situation in the war room a short while ago. Just gives you an impression as to how serious this election actually means for the BJP. Not only is the central war room here in the state active, but they are also getting a reporting from all the war rooms concerned, whether it's district-wise, whatever seats have gone into election. Every voter is being mapped to make sure that they have maximized their effort as far as that is really concerned. And that's the reason that Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, and the key strategist for the Saffron Party is going to stay put in Kolkata till 27. They want to make sure that they make every vote count, and they want to make sure that every effort is put forth so that, this can be the last mile effort that the BJP can put in. They smell blood in a way in 2021 when they moved from party of 3 MLAs to 77 MLAs, and after that they only have the reason to believe that, the victory is just probably a few steps away. They just need to scale those few steps and victory will be with them. So all steps are being taken to ensure that as well, and of course the Union Home Minister leading the way.
Payal, we also have visuals of the Prime Minister's rally going on, and I think this is happening in South 24 Parganas, if I'm not wrong. Tell us more of the Prime Minister's campaign today.
Well, the Prime Minister, in fact, is holding his second rally in a short while from now. The Prime Minister will also be holding a very effective roadshow in the Howrah district over here, closer to the capital city, Kolkata. He's going to be sending a long and a very strong message to the voters of Bengal, especially with the fact that one phase of voting is taking place today. And the Prime Minister wants to, in fact, send this message that, we are here to secure your interests. We are here to secure the interests of women. We are here to make them feel secure, safe. We are not going to protect or not going to back any infiltrators of fake voters like Mamata Banerjee. Law and order will actually become an issue which is going to be spoken about in the positive manner as far as our government is really concerned. And the Prime Minister of India has already told the people of Bengal that come the 5th of May, we are very, very sure that we'll be able to win the state of Bengal. And once we win the state of Bengal, we can all have Mishti together. We can all have the Jhal Mudi, even though Mamata Banerjee is currently feeling the Jhal of the Mudi.
He made that comment in his previous rally today about how he ate the Jhal Mudi, but some others got Jhal. So lots is being said on Jhal Mudi already. But Payal, I do want your sense, since you're tracking the BJP headquarters as well and, the upcoming program in Howrah by the PM. What does the BJP so far feel of the manner in which the polling has gone down in West Bengal so far?
Well, we'll have to just still wait and see how they assess the entire polling. But, more polling certainly can mean both ways. In a lot of places you've seen, more polling clearly means that, there's enough strength for the incumbent. But on a lot of occasions, you never know whether the people are actually voting in vengeance or not. A lot of voting in crucial areas will also be very significant, but this is largely been a stronghold of the BJP. The North Bengal region has been a stronghold of the BJP. And as for the BJP assessment, in about 12 to 13 districts across the North Bengal region, Mamata Banerjee will not even be able to open her account.
Payal, stay with us. I do request our other colleagues also to stay with us, because remember, even as we track elections and polling across 152, roughly half of Bengal's constituencies today, 3.6 crore voters participating under tight security cover, and turnouts have become a big focal point right now as we approach the evening, because already turnouts are touching 60% upwards, both actually in Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. As I mentioned, the phase has been marred by violence, at least in 4 different places. But the attention has also been garnered by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, who escalated his attack on the TMC, alleging that due to corruption taint of the Mamata Banerjee government, the BJP is getting a look in to come to power in West Bengal, a remark that has further intensified the political slugfest.
भाइयों और बहनों, अगर ममता जी ने साफ सुथरी सरकार चलाई होती, अगर ममता जी ने बंगाल को पोलराइज नहीं किया होता, तो बीजेपी के लिए रास्ता नहीं खुलता। भाइयों और बहनों, कांग्रेस पार्टी बीजेपी से लड़ती है और बीजेपी जानती है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ही बीजेपी को रोक सकती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का पूरा समर्थन कीजिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी को वोट दीजिए और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बंगाल में बनाइए।
इतनी मेहनत करते हैं, उन्हें जो आय हो सकती है वो नहीं मिलती है, क्योंकि समंदर में टीएमसी की प्राथमिकता ही दूसरी है। यहां समंदर के जरिए तस्करी और स्मगलिंग के कारोबार चल रहे हैं। गोल्ड की तस्करी, ड्रग्स की तस्करी, अवैध हथियारों की तस्करी। टीएमसी सरकार ऐसे सभी अपराधों को संरक्षण देने लगी है। इससे इस क्षेत्र की सुरक्षा, यहां के बच्चों का भविष्य दांव पर लग गया है। साथियों, भाजपा सरकार में समंदर सुरक्षित भी बनेगा और बंगाल की समृद्धि का स्रोत भी बनेगा। ये बीजेपी सरकार ही है जिसने केंद्र में पहली बार मत्स्य पालन के लिए अलग से मंत्रालय बनाया। हम ब्लू इकोनॉमी को आगे बढ़ाने में लगे हैं। हमने मछली पालन से जुड़े भाई बहनों को किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की सुविधा से जोड़ा है। समंदर में जाने वाले हमारे मछुआरा भाई बहनों का जीवन सुरक्षित रहे, उन्हें मछली पकड़ने के लिए बेहतर जानकारी मिले, इसके लिए हम आधुनिक तकनीक का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। बंगाल में भी भाजपा ने अपने संकल्प पत्र में फिश एक्सपोर्टिंग हब बनाने का ऐलान किया है। साथियों, बंगाल में भाजपा की सरकार बनते ही मछुआरों की समस्याओं पर फोकस किया जाएगा। हमारा प्रयास यह है कि काकद्वीप का मछुआरा सिर्फ स्थानीय बाजार तक सीमित न रहे, उसकी मछली बड़े शहरों तक पहुंचे, देश के बाहर भी जाए। इससे यहां के हर परिवार की आय बढ़ेगी, युवाओं को नए अवसर मिलेंगे। साथियों, टीएमसी ने कैसे यहां के समंदर को असुरक्षित कर दिया है, इसका मैं आपको एक और उदाहरण देता हूं। पिछले दिनों काकद्वीप में अनेक घुसपैठिए मछुआरे पकड़े गए। वो यहां आते जाते रहे, यहां अवैध काम करते रहे। किसके संरक्षण पर? टीएमसी सरकार के संरक्षण पर। वो घुसपैठिया यहां किसका हक मार रहे थे? हमारे बंगाल के मछुआरों का, आप लोगों का, यहां के स्थानीय लोगों का हक मार रहे थे। इसका विरोध होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? लेकिन टीएमसी चाहती है कि घुसपैठियों को ना रोका जाए। जब भी मैं घुसपैठियों पर कार्रवाई की बात करता हूं तो टीएमसी इसका विरोध करती है। एक टीएमसी विधायक ने तो स्वीकार किया है कि
2021 আপনি জায়ান্ট কিলার ছিলেন, you defeated Mamata Banerjee. Are you missing her in Nandigram this time around? You think she should have contested from here? Or she got
I accepted it, but she not come here. She is fighting in Bhavanipur. For that reason I will go there.
You'll go there. And now tell me one thing.
29th I will see Mamata Banerjee.
You're confident?
On the battlefield of Bhavanipur.
So you think Nandigram will be repeated in Bhavanipur? You'll be able to defeat her?
I should.
Suppose the BJP wins. Will you be the chief ministerial?
No, I am not passing any comment regarding this issue. BJP not declared any person as a chief minister before election. We are campaigning under the leadership of the Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi is the guarantor.
Why do you think that BJP...
We are working for change.
SIR, people are talking, you bohiragoto, you people will march khawa bondo hoye jabe. What do you want to say to the voters?
Because after long 15 years regime Mamata Banerjee, she did not implement her one single assurance given by her party manifesto.
How is the voting? How is the
turnout is good. बहरमपुर का बहरमपुर में इस बार क्या होने वाला है? बहरमपुर में कांग्रेस जीतेगा और क्या होगा?
और आप कितना कॉन्फिडेंट है? आप
कॉन्फिडेंट है।
और अभी तक कोई ऐसा खबर कुछ
ज्यादा कुछ नहीं हुई, थोड़ा बहुत हुई है, ज्यादा
यहाँ पर फाइट बहुत ही कम्युनल हो जा रहा है, लोग बोल रहे हैं, तो इसमें आप अपने आप का ये फाइट को कैसे पाते हैं?
फाइट
The atmosphere is very okay. The atmosphere is in this constituency. It's okay. I don't have too much to complain about, except the fact that there is a systematic bid to destroy all our posters by my opponent Trinamool Congress. Apart from that, and a few incidents of threat to voters, there has been nothing untowards in this constituency. Democracy must prevail. Democracy, and for democracy to prevail, those who threaten democracy must be put out of action. And I hope the courts are mindful of that there are people whose job it is, whose profession has become one of threatening voters. I hope they are kept out of the arena.
All right, while we see West Bengal, Tamil Nadu on the other hand, we're looking at record voter turnout. Huge influx of NRIs who've come in from different parts of the world to Tamil Nadu to cast their ballot. So we're going to see a big voter turnout is what we suspect. Voting is currently underway and we're seeing a tight fight, a four-cornered fight. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself appealing voters to come out in large numbers and cast their ballot. On the ground, we saw early today leaders like Edappadi Palaniswamy, P. Chidambaram, actor Ajit, and BJP leader Khushbu Sundar and actor Rajnikant, all of them coming nice and early to cast their vote. As of 11 a.m. so far, the voter turnout in Tamil Nadu stands at 37.56%. In fact, we are going to update those numbers for you. In fact, this does indicate a strong early response. Reportedly, chaos also broke out at Kilambakam bus stand as there were no buses available for voters there. That's the allegation, that very few buses were plying for voters to get to their hometowns to cast their vote. Many of them returned home without exercising their franchise. Meanwhile, Vijay's TVK has now claimed sabotage and intentional misplanning by the state administration regarding the shortage of transport for voters. Moreover, BJP leader K. Annamalai has also stepped up his attack on the DMK, alleging attempts to buy votes. He says cash distribution has been found, while also flagging transport issues affecting those voters. Let me quickly bring in Purnima, who's bringing us all the reactions from the ground from Chief Minister M.K. Stalin to some of the BJP faces. Let's hear it.
Message என்ன sir? Voters को message என்ன sir?
ஜனநாயக கடமை மக்கள் ஆற்ற வேண்டும், வாக்காளர் ஆற்ற வேண்டும். தமிழ்நாடு வெல்லும்.
So, we've seen allegations of large-scale cash transfer, gold being given. Now, allegations that buses are not enough.
That is very unfortunate what happened in Tamil Nadu over the past few days. And if you look at Coimbatore South, very fortunate that money distribution to the tune of 5,000 rupees per voter. In Karur, half-gram gold to every single voter that is distributed. I firmly believe that Election Commission should have done a good job pre-poll. And how did all this money move? How did all this gold move? What is this last mile delivery? How are you able to do it and micromanage and do it? We have been consistently complaining. And in South, Coimbatore South, it is about Gundaism coming out, all violence happening. The Ramanathapuram police station, D1 got locked. Police locked it for some time because the crowds were growing to take all the DMK people out who were arrested by the police when they're distributing cash. Very unfortunate, but despite all this, I think election is sometimes very noisy. And despite all this, I'm very confident voters will come out in large numbers. They will vote as per their conscience.
You campaigned extensively across Tamil Nadu. Western Tamil Nadu has been a traditional bastion of the AIDMK and the BJP. How do you see it going forward?
We will continue to maintain our momentum, and today, as a responsible public person, I am supposed to not do any soft signaling also. I will be within my lane. And we have done all the hard work, and people have seen the 5 years of DMK government. Today, I'm very, very sure they'll make the right choice by casting their vote.
Your message to the voters?
Please come and vote. This is your right.
Is this going to be a tough election or an easy election?
That we'll know on May 4th. I believe it's going to be a sweep for our alliance, our Chief Minister. Definitely we'll win.
Can NDA make inroads this time?
Definitely not. People of Tamil Nadu are very smart. They will take a very good decision.
All the best, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, Purnima joins us live right from the ground. Purnima, a little sense of what we see in Tamil Nadu. Big numbers, the voter turnout has been impressive so far. Do we have updated numbers? And I hear there's a lot of the NRI population from different parts of the world who have come into Tamil Nadu today to cast their vote. Are you seeing this an increase from the years gone by?
Well, yes, at the moment, a lot of people, even now it's lunchtime, but you can still see people here queuing up. A lot of youngsters and first-time voters as early as, 7, 8 a.m. is what we've seen. Even Harish has been talking about how many young faces have come out early to cast their votes. We'll have to wait for the numbers because every time Chennai has always had a lesser voter turnout, which is around 61, 62. We'll now have to wait and see whether in fact this time around it will increase because as you said there have been videos, voices saying they are travelling all the way from abroad to India to cast their votes. Many are talking about a need for a change. Whether that will happen, we'll have to wait and see. But till about 1 p.m. the voter turnout was 56.8%. The voting will continue till 6 p.m. We'll have to wait for the final numbers to see which whether huge chunks have come to Chennai and across Tamil Nadu to cast their votes. More clarity on that once the voting process ends in the state.
Right. Purnima, thank you very much. For those who haven't yet, please go out and cast your vote if you are a resident of Tamil Nadu. We're slipping into a short break. We'll be back with more.
General Naravne, former army chief, whose unpublished book led to a kerfuffle in Parliament.
Definitely the pen is mightier than the sword. There's no doubt about that.
On your part, you confirm Penguin's contention that the memoir has not been officially released. So was the book in Mr. Gandhi's hand then fake?
Unfair in the sense that unnecessarily being dragged into a controversy which is not of your making. It should not be misinterpreted in that manner. It actually shows the faith that the government has in the army chief. So it should be taken in a positive light.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold this shared code of honor among military men
So in
and
fact,
women.
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, to the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we have always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories are shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I have written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you notified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out, and that is the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical. And we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution, and that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this is an indictment of the government and so forth? I mean, what did you want to do at that point? Did you want to tweet? Did you want to go on Instagram? Did you want to hold a loudspeaker and say things? What went through you?
Not really, because it was not anything directly to do with me, although it is my unpublished or some pirated edition or some cover which has just been printed.
We have some really disturbing news coming in from the national capital, Delhi. A 22-year-old woman, daughter of an IRS officer, was raped and murdered inside South Delhi home in Kailash Hill. Delhi police say that the accused, Rahul Meena, who was their domestic help, returned to their house a month after being fired and used his familiarity with the family members and gained access to their premises. He entered their house, allegedly assaulted the girl, strangled her while she was alone before looting cash and valuables and fleeing from the scene after changing his clothes. The family has discovered her body hours later and alerted the police. A massive manhunt has now been launched. Multiple teams, CCTV footage all being tracked. A hotel in Dwarka was where he was hiding. This is the information we have. The cops now are probing any prior criminal link that this man could have. 4 days police remand granted. In fact, that's the big update on this. 4 days police remand granted for the main accused in the Delhi rape and murder case. Detailed order to be passed in the course of the day. We have our correspondent Anvit Srivastava joining us live from the Saket court premises. Ankit, give us a little more in detail. An IRS officer's daughter has been sexually assaulted and strangled to death. It's indeed shocking, and we have some CCTV footage that we're playing out on our screens as well. The man very casually walking off after he changed his clothes and tried to escape. He was found hiding at a Dwarka hotel, is it?
Well, see, the incident took place yesterday morning, and within 12 hours the accused was also arrested. This was around 6:30 a.m. that the accused managed to enter the house of this officer, and her daughter was alone at the home. The couple was in the gym. They had gone out to work out, and that was the time when around 6:39 he gained entry into the house and found the woman. Because he was familiar with the house and where the keys were kept, he opened the door and entered the house, where he was confronted by the daughter, who was alone at the home at that time. And this was the time when he asked for some money. What we have been told by the investigator, that he asked for some cash and valuables. The daughter confronted, and that confrontation led to a violent scuffle between them, during which he hit her with a hard object. He hit her on her head. She had grievous injuries, and then we are being told that when she was unconscious, the man allegedly sexually assaulted her. After that, he took some valuables, he ransacked the house, and he fled the house. He was also captured in the CCTV. The moment he left the house, and after a while, when the parents of the girl came back, they found the daughter lying in a pool of blood. They rushed her to the hospital, where around 8:45 a.m. she was pronounced dead. The cops were then informed, and then a manhunt was started. More than 15 teams were formed by the Southeast District. The DCP himself supervised the entire operation with under the supervision of Joint Commissioner Vijay Kumar. And in the evening, Vijay Kumar also addressed the media and said that the accused have been arrested from one of the hotels in Dwarka. He had also, what we have been learning, that he is a resident of Alva, where also he had, just a day prior to this, had sexually assaulted another woman and then had fled from there. He needed some money. He had sold off 2 phones on his way to Delhi. He also took lift from an ambulance driver, told him that his grandmother is unwell, therefore he needs to reach Delhi. Told him the story, also promised him a sum of 5,000 rupees, but did not pay. The moment the ambulance driver let him off, he fled, did not pay the ambulance driver, straight away came to Kailash Hills, entered the house, committed this crime, took the valuables and fled from there. His plan, what the police are saying, was to flee with the valuables and go back home, but because he had committed such a gruesome murder, he planned to stay in Dwarka for a few days, and then when the matter settles down, planned to flee further. He was arrested yesterday. He has been produced to the court now. 4 days remand has been granted. Police now wants to interrogate him further and to know that which all the places where he had gone. We are also expecting that police will now that he has been sent to the remand, they will take him to the scene of crime, for not only for recreation of crime scene, but also how he travelled from Alwar to Delhi and who were the people he contacted on his way to Delhi.
Oh my God, that's shocking. So did it look like he knew that the parents of that victim were not at home at that time? Simran Babbar is also joining us live from the victim's residence. Simran, that area, we suppose, is a prime locality. It appears that this man may have known that the parents were not at home and carried this out fully knowing that he had a chance.
Well, absolutely. This is what, in fact, the police has also revealed. They have confirmed as well that he was very aware of how exactly the entire premises will be in the absence of the victim's father, the IRS officer as well. And even, in fact, after they had left, he was aware of where the keys, where the card, which the victim's family has also in the statement given to police as well, has confirmed that this very prime location is secured by a huge digital, in fact, scanning while anyone is being given the access. So the access card, where it is hidden while they are leaving, they had not really, in fact, kept it aware because they were thinking that the student is, their child is actually going to be disturbed by after they'll be coming. So that was a routine that the accused was very aware of, and because he was familiar with the entire area as well, and he was familiar of their time timings as well. He benefited from that and he made the entry, and he has also admitted inside the courtroom as well that he's sorry about what he has done, but really the kind of horrific ordeal that the police complaint has also in fact revealed that he also strangulated her, raped her as well. He was aware of the timing when they will come back, so he was also seen in the CCTV footage that you also spoke about leaving. He changed his clothes because they became very dirty, and he used the clothes that were left of the victim's brothers at this very residence in the east of Kailash. And after within 40 minutes of that entire time, after he made an entry, he left and he fled to Dwarka. He in fact also borrowed money to come from Alwar to Delhi in a van, and also stole the mobile phones through which he had also used the Wi-Fi of the hotel where he stayed after committing the crime very, in fact, brutally.
Shocking, shocking. In fact, he got to that area via an ambulance, lying to the ambulance driver that he's going to pay him money as soon as he reaches that location, but he fled from there. And our correspondent speaks to the ambulance driver. Anvit brings us this. Listen in.
आपको ये कहाँ मिला राहुल मीणा?
ये मिला था कांदोली बाईपास।
कांदोली बाईपास पे। और क्या बोला था इसने आपको मिलके?
को वहाँ चलना है, दिल्ली मेरी माँ में बीमार है, दादी, उसको लेकर आना है।
अच्छा, दादी बीमार है, उनको लेकर आना
है।
ओके, तो इस बहाने से वो दिल्ली आया।
हाँ जी।
और आपको कुछ पैसे वैसे देने को किया था?
नहीं दिए।
देने को बोला?
पैसा बोले 5,000 में बात हुई थी।
अच्छा।
तो उसने पैसा नहीं दिया और रास्ता देखने के लिए जा रहा हूँ, रास्ता देखने के बहाने से वो फिर नहीं आया दोबारा। फिर मैंने मंदिर में फोटो स्टेट कटवाई उसकी, तो फोटो उन्होंने काटी, फिर मंदिर में पंडित जी ने।
अच्छा, तो मतलब बहाना करके आपको गलत कहानी सुना के वो दिल्ली तक आया, और जब आपने उसे उतारा तो वो वहाँ से भाग गया?
हाँ, वो से रास्ता चुनर चले गए और मैं रास्ता देख रहा हूँ, दूसरा रास्ता कहाँ पर मैं जानता नहीं हूँ।
अच्छा, आप पहले से उसको पहचानते नहीं? जानते
कुछ नहीं जानता उसको।
वो हाईवे पे मिला था?
हाईवे पे मिला।
अच्छा, और यहाँ दिल्ली आने के बाद कुछ उससे संपर्क? कुछ नहीं।
कुछ संपर्क नहीं।
तो आपको फिर बाद में पुलिस ने कैसे संपर्क किया?
वो मैं यहाँ नंबर दे गया था ना पंडित जी को, जो फोटो वो कटवाई मैंने उसकी डिटेल। अब ये लड़का है वही।
अच्छा,
तो उसके बाद मैंने डिटेल कटवाई थी उससे।
अच्छा, तो क्या डिटेल थी आपके पास उसकी?
उसकी डिटेल, वो लड़का की फोटो देखता हूँ ना, यही लड़का है वो। तो वो देख लिया मैंने, हाँ यही है, फिर उसको नंबर दे गया मैं।
अच्छा,
वो पंडित जी मंदिर में अगर कोई बात हुई तो ये नंबर है मेरा।
अच्छा,
तो पुलिस वाला मेरे घर गए थे।
अच्छा, पुलिस वाले आपके घर गए थे? आप कहाँ के रहने वाले?
अलवर के।
अलवर के ही रहने। अच्छा, वहाँ पे आपके वो घर पे पुलिस आई थी?
तो अभी मैंने बोला, उनने बोला था कि भाई यहाँ आ जा, मैं चलेगा।
अच्छा, तो आपका मतलब आप शनाख्त करने आए आप?
हाँ जी, हाँ,
जो जांच चल रही है उसमें
पूछताछ करने के लिए आया था।
All right, let's shift our focus here to an exclusive interview that my colleague Rahul Shivshankar had with the former General M. Naravane on the book controversy, his book that was flashed by Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi in the Parliament that created a stir. Let's hear it, what he has to say.
Hello viewers, I'm speaking with General Naravane, former army chief, whose unpublished book made a lot of headlines and even led to a kerfuffle in Parliament. So General Saab, thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you, Rahul, and always pleasure to talk to you.
Always delight, sir, to have you with us, and one must salute your service to the nation.
Thank you.
One of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I've written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They're in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces, but if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out, and that is the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical, and we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution, and that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this is an indictment of the government and so on and so forth? I mean, what did you want to do at that point? Did you want to tweet? Did you want to go on Instagram? Did you want to hold a loudspeaker and say things? What went through you?
Not really, because it was not anything directly to do with me, although it is my unpublished or some pirated edition or some cover which has just been printed, whatever it might have been. So it was really nothing to do with me personally.
No, but these were your words, supposedly. Were your words that were being bandied about, which were being used to stoke this entire controversy and show the government in a poor light? Some even said that the military was being depicted in a poor light.
I think the government has come out very strongly in my support. The finance minister made a statement in Parliament that they fully back the army chief. So I do not think in any way that this was an indictment of anyone. And as I said, this is an unpublished work, so how can you rely on that?
How do you think this work came out? I'm sorry to be probing, because as a journalist, I have to ask you this question. You were, after all, the center of a massive storm. So I just want to ask you, where do you think this came out? Many people said that you had leaked it, and that was another insinuation that was being made. So wasn't you, first of all, and if not, then where do you think this got out?
Well, this is the area of cyber crimes, and everything is available in the electronic medium. Anybody can hack into any account and extract a copy if he or she wishes to do so. And having hacked into that and obtained an illegal version of the copy, you can even make amendments to the contents. So therefore, how can you comment on something which is not published?
Very interesting. So are you suggesting that someone hacked into your computer or something, or some of your...
No, it can't be my computer, because I didn't have it on my computer.
Oh, I see.
So that is why I was absolutely unperturbed by the entire sequence of events, because as far as I am concerned and as far as the publisher, Penguin, is concerned, we had no hand whatsoever to play in what was happening
Do you think it when you... I know, because I've written a book and I have worked with Penguin on a book, and they usually ask you to have the book peer reviewed in a sense, or reviewed by notable names. Do you think some of those people might have been sort of less discriminate about guarding your work and your privacy?
No, very unlikely, because they are all people of high stature and renown, and they would not indulge in such kind of activities.
So this is what Rahul Gandhi said on February 4th. He said, government says this book does not exist. The speaker has said this book does not exist. Rajnath Singh has said this book does not exist. This is Mr. Naravne's book, where he has written the full account of Ladakh. I have been told that I cannot quote this book, unquote. Mr. Gandhi said this in Parliament. You will remember that. On your part, you confirm Penguin's contention that the memoir has not been officially released. So you came out very clearly and mentioned that point.
That's right, absolutely.
So was the book in Mr. Gandhi's hand then fake? Would you at least say that what he was quoting was approximate to what you had written, or was completely different from what you had written?
See, I have made this remark earlier. The book is under review by the MOD. So for me to comment either way on anything which is part of the contents would not be proper till such time the MOD gives clearance.
No, that is true.
So I should not be commenting on it, because that is in itself commenting on the content which is itself under review would not be proper.
Okay. So in a sense, These excerpts made it out in the public without your express permission. You were never somebody who circulated these. And what you're saying is that actually it was unfair to you. In what way would you say that was unfair to you, sir? Why would you use this word unfair?
Unfair in the sense that unnecessarily being dragged into a controversy which is not of your making. And there are so many other more pressing issues to be discussed. The country is we're having, we have poverty, we have infant mortality rate is high, the road network, the economy. There's so many more pressing issues. This is a very minor matter. Let us devote our time and attention to more pressing issues.
चुनाव चल रहे हैं 4 राज्य और पुडुचेरी। क्या आपका आकलन है, क्या होगा इन 5 राज्यों में?
असम, पुडुचेरी में निश्चित रूप से हमारी सरकारें रिपीट करेंगी। बाकी 3 राज्यों में जो भी टीएमसी और कांग्रेस के जो खेल थे उस सब से बाहर आकर जनता इस बार भाजपा की सरकार बनाने जा रही है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हाउस के फोरम से कहा हम आपके नाम का एडवर्टीजमेंट भी दे देंगे कि आपके ही सहयोग से हुआ, लेकिन उनको नाम से ज्यादा मोदी के विरोध में देना लगता है। हमारी ऑलरेडी अपनी अलायंस वर्किंग है और सभी अलायंस पार्टनर हम लोग मिलकर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। हम आज पोस्ट पोल के लिए कहीं कोई संभावना मुझे नहीं दिख रही है। मुझे लग रहा है कि हम एनडीए एज ए फ्रंट सरकार बनाएंगे। सरकार का अंग होता है विपक्ष। मैं तो मानता हूं कि इमैच्योर पॉलिटिशियन है और कहीं ना कहीं पॉलिटिकल ग्रोथ ठीक से नहीं हुआ है।
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold this shared code of honor among military men
so in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we've always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories?
Hello and welcome to News Periscope with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal, as we do a deep dive on the top stories of the day, not just the election fever that has gripped West Bengal when it comes to phase 1 as well as the state of Tamil Nadu, but also Donald Trump's shocking statement on birthright citizenship, which has singed a lot of Indians when it comes to their role in America's diaspora and the entire American story. That shocking statement coming in from Donald Trump has sent shockwaves across the world and something that is getting a lot of reactions back home here.